Summer of Night by Dan Simmons.
This book was originally created for audio cassette playback. Any announcements concerning cassettes do not apply to this recording. This version contains markers allowing direct access to major portions of the book.
Copyright 1991, Dan Simmons. All rights reserved. Narrated by Marilyn Aamodt. This book contains 555 pages on 19 sides. If you would like to skip over any remaining announcements or introductory material, place your cassette player in fast forward until a tone is heard. Stop at that point to hear the beginning of the book. Other books by the author: Song of Kali, Phases of Gravity, Carrion Comfort, Hyperion, The Fall of Hyperion, Entropy's Bed at Midnight, Prayers to Broken Stones. From the book jacket. From the author of Hyperion, winner of the Hugo Award, and Carrion Comfort, recipient of the Bram Stoker and Locus Awards, comes a disturbing tale of youthful terror and true fear. It is the summer of 1960, and someone, or something, is stalking the young people of Elm Haven, Illinois. One child has already disappeared, perhaps in the twisted ancient depths of Old Central, the hulking relic of a school which stands like a fortress in the center of town. Strange things have been heard, voices, whispers, rustlings in the night. For one boy, the tragically gifted son of a bitter alcoholic, it starts with a curious, terrifying voice over a radio tuned to a midnight frequency. Others have felt unsettling sensations, a mysterious rush of cold air in the heat of summer, an unexplainable fear of the dark. And they have seen unexplainable sights, gaping holes in the earth with raw red walls, the bizarre corpse of a monkey, a silent, faceless World War I soldier appearing in a window at night. Something ancient and festering holds the key to the lurking evil in Elm Haven, its rebirth heralded by the midnight tolling of a forgotten bell. When this long silent bell begins to peal in the middle of the darkest summer night, these children and their families know it marks the end of innocence and the beginning of a reign of terror. Summer of Night is a shocking tale of the secrets and silences of childhood, crafted by one of the new masters of modern horror. Dan Simmons grew up in the Midwest, where he graduated from Wabash College and Washington University of St. Louis. He later moved to Colorado, where he taught for 11 years at Central Elementary School. This is for Wayne, who was there when it all happened. Chapter 1. Old Central School still stood upright, holding its secrets and silences firmly within. 84 years of chalk dust floated in the rare shafts of sunlight inside, while the memories of more than 8 decades of varnishings rose from the dark stairs and floors to tinge the trapped air with the mahogany scent of coffins. The walls of Old Central were so thick that they seemed to absorb sounds, while the tall windows, their glass warped and distorted by age and gravity, tinted the air with a sepia tiredness. Time moved more slowly in Old Central, if at all. Footsteps echoed along corridors and up stairwells, but the sounds seemed muted and out of sync with any motion amidst the shadows. The cornerstone of Old Central had been laid in 1876, the year that General Custer and his men had been slaughtered near the Little Bighorn River far to the west. the year that the first telephone had been exhibited at the nation's centennial in Philadelphia, far to the east. Old Central School was erected in Illinois, midway between the two events, but far from any flow of history. By the spring of 1960, Old Central School had come to resemble some of the ancient teachers who had taught in her, too old to continue, but too proud to retire, held stiffly upright by habit and a simple refusal to bend. Barren herself, a fierce old spinster, Old Central borrowed other people's children over the decades. Girls played with dolls in the shadows of her classrooms and corridors, and later died in childbirth. Boys ran shouting through her hallways, sat in punishment through the growing darkness of winter afternoons in her silent rooms, and were buried in places never mentioned in their geography lessons. San Juan Hill, Belleau Wood, Okinawa, Omaha Beach, Pork Chop Hill, and Incheon. Originally, Old Central had been surrounded by pleasant young saplings, the closer elms throwing shade on the lower classrooms in the warm days of May and September. But over the years the closer trees died, and the perimeter of giant elms which lined Old Central's city block like silent sentinels grew calcified and skeletal with age and disease. A few were cut down and carted away, but the majority remained, the shadows of their bare branches reaching across the playgrounds and playing fields like gnarled hands groping for Old Central herself. Visitors to the small town of Elm Haven who left the hard road and wandered the 2 blocks necessary to see Old Central frequently mistook the building for an oversized courthouse or some misplaced county building, bloated by hubris to absurd dimensions. After all, what function in this decaying town of 1,800 people could demand this huge 3-story building sitting in a block all its own? Then the travelers would see the playground equipment and realize that they were looking at a school, a bizarre school, its ornate bronze and copper belfry gone green with verdigris atop its black, steep-pitched roof more than 50 feet above the ground, its Richardsonian Romanesque stone arches curling like serpents above 12-foot-tall windows, its scattering of other round and oval stained glass windows suggesting some absurd hybrid between cathedral and school, its chateau-esque gabled roof dormers peering out above 3rd-story eaves, its odd volutes looking like scroll-works turned to stone above recessed doors and blind-looking windows, and, striking the viewer most disturbingly, its massive, misplaced, and somehow ominous size. Old Central, with its 3 rows of windows rising 4 stories, its overhanging eaves and gabled dormers, its hipped roof and scabrous belfry, seemed much too large a school for such a modest town. If the traveler had any knowledge of architecture at all, he or she would stop on the quiet asphalt street, step out of the car, gape, and take a picture. But even as the picture was being snapped, an observant viewer would notice that the tall windows were great black holes, as if they were designed to absorb light rather than admit or reflect it, and that the Richardsonian Romanesque Second Empire or Italianate touches were grafted onto a brutal and common style of architecture which might be described as Midwestern school Gothic, and that the final sense was not of a striking building or even of a true architectural curiosity, but only of an oversized and schizophrenic mass of brick and stone capped with a belfry obviously designed by a madman. A few visitors, ignoring or defying a growing feeling of unease, might make local inquiries, or even go so far as to drive to Oak Hill, the county seat, to look up records on Old Central. There they would find that the school had been part of a master plan 80-some years earlier to build 5 great schools in the county: Northeast, Northwest, Central, Southeast, and Southwest. Of these, Old Central had been the first and only school constructed. Elm Haven in the 1870s had been larger than it was now in 1960, thanks largely to the railroad, now in disuse, and a major influx of immigrant settlers brought south from Chicago by ambitious city planners. From a county population of 28,000 in 1875, the area had dwindled to fewer than 12,000 in the 1960 census, most of them farmers. Elm Haven had boasted 4,300 people in 1875, and Judge Ashley, the millionaire behind the settlement plans and the building of Old Central, had predicted that the town would soon pass Peoria in population and someday rival Chicago. The architect Judge Ashley had brought in from somewhere back east, one Solon Spencer Alden, had been a student of both Henry Hobson Richardson and R.M. Hunt, and his resultant architectural nightmare reflected the darker elements of the coming Romanesque revival, without the sense of grandeur or public purpose those Romanesque buildings might offer. Judge Ashley had insisted, and Elm Haven had agreed, that the school would be built to accommodate the later, larger generations of school children which would be drawn to Creve Coeur County. Thus, the building had housed not only K-6 classrooms, but the high school classrooms on the 3rd floor, used only until the Great War, and sections which were meant to be used as the city library and even serve as space for a college when the need arrived. No college ever came to Creve Coeur County or Elm Haven. Judge Ashley's great home at the end of Broad Avenue burned to the ground after his son went bankrupt in the recession of 1919. Old Central remained an elementary school through the years, serving fewer and fewer children as people left the area, and consolidated schools were built in other sections of the county. The high school level on the 3rd floor became redundant when the real high school opened in Oak Hill in 1920. Its furnished rooms were closed off to cobwebs and darkness. The city library was moved out of the arched elementary section in 1939, and the upper mezzanine of shelves stood largely empty, staring down at the few remaining students who moved through the darkened halls and 2 broad stairways and basement catacombs like refugees in some long-abandoned city from an incomprehensible past. Finally, in the fall of 1959, the new city council in the Creve Coeur County School District decided that Old Central had outlived its usefulness, that the architectural monstrosity, even in its eviscerated state, was too difficult to heat and maintain, and that the final 134 Elm Haven students in grades K through 6 would be moved to the new consolidated school near Oak Hill in the fall of 1960. But in the spring of 1960, on the last day of school, only hours before she would be forced into final retirement, Old Central School still stood upright, holding its secrets and silences firmly within. Chapter 2. Dale Stewart sat in his 6th grade classroom in Old Central and was quietly certain that the last day of school was the worst punishment grown-ups had ever devised for kids. Time had slowed worse than when he was in a dentist's office, waiting. worse than when he was in trouble with his mom and had to wait for his dad to come home before punishment could be meted out. Worse than... It was bad. The clock on the wall above old Double Butt's blue-dyed head said that it was 2:43 p.m. The calendar on the wall informed him that it was Wednesday, June 1, 1960, the last day of school, the last day that Dale and the others would ever have to suffer the boredom of being locked in the belly of Old Central. But to all intents and purposes, time seemed to have stopped so completely that Dale felt that he was an insect stuck in amber, like the spider in the yellowish rock Father Kavanaugh had loaned Mike. There was nothing to do, not even schoolwork. The sixth graders had turned in their rented textbooks by 1:30 that afternoon, Mrs. Dubbett checking off their books and meticulously inspecting each for any damage, although Dale failed to see how she could tell this year's damage from the years of outrage already suffered by the moldy text from previous renters. And when that was finished, the classroom bizarrely empty, even down to the bare bulletin boards and well-scrubbed wooden desks, old Doublebutt had lethargically suggested that they read, even though school library books had been due the previous Friday, at peril of not receiving the final report card. Dale would have brought one of his books from home to read, perhaps the Tarzan book he had left open on the kitchen table at noon when he went home for lunch, or perhaps one of the ace double-novel science fiction books he was reading. But though Dale read several books a week, he never thought of school as a place to read. School was a place to do worksheets, to listen to the teacher, and to give answers so simple that a chimp could have gleaned them from the textbooks. So Dale and the other 26 sixth graders sat in the summer heat and high humidity as a storm darkened the skies outside, and the already dim air in Old Central grew darker, and summer itself seemed to recede as the clock froze its hands, and the musty thickness of Old Central's interior lay on them like a blanket. Dale sat in the fourth desk in the second row from the right. From where he sat, he could see out past the cloakroom entrance into the dark hallway and just catch a glimpse of the door to the fifth-grade class, where his best friend, Mike O'Rourke, also waited for the end of the school year. Mike was the same age as Dale, was a month older, actually, but had been forced to repeat fourth grade, so that for the past 2 years the friends had been separated by the abyss of an entire grade. But Mike had taken his failure to pass fourth grade with the same aplomb he showed toward most situations. He joked about it, continued to be a leader on the playground and among Dale's band of friends, and showed no malice toward Mrs. Grossaint, the old crone of a teacher who had failed him, Dale was sure, out of sheer malice. Inside the classroom were some of Dale's other close friends. Jim Harlan on the front desk of the first row, where Mrs. Dubbett could keep an eye on him. Now Harlan lounged with his head on his hands, eyes flicking about the room in the dance of hyperactivity Dale also felt, but tried not to show. Harlan saw Dale watching and made a face, his mouth as elastic as silly putty. Old Doublebutt cleared her throat, and Harlan slumped back into submission. In the row closest to the windows were Chuck Sperling and Digger Taylor, buddies, leaders, class politicians. Jerks. Dale didn't see Chuck and Digger much outside of school, except during the Little League games and practices. Behind Digger sat Jerry Daysinger in a torn and gray T-shirt. Everyone wore T-shirts and jeans outside of school, but only the poorest kids, like Jerry and Cordy Cook's brothers, wore them to school. Behind Jerry sat Cordy Cook, moon-faced and placid, with an expression somehow beyond stupidity. Her fat, flat face was turned toward the windows, but her colorless eyes seemed to see nothing. She was chewing gum. She was always chewing gum. But for some reason Mrs. Dubbett never seemed to notice or reprimand the girl for it. If Harlan or one of the other class cut-ups had chewed gum with such regularity, Mrs. D. probably would have suspended them for it. But with Cordy Cook it seemed a natural state. Dale did not know the word bovine, but an image of a cow chewing its cud often came to mind with Cordy. Behind Cordy, in the last occupied desk of the window row, in almost shocking contrast, sat Michelle Staffney. Michelle was immaculate, in a soft green shirt and pressed tan skirt. Her red hair caught the light, and even from across the room Dale could see the freckles standing out against her pale, almost translucent skin. Michelle looked up from her book as Dale stared, and although she did not smile, the faintest hint of recognition was enough to get the 11-year-old boy's heart pounding. Not all of Dale's friends were in this room. Kevin Grumbacher was in 5th grade, legitimately, since he was 9 months younger than Dale. Dale's brother Lawrence was in Mrs. Howe's 3rd grade class on the 1st floor. Dale's friend Duane McBride was here. Duane, twice as heavy as the next chubbiest kid in the class, filled his seat in the 3rd desk in the center row. He was busy as always, writing something in the worn spiral notebook he dragged around with him. Duane's unruly brown hair stuck up in tufts, and he adjusted his glasses with an unconscious movement as he frowned at whatever he was writing and went back to work. Despite the temperature in the high 80s, Duane wore the same heavy flannel shirt and baggy corduroy trousers he had worn all winter. Dale could never remember having seen Duane in jeans or a T-shirt, despite the fact that the heavier boy was a farm kid. Dale and Mike and Kevin and Jim and most of the others were city kids, and Duane had to do chores. Dale fidgeted. It was 2:49 p.m. The school day ended, for some abstruse reason involving bus schedules, at 3:15. Dale stared at the portrait of George Washington on the front wall and wondered, for the 10,000th time that year, why the school authorities would put up a print of an unfinished painting. He stared at the ceiling, 14 feet above the floor, and at the 10-foot-high windows along the far wall. He looked at the boxes of books on the empty shelves and wondered what would happen to the texts. Would they be shipped to the consolidated school? Burned? Probably the latter, since Dale couldn't imagine such ancient, moldy books in the brand-new school his parents had driven him by. 2:50 p.m. 25 minutes before summer really began, before freedom reigned. Dale stared at old Doublebutt. The name did not come to mind with any malice or derision. She had always been old Doublebutt. For 38 years Mrs. Dubbett and Mrs. Dugan had shared the teaching of 6th grade, originally in adjoining classrooms, and then, when the population of students had declined about the time Dale was born, sharing the same class. Mrs. Dubbett teaching reading and composition and social studies in the morning, Mrs. Dugan teaching math and science and spelling and penmanship in the afternoon. The pair had been the Mutt and Jeff, the humorless Abbott and Costello of Old Central. Mrs. Dugan thin and tall and twitchy, Mrs. Dubbett short and fat and slow, their voices almost opposite in timbre and tone, their lives intertwined. Living in adjacent old Victorian homes on Broad Avenue, attending the same church, taking courses in Peoria together, taking vacations in Florida together, two incomplete persons somehow joining their skills and deficiencies to create one well-rounded individual. Then, in this final year of Old Central's domination, Mrs. Dugan had taken ill just before Thanksgiving. Cancer, Mrs. O'Rourke had told Dale's mother in a soft voice she thought the boys would not overhear. Mrs. Dugan had not returned to class after Christmas vacation, but rather than have some interloper fill the afternoon hours, confirming the seriousness of Mrs. Dugan's illness, Mrs. Dubbett had taught the courses she despised, just until Cora returns, while nursing her friend, first in the tall pink house along Broad, then in the hospital, until one morning even old Doublebutt had not appeared. There was a sixth-grade substitute teacher for the first time in 4 decades, and word was whispered around the playground that Mrs. Dugan had died. It was the day before Valentine's Day. The funeral was in Davenport, and none of the students attended it. None would have attended it if it had been held right here in Elm Haven. Mrs. Dubbett returned 2 days later. Dale looked at the old lady and felt a stirring of something like pity. Mrs. Dubbett was still fat, but the weight hung on her now like an oversized coat. When she moved, the undersides of her fat arms wiggled and shook like crepe paper hanging from bone. Her eyes had darkened and sunk in their sockets until they looked bruised. Now the teacher sat staring at the window, her expression as hopeless and empty as Cordy Cook's. Her blue hair looked tousled and yellowed at the roots, and her dress hung oddly, as if she had misbuttoned something somewhere. There was a bad smell around her, which reminded Dale of the smell around Mrs. Dugan right before Christmas. Dale sighed and shifted in his seat. 2:52 p.m. There was the slightest movement in the dark hall, a furtive shifting and pale glow there, and Dale recognized Tubby Cook, Cordy's fat and idiot brother, moving across the landing. Tubby was staring in, trying to catch his sister's attention without being noticed by old Doublebutt. It was no use. Cordy was hypnotized by the sky outside the window, and wouldn't have noticed her brother if he had thrown a brick at her. Dale nodded slightly at Tubby. The big 4th grader in bib overalls flipped him the bird, held up something that might have been a bathroom pass, and disappeared in the shadows. Dale shifted. Tubby occasionally played with him and his friends, despite the fact that the Cooks lived in one of the tar-paper shacks up on cinder blocks out along the railroad tracks near the grain elevator. Tubby was fat and ugly and stupid and dirty, and used more profanity than any 4th grader Dale had ever known. But that didn't necessarily disqualify him from being part of the group of city kids who called themselves the Bike Patrol. But usually Tubby didn't want any part of Dale or his friends. Dale wondered fleetingly what the dope was up to, and then looked back at the clock. It was still 2:52. Bugs in amber. Tubby Cook gave up trying to wave at his sister and headed for the stairway before old Doublebutt or one of the other teachers noticed him out on the landing. Tubby had a bathroom pass from Mrs. Grossaint, but that didn't mean that one of the old bags wouldn't order him back to his classroom if they caught him loitering in the halls. Tubby shuffled down the wide stairs, noticing where the wood was actually worn into ruts, where generations of kids' feet had passed, and hurried down to the landing beneath the circular window. The light coming through was red and sickly from the storm building up outside. Tubby moved under rows of empty shelves where the city library used to be on the landing, and the narrow mezzanine surrounding this in-between floor, but he did not really see them. The shelves had been empty for as long as Tubby had gone to school there. He was in a hurry. There was less than a half-hour of school remaining, and he wanted to get downstairs to the boys' bathroom before the day ended and they shut up this damn old place forever. There was more light on the first floor, and the hum of activity from the primary grades, 1 through 3, made the space here seem more human, even with the dark stairwell opening overhead into the darkness of the upper floors. Tubby hurried across the center of the open space before a teacher saw him, passed through a door, and hurried down the stairs into the basement. It was weird that the stupid school had no restrooms on the first or second floor. Only the basement had John's, and there were too many down there. The primary and intermediate restrooms, the locked John off the hole-in-the-wall room labeled Teacher's Lounge, the little toilet off the boiler room where Van Syke took a leak when he had to, even rooms that may have been other bathrooms down the unused corridors that led away into darkness. Tubby knew what other kids knew, that there were steps leading down from the basement. But like the other kids, Tubby had never gone down there and had no plans to. There weren't even lights, for God's sake. No one but Van Syke and maybe Principal Roon knew what was down there. Probably more bathrooms, thought Tubby. He went to the intermediate boys' restroom, the one marked Boys, B-O-Y''S. That sign had been like that for as long as anyone could remember. Tubby's old man told him it was that way when he went to school in Old Central. And the only reason either Tubby or his old man knew that the apostrophe was in the wrong place was that old Lady Dugan in 6th grade bitched and moaned about the stupidity of it. She'd whined about it when Tubby's old man was a kid. Well, old Lady Dugan was dead now, dead and rotting in the Calvary Cemetery out past the Black Tree Tavern, where Tubby's old man hung out most days, and Tubby wondered why the old lady hadn't changed the goddamn word if it bugged her so much. She'd had about 100 years to go down and repaint the sign. Tubby guessed that she liked bitching and moaning about it, that it made her feel smart and made other people, like Tubby and his old man, feel stupid. Tubby hurried down the dark and winding hallway to the restroom marked Boys. The brick walls had been painted green and brown here decades ago. The low ceiling was festooned with pipes and sprinklers and cobwebs, and the feeling was like you were wandering through this long, narrow tunnel in some tomb or something, sort of like the Mummy movie Tubby'd seen when his older sister's boyfriend had sneaked him and Cordy into the Peoria drive-in last summer by hiding them in the trunk. It had been a good movie, but Tubby would have liked it more if he hadn't had to listen to all the slurping, sucking, gasping sounds from the back seat as his older sister Maureen made out with that pimply guy named Burke. Maureen was pregnant now and living with Burke out beyond the dump near where Tubby lived, but he didn't think she and the Burke dope were married. Cordy had stayed turned around in the front seat all through the double feature, watching horny Maureen and Burke rather than the neat movies. Tubby paused now at the entrance to the boys' restroom, listening to see if he could hear anyone else down here. Sometimes old Van Syke sort of sneaked up on kids down here, and if they were messing around like Tubby planned to do, or sometimes doing nothing at all, Van Syke would give them a slap on the side of the head or a mean pinch on the arm. He wouldn't hurt just any kids, not some rich snot like Dr. Staffney's daughter, what's-her-name, Michelle, just the kids like Tubby or Jerry Daysinger or somebody, kids of parents who didn't give a shit or who were afraid of Van Syke. Lots of kids were afraid of Van Syke. Tubby wondered if lots of the kids' parents were afraid of him, too. Tubby listened, heard nothing, and almost tiptoed into the restroom. The room was long, low-ceilinged, and dim. There were no windows, and only one light bulb worked. The urinals were ancient, and looked like they were made out of some smooth stone or something. Water trickled in them all the time. The 7 toilet stalls were battered and heavily carved upon. Tubby's name could be found cut into 2 of them, and his old man's initials were in the end one, and all but one had lost their doors. But it was beyond the sinks and urinals, beyond the stalls, in the darkest area near the rear stone wall where Tubby had business. The outside wall was stone. The opposite wall, the one which held the urinals, was scabby brick. But the inside wall, the one beyond the stalls, this wall was some sort of plaster, and here Tubby paused and grinned. There was a hole in this wall, a hole starting 6 or 8 inches above the stone-cold floor. How could there be another basement below a stone floor? And rising almost 3 feet. Tubby could see fresh plaster dust on the floor, and rotten lathing sticking out like exposed ribs. Other kids had been working on this since Tubby had been down that morning. That was okay. They could do some of the work, as long as Tubby got to kick the final shit out of the thing. Tubby crouched and peered into the hole. It was wide enough to stick his arm in now, and he did, feeling a wall of brick or stone a couple of feet deeper in. There was space to his left and right, and Tubby felt around, wondering why somebody'd put up this new wall when the old wall was still back there. Tubby shrugged and started kicking. The noise was loud, plaster cracking, lathing, tearing, bits of wall and clouds of dust flying every which way. But Tubby felt fairly certain that nobody would hear him. The stupid school had walls thicker than a fort's. Van Syke haunted these basement rooms like he lived here. Maybe he does live here, thought Tubby. Nobody's ever seen him live anywhere else. But the weird custodian with his dirty hands and yellow teeth had not been seen by the kids for days, and it was obvious that he didn't give a shit if some of the boys, B-O-Y', thought Tubby, kicked in a wall in the intermediate John. Why would Van Syke care? In a day or 2 they'd be boarding up this big old shithouse of a school. Then they'd be tearing it down. Why would Van Syke care? Tubby kicked away with a fury he seldom showed, putting all the frustration of 5 years of suffering, even in kindergarten, and being called a slow student in this rotten heap of a school. 5 years as a behavior problem, having to sit there, tucked up close to old bags like Mrs. Grossaint and Mrs. Howe and Mrs. Ferris, his desk rammed up right next to theirs so they could keep an eye on him, so that he had to smell their old lady stink and listen to their old lady voices and put up with their old lady rules. Tubby kicked at the wall, feeling it give quickly now as the hole enlarged, until suddenly plaster tumbled across his sneakers, a 2x4 collapsed, and he was staring into a real hole. A big hole. A fucking cave. Tubby was fat for a 4th grader, but this hole was so big that he could almost fit in there. He could fit. A whole section of wall had come down, so the hole was like a hatch in a submarine or something. Tubby turned sideways, forced his left arm and shoulder into the opening, his head still out of the hole, a big grin beginning to form on his face. He moved his left leg into the gap between the fake wall and the old one behind. It was a goddamn secret passage in here. Tubby crouched and stepped into the hole, pulling his right leg in until only his head and part of his shoulders protruded. He crouched lower, grunting a bit as he settled back into the cool darkness. Wouldn't Cordy or my old man shit if they came in and saw me now? Of course, Cordy wouldn't be coming into the boys' restroom. Or would she? Tubby knew that his older sister was pretty weird. A couple of years earlier, when she was in 4th grade herself, Cordy'd followed Chuck Sperling, the hot-shot Little League baseball player, track star, and all-around asshole, out to Spoon River when he was fishing alone, tracked him for half a morning, and then jumped him, knocked him down, sat on his stomach, and threatened to pound his head in with a rock if he didn't show her his dick. According to Cordy, he'd pulled it out, crying and spitting blood, and showed her. Tubby was pretty sure that she hadn't told anybody else, and it was damn sure that Sperling wasn't going to tell anybody. Tubby leaned back in his little cave, feeling the plaster dust in his crew cut, and grinned at the dimly lit restroom. He'd jump out and scare the shit out of the next kid who came in to take a leak. Tubby waited a full 2 or 3 minutes, but no one came. Once there was a scuffle or rattle way down the main basement corridor, but the sound of approaching sneakers didn't come, and nobody showed. The only other noise was the constant trickle of water in the urinals and a soft gurgling in the overhead pipes, like the damned school was talking to itself. "It's like a secret passage in here," Tubby thought again, turning his head to the left to look down the narrow passageway between the 2 walls. It was dark and smelled like the ground under the front porch of his house, where he'd hid from his ma and his old man and played when he was smaller. The same musty, rich, rotten smell. Then, just as he was feeling a bit cramped and weird in the little space, Tubby saw a light at the far end of the passage. It was about where the end of the restroom and the outer wall might be, maybe a little farther. It wasn't really a light, he realized, but a kind of glow, sort of like the soft green light Tubby'd seen coming off some fungus stuff and rotting mushrooms in the woods at night when he and his old man went out coon hunting. Tubby felt his neck grow cold. He started to step out of the hole, but then he realized what the light must be, and he grinned. The girls, Girls', the sign painter had got that right. Restroom next door must have an opening in it. Tubby imagined peeking out of whatever hole or crack in the laths was letting that light out of the girls' bathroom. With a little luck, he'd see some girl taking a leak, maybe even Michelle Staffney, or Darlene Hanson, or one of those stuck-up 6th-grade bitches with their underpants down around their ankles and their secret parts showing. Tubby felt his heart pounding, felt the blood stirring elsewhere in his body, and began shuffling sideways, away from the hole, deeper into the passage. It was a close fit. Panting, blinking cobwebs and dust out of his eyes, smelling the under-the-porch richness of earth all around him, Tubby shuffled toward the glow and away from the light. Dale and the others were lined up in the room ready to receive their report cards and be dismissed when the screaming started. At first it was so loud that Dale thought it was some strange, high-pitched thunder from the storm that was still darkening the sky beyond the windows, but it was too high, too shrill, and lasted too long to be part of the storm, even though it sounded like nothing human. At first the noise seemed to come from above, from up the stairwell on the darkened high school level, but then it seemed to echo from the walls, from downstairs, even from the pipes and metal radiator. It went on and on. Dale and his brother Lawrence had been out at their Uncle Henry's and Aunt Lena's farm the previous autumn when a pig had been prepared for butchering, its throat cut as it hung upside down from the barn rafter above a tin basin set to catch the blood. This noise was a little like that, the same falsetto squeal and screech, like fingernails being dragged along a blackboard, followed by a deeper, fuller scream, ending in a gurgling noise. But then it began again, and again. Mrs. Dubbett froze in the act of handing a report card to the first student in line, Joe Allen, and she turned toward the doorway and stared at it for a full moment after the terrible noise stopped, as if expecting the source of the scream to appear there. Dale thought that the old lady's expression combined terror with something else. Anticipation? A dark shape appeared in the gloom of the doorway, and the class, still lined up alphabetically to receive their cards, took a collective breath. It was Dr. Roon, the principal, his dark pinstriped suit and slicked-back hair blending with the darkness on the landing behind him, so that his thin face seemed to float there, disembodied and disapproving. Dale looked at the man's pink skin and thought, not for the first time, like the skin of a newborn rat. Dr. Roon cleared his throat and nodded toward old Doublebutt, who stood precisely where she had been, report card still half extended toward Joe Allen, her eyes wide, her skin so pale that the rouge and other makeup on her cheeks looked like colored chalk dust on white parchment. Dr. Roon glanced at the clock. "It's, 3:15. The class is ready for dismissal?" Mrs. Dubbett managed a nod. Her right hand was clenched so tightly on Joe's card that Dale half expected to hear a crack as her finger bones snapped. Yes," said Dr. Roon, and his eyes flicked over the 27 students as if they were trespassers in his building. "Well, boys and girls, I thought I would just explain that the odd noise you just heard was, Mr. Van Syke informs me, merely the boiler being tested." Jim Harlan turned around, and for a second Dale was sure that he was going to make a funny face, a sure disaster for Dale, who was so tense that he was bound to break up in laughter. Dale desperately did not want to be kept after school. Harlan widened his eyes in an expression more skeptical than funny, and turned back to face Dr. Roon. "At any rate, I wanted to take this opportunity to wish you all a pleasant summer vacation," Roon was saying, "and to urge you all to remember the privilege you have had in receiving at least part of your education in Old Central School. While it is too early to tell what the final disposition of this fine old building will be, we can only hope that the school district, in its wisdom, will see fit to preserve it for future generations of scholars such as yourself." Dale could see Cordy Cook far up the line, still staring over her left shoulder at the windows and nonchalantly picking her nose. Dr. Roon did not seem to notice. He cleared his throat as if preparing to give another speech, glanced again at the clock, and said only, "Very well, Mrs. Dubbett, if you would be so good as to distribute the children's fourth-quarter reports." The little man nodded, turned his back, and faded into the shadows. Old Doublebutt blinked once, seemed to remember where she was, and handed Joe Allen his card. Joe didn't pause to look at it, but hurried to line up at the doorway. Other classes were already descending the stairs in lines. Dale always noticed that on the TV shows and movies about school, kids ran like crazy when they were dismissed or when a bell rang ending a period, but his experience in Old Central was that everyone traveled everywhere in lines, and these last seconds of the last minute of the last day in school was no exception. The line was shuffling past Mrs. Dubbett, and Dale accepted his report card in its brown envelope, smelling a sour sweat and talcum smell around his teacher as he stepped past her to get in the other line. Then Pauline Zauer had her card. The lines at the door were formed. They didn't line up alphabetically for dismissal, but boys and girls, bus students in front of each line, city kids behind, and Mrs. Dubbett stepped out in front of them, folded her arms as if to give one last comment or admonition, paused, and then silently gestured for them to follow Mrs. Shrive's 5th grade, just disappearing down the stairway. Joe Allen led the charge. Outside, Dale breathed in the humid air, almost dancing in the light and sudden freedom. The school loomed behind him like a giant wall, but on the gravel drive and grassy playing fields, kids milled in excitement, gathered bikes from the bike stands, ran for the school buses where drivers shouted to hurry, and generally celebrated with noise and motion. Dale waved goodbye to Duane McBride, who was being shooed aboard a bus, and then caught sight of a cluster of 3rd graders still gathered like quail near the bike stand. Dale's brother Lawrence galloped up the walk, showing his overbite grin below thick glasses and hanging on to his empty canvas book bag as he left his 3rd grade buddies and ran up to join Dale. "Free!" cried Dale, and swung Lawrence around in the air. Mike O'Rourke and Kevin Grumbacher and Jim Harlan made their way over. "Geez," said Kevin, "did you hear that sound just as Mrs. Shrive's was lining us up?" "What do you think it was?" asked Lawrence as the group started out across the grassy baseball field. Mike grinned. "I think it was old Central getting some 3rd grader." He rubbed his knuckles across Lawrence's crew cut. Lawrence laughed and twisted away. "Naw. Really?" Jim Harlan bent over, offering his backside to the old school. "I think it was old Doublebutt ripping a fart," he said, and provided the sound effects. "Hey!" cried Dale, taking a kick at Jim Harlan's backside and nodding toward his little brother. "Watch it, Harlan." Lawrence was already laughing and rolling on the grass. The school buses roared away, heading down different streets. The schoolyard was emptying quickly, kids hurrying off under the tall elms as if in a rush to beat the storm. Dale paused at the edge of the baseball field, just across the street from his house, and looked back at the black clouds piled up behind Old Central. It was humid, and the air felt still and quiet the way it did before tornado warnings, but he could tell by looking that the storm front was almost past. A band of blue sky was visible above the trees to the south. As the group watched, a breeze came up, the leaves stirred on the trees, ringing the block, and the summer scent of new-mown grass and blossoms and foliage filled the air. "Look," said Dale. "Isn't that Cordy Cook?" asked Mike. "Yeah." The short figure stood alone outside the north entrance to the school, her arms folded, foot tapping. She looked dumpier and sillier than ever in the oversized house dress that almost dragged the gravel. 2 of the smallest Cook boys, the twins, who were in 1st grade, stood behind her, their bib overalls sagging. The Cooks lived far enough out of town to have the school bus take them home, but no bus went out toward the grain elevator and dump, so she and her 3 brothers walked out the railroad tracks. Now she was screaming something at the building. Dr. Roon appeared at the door and shooed her away with a flick of his pink hand. White blurs in the tall windows above may have been the faces of teachers looking out. Mr. Van Syke's face floated behind the principal's in the dark doorway. Roon called something else, turned his back, and closed the tall door. Cordy Cook bent down, grabbed a rock from the gravel drive, and heaved it at the school. The rock bounced off the window of the main door. "Geez," breathed Kevin. The door slammed open, and Van Syke emerged, just as Cordy grabbed her 2 little brothers by the hand and took off down the drive and then down Depot Street toward the train tracks. She moved very fast for a fat girl. One of her kid brothers tripped as they crossed 3rd Avenue, but Cordy just dragged him through the air until his feet found pavement again. Van Syke ran to the edge of the school ground and stopped, his long fingers groping at air. "Geez," Kevin said again. "Come on," said Dale. "Let's get out of here. My mom said she'd have lemonade for all of us after school." With a whoop and a holler, the band of boys left the school grounds, loped under the elms, bounded across the crowned asphalt of Depot Street, and ran toward freedom and summer. Chapter 3. Few events in a human being's life, at least a male human being's life, are as free, as exuberant, as infinitely expansive and filled with potential as the first day of summer when one is an 11-year-old boy. The summer lies ahead like a great banquet, and the days are filled with rich, slow time in which to enjoy each course. Awakening on that first delicious morning of summer, Dale Stewart had lain for a moment in that brief twilight of consciousness, already savoring the difference, even before realizing what it was. No alarm clock or mother's shout to rouse him and his brother Lawrence, no gray, cold fog pressing at the windows, and no grayer, colder school awaiting them at 8:30, no loud chorus of adult voices telling them what to do, what workbook pages to turn to, what thoughts to think. No, this morning there were the sound of birds, the rich, warm air of summer coming through screens, the sound of a lawn-mower down the street as some early-rising retired person began the daily yard chores, and, already visible through the curtains, the rich, warm benediction of sunlight falling across Dale's and Lawrence's bed, as if the barrier of the gray school year had been raised and color had been allowed to return to the world. Dale had rolled to one side and seen his brother's eyes open and staring above the glass-black eyes of his teddy-bear. Then Lawrence had grinned that overbite joyous grin of his, and the two boys were up, throwing their pajamas off in a rush, tugging on jeans and T-shirts waiting on nearby chairs, pulling on clean white socks and less-than-clean sneakers, and then were out, clattering down the stairs for a perfunctory breakfast, laughing with their mom over silly things, and then out again, onto their bikes, down the street, away, off into summer. 3 hours later, the brothers were in Mike O'Rourke's chicken house, sprawled with their friends on the legless, sprung couch, torn chairs, and littered floor of their unofficial clubhouse. The others were there, Mike, Kevin, Jim Harlan, even Dwayne McBride in from his farm while his dad shopped at the co-op store, and all seemed stunned into incapacity by the bewildering array of choices facing them. "We could ride out to Stone Creek or Hartley's Pond," said Kevin. "Go swimming." Said Mike. He was lying on the sofa with his legs over the back, his back in the sprung cushions, and his head on a catcher's mitt lying on the floor. He was shooting at a daddy-long-legs on the ceiling with a rubber band that he would retrieve after each ricochet. So far he had been careful not to hit the insect, but it was shuttling back and forth in some agitation. Each time it got close to a concealing crack or 2x4 rafter, Mike would fire the rubber band and send it scuttling in the opposite direction. "I don't want to go swimming," said Mike. "Water moccasins will be all worked up because of the storm last night." Dale and Lawrence exchanged glances. Mike was afraid of snakes. It was the only fear they knew their friend had. "Play ball," said Kevin. "Nah," said Harlan, from where he lay on a sprung armchair reading a Superman comic. "I didn't bring my glove, and I'd have to ride all the way home to get it." While the rest of the boys, with the exception of Dwayne, lived within a short block of each other, Jim Harlan lived on the far end of Depot Street, near the tracks that led out to the dump and the squalid shacks where Cordy Cook lived. Harlan's house was all right, an old white farmhouse which had been swallowed up by the town decades before, but a lot of his neighbors were weird. J.P. Congdon, the crazy justice of the peace, lived only 2 houses away from Harlan, and J.P.'s son, C.J., was the meanest bully in town. The boys didn't like playing at Harlan's house, or even going up that way if they could help it, and they understood Jim Harlan's reluctance to go back that way to get his stuff. "Head out to the woods," suggested Dale. "Maybe check out Gypsy Lane." The other boys stirred restlessly. There was no obvious reason to veto the suggestion, but lethargy had them firmly in its grip. Mike fired the rubber band, and the daddy-long-legs scurried away from the impact site. "That'd take too long," said Kevin. "I've got to be home for dinner." The other boys smiled, but said nothing. They were all familiar with the voice of Kevin's mother when she opened the door and shouted, "Kevin!" in a rising falsetto, and they were familiar with the alacrity with which Kevin dropped whatever he was doing and ran for the white ranch house on the low hill next to Dale and Lawrence's older home. "What do you want to do, Duane?" asked Mike. O'Rourke was the born leader, always polling everyone before deciding. The big farm boy, with his goofy haircut, baggy corduroy pants, and placid gaze, was chewing on something, not gum, and his expression was almost retarded. Dale knew how misleading that dumb hick appearance was. All the boys sensed it, because Duane McBride was so smart that the others could only guess at his thought patterns. He was so smart that he didn't even have to show how smart he was in school, preferring to let the teachers writhe in frustration at the oversized boys' perfectly correct but terse answers, or scratch their heads at verbal responses tinged with an irony which bordered on impertinence. Duane didn't care about school. He cared about things the other boys didn't understand. Duane stopped chewing and nodded toward the old RCA Victor floor model radio that was in the corner. "I think I'd like to listen to the radio." He took 3 thumping steps toward the thing, squatted gracelessly in front of it, and began twiddling the dial. Dale stared. The cabinet was huge, almost 4 feet tall, and impressive, with its different dial bands, the top one saying National and listing Mexico City at 49 megahertz, Hong Kong, London, Madrid, Rio, and a list of others at 40 mh, the sinister cities of Berlin, Tokyo, and Pittsburgh at 31 mh, and Paris, alone and mysterious, far down the dial at 19 mh. But the cabinet was empty. There were no works left at all. Duane squatted and twiddled the dials carefully, head cocked, alert for the slightest sound. Jim Harlan caught on first. He scooted behind the cabinet, pulling it back in the corner so no part of him showed. Duane said, "I'll try the domestic band." He twiddled the middle dial between international and special service. "This is labeled Chicago down here," he muttered to himself. From inside the cabinet came a hum, as if of tubes warming up, then a rasp of static as Duane moved the dial. Short bursts of baritone were silenced as announcers were cut off in mid-sentence. Snatches of rock-and-roll music exploded and were silenced. Static, rasp. A ball game. The Chicago White Sox. "He's going back, back, back against the right field wall of Comiskey Park. He's jumping for it. He's going up on the wall. He's—" "Aw, nothing here," muttered Duane. "I'll try the international band. Dum-da-dee. Here we are. Berlin." "Ach, de Lieber, der first Beginner Ball ist up and out of here," came Harlan's voice. changed instantly from the excited Chicago Dizzy Deanish drawl to a throaty Teutonic lashing of syllables. Der Führer ist nicht happy. Nein, nein. Ist geflucht und vertunken under Village Pistoffen. Nothing here, muttered Duane. I'll try Paris. But the falsetto and phony French from behind the cabinet was lost in the giggles and laughter in the chicken house. Mike O'Rourke's last shot with the rubber band went wild, and the daddy longlegs escaped into a crack in the roof. Dale crawled toward the radio, ready to try some stations, while Lawrence rolled on the floor. Kevin crossed his arms and pursed his lips, while Mike prodded him in the ribs with his sneaker. The spell was broken. The boys could do anything they wanted to. Hours later, after dinner, in the long, painfully sweet twilight of a summer's evening, Dale, Lawrence, Kevin, and Harlan slid their bikes to a stop at the corner near Mike's house. "Ee-aw-kee!" shouted Lawrence. "Kee-aw-ee!" came the shouted response from the shadows under the elms, and Mike rode out to meet them, sliding his rear tire in the loose gravel, spinning to face the same direction the others were facing. This was the bike patrol, formed 2 years earlier by these 5 boys, when the oldest were in 4th grade and the youngest still believed in Santa Claus. They didn't call it the bike patrol now because they were self-conscious about the name, too grown up to pretend they patrolled Elm Haven in order to help people in distress and to protect the innocent from evildoers, but they still believed in the bike patrol, believed with the simple acquiescence to the reality of now, which once left them lying awake on Christmas Eve with pulses racing and mouths dry. They paused there a moment on the quiet street. First Avenue continued past Mike's house out into countryside, north to the water tower 1/4 of a mile, and then turning east until it disappeared in the evening haze above the fields near the horizon, where the woods and Gypsy Lane and the Black Tree Tavern waited out of sight. The sky was a softly burnished shield of gray, fading now in the hour between sunset and dark, and the corn in the fields was low, not yet up to an 11-year-old's knees. Dale looked out over the fields that stretched east past distant softened horizons of trees, and imagined Peoria there, 38 miles away beyond the hills and valleys and stretches of timber, lying in its own river valley and glowing with 1,000 lights. But there was no glow there, only a quickly darkening horizon, and he could not really imagine the city. Instead, he heard the soft rustle and whisper of the corn. There was no breeze. Perhaps it was the sound of the corn growing, thrusting its way up to become the wall that would soon surround Elm Haven and seal it off from the world. "Come on," Mike said softly, and stood on the pedals, leaning far forward over his handlebars and taking off in a shower of gravel. Dale and Lawrence and Kevin and Harlan followed. They rode south down First Avenue in the soft gray light, moving under elm shadow and emerging quickly into open twilight. The low fields lay open to their left, the dark houses to their right. Past School Street and the hint of Donna Lou Perry's house, glowing a block to the west. Past Church Street and its long corridor of elms and oaks, and then they were at the hard road, Highway 151A, and slowing out of habit before swinging right onto the empty but still warm pavement of the 2-lane Main Street. They pedaled furiously, swinging up onto the sidewalk after the first block to let an old Buick roar past. They were riding west now, toward the glow in the sky, and the building fronts on the 2 blocks of Main Street gleamed in the fading light. A pickup truck pulled out of the diagonal parking in front of Carl's Tavern on the south side of the street and weaved toward them down the hard road. Dale recognized the driver of the old GM truck as Duane McBride's dad. The driver was drunk. "Lights!" shouted all 5 boys as they pedaled past. The pickup continued on without headlights or tail lights, making a wide turn up First Avenue behind them. They jumped from the raised sidewalk to the empty hard road and continued west past Second Avenue and Third, past the bank and the A&P on their right, past the Parkside Cafe and Bandstand Park, all dark and quiet under the elms to their left. It felt like Saturday night, but it was only Thursday. No free show illuminated the night with its light and noise in the park. Not yet, but soon enough. Mike hollered and swung left down Broad Avenue along the north end of the small park, past the tractor dealership and the small houses clustered there. It was getting dark in earnest now. Behind them the tall streetlights flicked on along Main Street, illuminating the 2 blocks of downtown. Broad Avenue was a quickly darkening tunnel under the elms at their backs, an even darker tunnel in front of them. "Touch the stairway!" shouted Mike. "No!" yelled Kevin. Mike always proposed it. Kevin always opposed it. They always did it. Another block south, in a part of town the boys visited only during these twilight patrols, past the long dead-end street of new houses where Digger Taylor and Chuck Sperling lived, past the official end of Broad Avenue, up the private lane to the Ashley mansion. Weeds choked the rutted drive. Untended limbs hung low and thrust from the thickets on either side to slash at the unwary biker. It was full dark in this tunnel of a driveway. As always, Dale put his head down and pedaled furiously to stay close to Mike. Lawrence was gasping to keep pace on his smaller bike, but he kept up just as he always did. Harlan and Kevin were nothing but the sound of wheels on gravel behind them. They emerged into the open area near the ruins of the old house. A pillar caught gray light above the brambles and thickets. The stones of the charred foundation were black. Mike wheeled around the circular drive, swung right as if he were going to climb the weed-littered stone stairs to leap into the collapsed foundation, and then slapped the flat slab of porch stone as he continued on. Dale did likewise. Lawrence swung and missed, but did not go back. Kevin and Harlan pedaled past in a flurry of gravel. Around the wide circle of overgrown drive, wheels crunching and slipping on ruts and gravel, Dale noticed how much darker it was with the summer growth shutting out the light. Behind him the Ashley mansion became a dark jumble, a secret place of burned timbers and collapsed floors. He liked it best that way, mysterious and slightly ominous as it was now, rather than merely sad and abandoned as it was in the light of day. They emerged from the night-black lane, formed up 5 abreast on Broad Street, and coasted downhill past the new section in Bandstand Park. They caught their breath and pedaled quickly to cross the hard road between a semi headed west and a semi headed east. The westbound truck's headlights caught Harlan and Kevin in their glare, and Dale looked back in time to see Jim give the trucker the finger. An air horn blasted behind them as they pedaled up Broad Avenue, bikes almost silent on the asphalt under the overarching elms, breathing in the scent of new-mown grass on the broad lawns which swept back away from the street to the big houses. Gliding north past the post office and the small white library and the larger white building which was the Presbyterian church where Dale and Lawrence went. Farther north, another long block past tall houses where leaf shadow moved above and below street lamps, and where Mrs. Dubbett's old house showed a single light on the second floor, and Mrs. Dugan's house showed no lights at all. They reached Depot Street and slid to a stop in the gravelly intersection, breathing softly. It was full light now. Bats darted above their heads. The sky cut pale patterns from the dark foliage above them. Dale squinted and saw the first star to the east. "See you guys tomorrow," said Harlan, and swung his bike west up Depot Street. The others waited and watched until he was out of sight under the lower oaks and cottonwoods which darkened the street, until the sound of his pedaling was gone. "Let's go," whispered Kevin. "My mom's going to be furious." Mike grinned at Dale in the dim light, and Dale could feel a lightness and energy in his arms and legs, an almost electrical charge of potential in his body. Summer. Dale punched his brother affectionately on the shoulder. "Cut it out," said Lawrence. Mike stood and pedaled east down Depot. There were no lights on this street, and the last of the glow in the sky painted pale shapes on the road surface, shapes which were quickly erased by moving leaf shadows. They rushed past Old Central without speaking, but each of them glanced to his right to look at it, the view somewhat obstructed by the dying elms, the mass of the old building blocking out the sky. Kevin peeled off first, swinging left and crunching up his driveway. His mother was not in sight, but the inner door was open, a sure sign that she had been calling him. Mike slid to a stop at the intersection of Depot and 2nd Avenue, the schoolyard an entire block of darkness behind them. "Tomorrow?" he said. "Yeah," said Dale. "Yeah," said Lawrence. Mike nodded and was gone. Dale and Lawrence put their bikes around back on the small open porch. They could see their mother moving around in the lighted kitchen. She was baking something, and her face was flushed. "Listen," said Lawrence, grabbing his older brother's hand. Across the street, in the darkness around Old Central, there was a sibilant rush as of voices speaking hurriedly in an adjoining room. "It's just a TV somewhere," began Dale, but then he heard the sound of breaking glass, a shout quickly stifled. They stood there another minute, but a wind had come up, and the leaves rustling in the broad oak over the drive drowned any further sound. "Come on," said Dale, still holding his brother's hand. They went into the light. Chapter 4. Duane McBride waited in Bandstand Park until the old man got drunk enough to be thrown out of Carl's Tavern. It was past 8:30 when the old man came staggering out, stood weaving on the curb, shook his fist and shouted curses at Dom Stiegel, the owner of Carl's. There had been no Carl since 1943, and then tumbled into the pickup, cursing as he dropped his keys on the floor, cursing again as he found them, ground the starter and flooded the engine. Duane hurried. He knew that the old man was drunk enough to forget that Duane had ridden with him when they had come into town almost 10 hours earlier to pick up a few things at the co-op. "Duaney," said the old man, squinting at his son, "what the hell are you doing here?" Duane said nothing, letting the old man's memory work. "Oh, yeah," the old man said at last. "Did you see your friends?" "Yeah, Dad." Duane had left Dale and the others in late afternoon when they'd gone over to the city ballpark to play a pickup game. There had been a chance that the old man would stay sober enough to head home before Dom threw him out. "Hop in, kiddo." The old man was enunciating with the precise care and South Boston accent that came out only when he was seriously drunk. "No thanks, Dad. I'll ride in the back if that's okay." The old man shrugged, ground the starter again, and got the heap started. Duane jumped into the backs next to the tractor parts they'd picked up that morning. He stuck his notebook and pencil in his shirt pocket and crouched low on the metal truck bed, peering over the side, hoping that the old man wouldn't rack up this new GM junker the way he had the last 2 used trucks they'd owned. Dwayne saw Dale and the others riding down Main in the dim light, but he didn't think they'd seen this vehicle before, so he lay low in the truck bed while the old man weaved past. Dwayne heard the shouted, "Lights!" but the old man ignored them or hadn't heard. The truck screeched around the corner on First Avenue, and Dwayne sat up in time to see the old brick home on the east side. The slave house, the town kids called it, although most didn't know why. Dwayne knew why. It was the old Thompson place, and it had been a way station on the Underground Railroad in the 1850s. Dwayne had become interested in the slave escape route when he was in 3rd grade and had done some research in the city library over in Oak Hill. Besides the Thompson place, there had been 2 other Underground Railroad way stations in Creve County. One, an old frame farmhouse belonging to a Quaker family in the Spoon River Valley toward Peoria, had burned down before the Second World War. But the other one had belonged to the family of a kid in Dwayne's 3rd grade class, and one Saturday Dwayne had ridden his bike there, 8.5 miles each way, just to see the place. Dwayne had shown the kid and his family where the hidden room was behind the closet under the stairway, and then he had pedaled home. The old man hadn't been drinking that Saturday, and Dwayne had avoided a beating. They roared past Mike O'Rourke's place, out past the city ballpark north of town, and turned east at the water tower. Dwayne shifted around in the truck bed as they hit gravel. He hunkered down and closed his eyes as gravel flew and dust surrounded him, tickling his neck under his heavy plaid shirt, settling in his hair and between his teeth. The old man didn't run off the road, although he almost missed the turnoff to County Road 6. The truck braked, skidded, tipped, righted itself, and then they were pulling into the crowded parking lot of the Black Tree Tavern. "I'll be just a minute, Dwayne." The old man slapped at Dwayne's arm. "Just stop in to say hi to the boys before we head home to work on the tractor." "Okay, Dad." Dwayne settled lower into the pickup bed, propped his head against the back of the cab, and pulled out his worn notebook and pencil. It was full dark now. The stars were visible beyond the trees behind the black tree, but enough yellow light spilled through the screen door to allow Dwayne to read if he squinted. The notebook was thick, warped with sweat and smeared with dust, and the pages were almost filled with Dwayne's tiny script. There were almost 50 similar notebooks in the secret hiding place in his basement room at home. Dwayne McBride had known that he wanted to be a writer since he was 6 years old. Dwayne's reading, he had read complete books since he was 4 years old, had always been another world for him. Not an escape, since he rarely sought escape. Writers had to confront the world if they were going to observe it accurately. But another world nonetheless. One filled with powerful voices relaying even more powerful thoughts. Dwayne would always love the old man for sharing books and the love of reading with him. Dwayne's mother had died before he was old enough to really know her, and the intervening years had been rough, what with the farm going to hell and the old man's drinking, the occasional beatings and even more occasional abandonments. But there were good times, too. The normal flow of days when the old man was on the wagon, the easy cycle of hard work in the summers, even if they couldn't keep up, the long evenings with the 2 of them talking to Uncle Art, 3 bachelors cooking steaks in the backyard and talking about everything under the stars. including the stars. Dwayne's old man had dropped out of Harvard, but gotten his master's in engineering at the University of Illinois before coming back to run his mother's farm. Uncle Art had been a traveler and poet, merchant marine one year, teaching at private schools in Panama or Uruguay or Orlando the next. Even when they drank too much, their talk was interesting to the third bachelor in the circle, young Duane, and he drank in information with the insatiable appetite of the terminally gifted. No one in Elm Haven or in the Creve Coeur County school system thought of Duane McBride as gifted. The term simply did not exist in 1960 rural Illinois. He was fat. He was odd. The teachers often had described him in written comments and the rare parent-teacher conferences as unkempt, unmotivated, and inattentive. But not a discipline problem. Merely a disappointment. Duane did not apply himself. When confronted by his teachers, Duane would apologize, smile, and amble on with whatever private thoughts and projects were possessing him at the time. School was not a problem, not even a hindrance, really, since he liked the idea of school. It was merely a distraction from his studies and his preparation for becoming a writer. Or it would have been merely a distraction if there hadn't been something about Old Central that bothered him. Not the kids so much, not even the principal and teachers, slow-witted and provincial as they seemed. There was something else. Duane squinted in the dim light and flipped his notebook back a few pages to yesterday, the final day of school. Others don't seem to notice the smell here, or if they do, they don't talk about it. A smell of coldness, meat locker taint, faint hint of corruption, like the time the heifer died down behind the South Pond, and the old man and I didn't find it for a week. Light is odd in Old Central. Thick. The time the old man took me to the abandoned hotel in Davenport when he was going to salvage all that stuff and make a fortune. Thick light. Filtered through dust and thick drapes and memories of former glory. Same musty, hopeless smell, too. Remember shafts of light from a high window to the parquet floor in that abandoned ballroom, like the stained glass windows above the stairways in Old Central? No? More a sense of foreboding? Evil? Too melodramatic. A sense of awareness to both places. That and the sound of rats scurrying in the walls. Wonder why no one else talks about the sound of the rats in Old Central. Wouldn't think the county health people would be too thrilled with an elementary school with rats. Rat droppings everywhere. Rats running on top of the pipes down in the basement where the restrooms are. I remember when I was in second grade in Old Central, and I went down there. Duane skipped ahead to the notes he had made that afternoon in Bandstand Park. Dale, Lawrence, never Larry, Mike, Kevin, and Jim. How to describe peas in a pod. Dale, Lawrence, Mike, Kevin, and Jim. How come everybody calls Jim Harlan? You get the feeling even his mom does. Of course, she's not even a Harlan anymore. Took her old name back when she got divorced. Who else do I know in E.H. who got divorced? Nobody, if you don't count Uncle Art's wife, who I never met, and who he probably doesn't even remember because she was Chinese, and the marriage only lasted 2 days, 22 years before I was born. Dale, Lawrence, Mike, Kevin, and Jim. How to compare peas in a pod. Haircuts. Dale's got the basic Elm Haven crew cut, Old Friars does it in his spooky barber shop. Barber pole equals guild sign, blood spiraling down. Maybe they were vampires in the Middle Ages. But Dale's crew cut is a little longer in front, hair almost long enough to make bangs. Dale doesn't pay attention to his hair, except that time his mom cut it when we were in 3rd grade and left those chunks and gashes. Little archipelago of bald spots. Then Dale kept his Cub Scout cap on, even in class. Lawrence's hair is shorter, stuck up in front with butchwax. Goes with his glasses and buck teeth. Make a skinny face skinnier. Wonder what haircuts will look like in the future, say 1975. One thing's for sure, won't look like the science fiction movies where the actors have got today's look with shiny clothes and skull caps on. Maybe long hair, like in T. Jefferson's day? Or greased down and parted in the middle like the way the old man looks in his old Harvard photos? One thing's for sure, we'll all look back at our photos from now and think we look like geeks. Duane paused, took his glasses off, and thought about the origins of the word geek. He knew it meant the guy in the circus sideshow who bit the heads off chickens. Uncle Art had told him that, and Art was reliable with words. But what was the etymology? Duane cut his own hair, when he remembered. It was long on top, much longer than common for a boy in 1960, but cut quite short over the ears. He did not comb it. Now it felt grimy, the dusty ride from Elm Haven. Duane opened the notebook again. Mike. Same crew-cut type haircut, probably from his mom or one of his sisters, since they don't have enough money for barber, but somehow it looks better on O'Rourke. Longer in front, but not sticking up. Not bangs either. Never noticed, but Mike has eyelashes as long as a girl's. His eyes are strange, so gray-blue you notice them from far away. His sisters would probably kill to have eyes like that. But he's not sissified. Effeminate. Spelling? Just handsome in a way. Sort of like Senator Kennedy, only not like him at all, if that makes sense. Don't like it when Mailer or somebody describes a character as looking like an actor or something. Lazy. Kevin Grumbacher's hair sort of leaps straight up, like currycomb above a rabbit's face. Goes with his prominent Adam's apple and freckles and nervous grin and general air of anxious consternation, always waiting for his mommy to call him home. Jim's hair, Harlan's hair, not really a crew cut, although it's short, sort of a squarish face with a wisp of hair on top. Jim Harlan reminds me of that actor we saw in the free show last summer in the movie Mr. Roberts, the fellow who played Ensign Pulver. Jack Lemmon. Oops. Here you go again. Just describe characters in your books as looking like movie stars. It'll help the casting when they sell to Hollywood. But Harlan does look like the Ensign Pulver guy. Same mouth, same nervous, funny mannerisms, same tense, sarcastic chatter. Same haircut? Who cares? O'Rourke's sort of calm, a leader, the way Henry Fonda was in that movie. Maybe Jim Harlan's just acting out his character from that film, too. Maybe we're all imitating characters we saw at the free show last summer, and we don't know. Duane closed the notebook, took off his glasses, and rubbed his eyes. He was tired, although he'd done no work that day, and hungry. He tried to remember what he'd fixed for breakfast. Gave it up. When the others had scattered for lunch, Duane had stayed in the chicken house making notes, thinking. Duane was tired of thinking. He jumped down from the pickup and walked to the edge of the woods. Fireflies winked against the blackness. Duane could hear the frogs and cicadas calling from around the creek in the ravine below him. The hillside behind Black Tree Tavern was littered with garbage and junk, black shapes against the blacker background, and Duane unzipped and urinated into the darkness, hearing the patter fall on something metallic below. Heavy laughter came through a lighted window, and Duane could pick out the old man's voice, rising above the others, getting ready to hit them with the punchline to the story. Duane loved the old man's stories, but not when he was drinking. The usually humorous tales turned mean and dark, edged with cynicism. Duane knew that the old man thought of himself as a failure. Failed Harvard man, failed engineer, failed farmer, failed inventor, failed get-rich-quick businessman, failed husband, failed father. Duane generally agreed with the old man's assessment, although he thought that the jury might still be out on the last charge. Duane went back to the pickup and climbed into the cab, keeping the door open to let the whiskey smell out. He knew that whatever bartender was working tonight would toss the old man out just before he got violent, and he knew that he'd get the old man into the back of the pickup so he wouldn't struggle or grab the wheel, and then he, Duane, 11 years old last March, a C student with an IQ of 160 plus, according to Uncle Art, who dragged him up to the U of I 2 winters ago to be tested for God knows what reason. Then he would drive the old man home, put him to bed, make supper, and go out to the barn to see if the parts fit in the John Deere. Later, much later, Duane was awakened by a whispering in his ear. Even half asleep, he knew that he was home. He'd driven the old man over the 2 hills, past the cemetery and Dale's Uncle Henry's place, then out County 6 to the farm. He'd planted the old man snoring in his bed and set in the new distributor before coming in to cook some hamburger. But he was surprised that he'd gone to sleep with the radio receiver still whispering in his ear. Duane slept in the basement, in a corner he'd partitioned off with a hanging quilt and some crates. It wasn't as pathetic as it sounded. The second floor was too cold and empty in the winter, and the old man had given up sleeping in the bedroom he had shared with Duane's mother. So now the old man slept on the daybed in the parlor, and Duane had his basement. It was warm down there near the furnace, even when the winds blew across stubbled fields in the cold belly of winter. There was a shower there, and only a tub on the second floor, and Duane had brought down a bed, a dresser, his lab and darkroom stuff, his workbench, and his electronics. Duane had listened to the radio late at night since he was 3 years old. The old man used to, but had given it up some years before. Duane had crystal sets and store-bought receivers, Heathkits and rebuilt consoles, shortwave, and even a new transistor model. Uncle Art had suggested that Duane get into ham radio, but Duane wasn't interested. He didn't want to send. He wanted to listen. And listen he did. Late at night in the shadows of his basement, with antenna wire strung everywhere, running up conduits and out windows. Duane listened to Peoria stations, and Des Moines and Chicago, and the big stations from Cleveland and Kansas City, of course, but he most enjoyed the distant stations, the whispers from North Carolina and Arkansas and Toledo and Toronto, and occasionally, when the ion layer was right and the sunspots quiet, the babble in Spanish, or slow Alabama tones almost as foreign, or the call letters of a California station, or a Quebec call-in show. Duane listened to sports, closing his eyes in the Illinois darkness and imagining the floodlit ball fields, where the grass was as green as arterial blood was red, and he listened to music. He liked classical, loved big band, but lived for jazz. But most of all, Duane listened for the call-in talk shows, where patient, unseen hosts waited for faceless listeners to call in with their rambling but fervent comments. Sometimes Duane imagined that he was the single crewman on a receding starship, already light years from Earth, unable to turn around, doomed never to return, unable even to reach his destination in a human lifetime, but still connected by this expanding arc of electromagnetic radiation, rising now through the onion-like layers of old radio shows, traveling back in time as he traveled forward in space, listening to voices whose owners had long since died, moving back toward Marconi, and then silence. Someone was whispering his name. Duane sat up in the darkness and realized that his earphones were still in place. He had been testing the new Heath kit before falling asleep. The voice came again. It was probably feminine, but seemed oddly sexless. The tone was made tenuous by distance, but was as clear as the stars he had seen on his way in from the barn at midnight. It was calling his name. Duane, Duane, we're coming for you, my dear. Duane sat up on his bed, clamped the earphones tighter. The voice didn't seem to be coming through the earphones. It seemed to be coming from under his bed, from the darkness above the heating pipes, from the cinder-block walls. We will come, Duane, my dear. We will come soon. No one called Duane my dear, not even in jest. He had no idea if his mother had when she was alive. Duane ran his hand down the earphone cord, found the cold jack on his blankets where he had pulled it free after turning off the receiver. We will come soon, Duane, my dear, the voice whispered urgently in his ear. Wait for us, my dear. Duane leaned out into darkness, felt for the hanging cord, and tugged on the light. The earphones were not plugged in. The receiver was off. None of his radios were on. Wait for us, my dear. Chapter 5. Dale smelled death before he saw it. It was Friday, the 3rd of June, their second day of summer, and the bunch of them had been playing ball since just after breakfast. By mid-afternoon they were caked with dust made muddy by their sweat, when Dale smelled death coming. Jesus! Cried Jim Harlan from his place between first and second base. What is that? Dale was just stepping up to the plate to bat, but now he stepped back and pointed. The smell had come from the east, blowing with the breeze down the dirt road that connected the city ballpark to First Avenue. The smell was death, corruption, the stench of recent roadkill, the bloated to bursting gases of bacteria working in dead stomachs. And it was coming closer. "Oh, yuck!" said Donna Lou Perry from the pitcher's mound. She kept the ball in her right hand, raised her baseball mitt to her mouth and nose, and turned to look the direction Dale was pointing. The rendering truck turned slowly from First Avenue and rolled down the 100 yards of dirt road toward them. The truck's cab was scabrous red, and the bed behind was shielded by solid wooden slats. Dale could see 4 legs protruding straight up. A cow, perhaps, or a horse. It was hard to tell at this distance. The corpse obviously tossed in among others, the hoofs pointing skyward like a cartoon of a dead animal. This was no cartoon. "Ah, give us a break," said Mike from his catcher's position behind the plate. He lifted his T-shirt over his mouth and nose as the stench came on stronger. Dale took another step away from the plate, his eyes watering and stomach churning. The rendering truck reached the end of the dirt road and pulled into the grassy parking lot behind the bleachers to their right. The air seemed to grow thick around them as the stench of dead things closed over Dale's face like a hand. Kevin jogged in from third base. "Is that Van Syke?" Lawrence came off the bench and stood next to Dale as they both squinted toward the truck, the bills of their wool baseball caps pulled low. "I don't know," said Dale. "Can't see in the cab because of the stupid glare. But Van Syke usually drives it in the summer, doesn't he?" Jerry Daysinger had been waiting on deck behind Dale. Now he held his bat like a rifle and made a face. "Yeah, Van Syke drives it, most of the time." Dale glanced at the shorter boy. All of them knew that Jerry's dad sometimes drove the rendering truck or mowed the cemetery, odd jobs around town that Van Syke usually took care of. No one had ever seen Mr. Van Syke with a friend, but Jerry's dad sometimes hung around with him. As if reading their thoughts, Daysinger said, "It's Van Syke. My old man's up at Oak Hill today working on a construction job." Donna Lou walked in from the mound, her mitt still over the lower part of her face. "What's he want?" Mike O'Rourke shrugged. "I don't see any dead things around here, do you?" "Just Harlan," said Jerry, flicking a clod of dirt at Jim as he loped in to join the group. The rendering truck sat there, 10 yards away, the windshield opaqued by glare and the thick layers of paint on the cab looking like caked blood. Through the slats on the side, Dale could catch a glimpse of hides, gray and black, another hint of hoof near the tailgate, something large and brown and bloated just behind the cab. The 4 legs jutting skyward belonged to a cow. Dale pulled the bill of his cap lower and could see white bone showing through rotted hide. The air was thick with the buzzing of the flies that hung over the truck like a blue cloud. "What's he want?" Donna Lou asked again. The 6th grader had hung around with the bike patrol boys for years. She was the best pitcher on their pickup teams. But this summer Dale had noticed how tall she'd grown. That and the curves under her T-shirt. "Let's go ask him," said Mike. He tossed down his glove and started walking toward the opening in the backstop. Dale felt his heart lurch. He didn't like Van Syke at the best of times. When he thought of him, even in the context of school, with teachers and Dr. Roon within shouting distance, he had the image of long, spidery fingers with dirt under the nails, dirt-lined wrinkles on the back of a blister-reddened neck, and yellow teeth which were much too large, like the teeth on the rats at the dump. And the thought of walking closer to that truck, that smell, made Dale's insides quiver again. Mike had reached the fence and was going through the narrow gap there. "Hey, wait a minute," called Harlan. "Look!" A kid was riding down the dirt road, and now the bike swerved into right field and crossed the dirt infield in a spray of clouds. Dale saw that it was a girl's bike, and that the girl riding it was Sandra Whitaker, Donna Lou's friend. "Oh, phew," said Sandy, as she brought the bike to a sliding halt near the group of them. "What died?" "Mike's dead cousins just drove up," said Harlan. "He was just going over to give them a hug." Sandy gave Harlan a look and dismissed him with a flounce of her braids. "I've got news. Something weird's going on." "What?" said Lawrence, and adjusted his glasses. The third grader's voice was tense. "J.P. and Barney and everybody's over at Old Central. Cordy's there and her weird-looking mom. Rune's out there, everybody. They're looking for Cordy's stupid brother." "Tubby?" said Jerry Daysinger. He rubbed his runny nose with his hand and wiped it on his gray T-shirt. "I thought he ran away on Wednesday." "Yeah," panted Sandy, talking to Donna Lou now, "but Cordy thinks he's still in the school. Weird, huh?" "Let's go," said Harlan, running for the row of bikes near first base. The others followed, pulling handlebar grips away from the fence, tucking baseball gloves on their handlebars or onto bats thrown over their shoulders. "Hey," called Mike from the other side of the backstop. "What about Van Syke?" "Give him a kiss for us," yelled Harlan, and started pedaling down the dirt road. Dale followed, Lawrence and Kevin right behind him. Dale pedaled hard, pretending to be excited about Sandy's news. Anything to get away from the stench of death and the silent rendering truck. Mike waited a minute while the others fled, dust rising behind them. Daysinger didn't have a bike, but he rode on the front of Grumbacher's, Kevin's long legs rising and falling as he pedaled hard. Donna Lou glanced toward Mike and then got on her aqua and white bike, threw her mitt in the basket, and rode off with Sandy. For a moment, Mike was all alone on the ball field, just him and the terrible stench of dead things and the silent truck. Mike stood there just behind the backstop and glared at the truck. It was at least 90 degrees out today, the sun so fierce that it made the sweat run in rivulets down his dusty neck and cheeks. How could Van Syke stand it if he was in that cab with the windows closed? Mike stood there as the gang of kids reached First Avenue and swung right onto the asphalt street. Sandy and Donna Lou were the last to turn out of sight behind the row of elms there. Flies buzzed. Something in the back of the rendering truck shifted with a soft liquid sound, and the stench grew worse, became almost visible in the thickening air. Mike felt panic begin to rise in him, the way it did late at night when he heard a scrabbling in his grandmother's room below him, and thought it was her soul scratching to get free, or when he knelt too long at high mass, half hypnotized by the incense and litany and his own sleepiness, thinking of his sins and the terrible fires of hell and the slimy things waiting for him there. Mike took another 5 steps closer to the truck. Grasshoppers jumped away in the dry grass. There was a shadow just visible through the windshield glare. Mike stopped and gave the truck and its occupants, living and dead, the finger. Then he turned slowly and walked back through the gap in the wood and wire backstop, willing himself not to run, but waiting for the slam of the cab door and the rush of heavy footsteps. There was only the sound of flies. Then, softly, unmistakably, there rose from the truck bed a soft mewling which grew to an infant's wail. Mike froze in the act of sliding his mitt onto his handlebars. No mistake. A baby was crying back there in that crib of death filled with roadkill scraped off asphalt. Dead dogs with their guts spilling out, bloated cattle and white-eyed horses, flattened piglets in the rotting offal of a dozen farms. The crying rose in pitch and intensity, shifted to a wail which perfectly matched Mike's sudden stab of terror, and then fell off to a gurgling, as if whatever was there was feeding, nursing. Mike pushed his bike away from the fence with legs gone soft. He pedaled out past first base, turned onto the dirt road, and headed for First Avenue. He did not stop. He did not look back. They saw the cars and commotion a block away. J.P. Congdon's matte black Chevy was parked in the school lot next to the constable's car and an old blue panel truck that Dale guessed belonged to Cordy Cook's mom. Cordy was there, wearing the same shapeless dress she'd worn the entire last month of school, and the overweight, moon-faced woman next to her had to be her mother. Dr. Roon and Mrs. Dubbett stood at the base of the stairs at the north entrance as if blocking the way. The justice of the peace and the town constable, Barney, stood between the two groups like referees. Dale and the others slid to a stop on the grassy field about 25 feet from the group of adults. Not so close so they'd be shooed away, not so far away they couldn't hear. Dale looked up as Mike pedaled up and slid to a stop. His friend's face was pale. "And I say that Terence never came home Wednesday," shouted Mrs. Cook. The woman's fat face was browned and wrinkled into folds, which made Dale think of Mike's catcher's mitt. Her eyes had the same gray, washed-out, hopeless look that he recognized from his classmate Cordy. "Terence?" whispered Jim Harlan, and made a face. "Yes, ma'am," said Barney, still standing between the fat woman and the principal and teacher. "Dr. Roon understands that, but they're sure he left the school. We need to find out where he went after school." "Bullshit!" cried Mrs. Cook. "My Cordelia says that she didn't see him crossin' the schoolyard, and my Terence wouldn't 'a' left school without permission nohow. He's a good boy, and I would 'a' tanned his behind to the bone if he hadda." Kevin turned toward Dale and raised an eyebrow. Dale didn't look away from the group of intense adults. "Now, Mrs. Cook," began the short, bald, mean little justice of the peace, "we all know that Terence had his mischievous ways about him, and—" Mrs. Cook rounded on the little man. "Shut your face, J.P. Congdon. Everybody knows your boy C.J. is the meanest little asshole who ever carried a switchblade. Don't you be telling me about my Terence's ways." She looked back at the skinny constable everyone in town called Barney, and thrust a blunt finger toward Dr. Roon and old Doublebutt. "Constable, these people is hidin' something." Barney made a gesture with both hands, palms out. Now, Mrs. Cook, you know they looked everywhere. Mrs. Dubbett saw Terence leaving school that afternoon before the children were dismissed. "And I say bullshit to that," shouted Cordy's mother. Cordy herself looked over her shoulder, saw the group of kids, and gave them a blank stare. Mrs. Dubbett seemed to come out of her daze. "No one speaks to me like that. I have been an educator in this district for almost 4 decades, and I don't give a pig's ass how long you've been teaching," began Mrs. Cook. "Ma, she's lyin'," cried Cordy, tugging on her mother's shapeless dress. "I was looking out the window, and I didn't see Tubby nowhere. Old Doublebutt wasn't even lookin'." "Just a minute, young lady," began Dr. Roon. His long fingers played with the watch chain across his vest. "We understand you are upset by your brother's, temporary absence, but we cannot allow such—" "You tell me where my boy is," cried Mrs. Cook, pressing forward against the justice of the peace, as if trying to get her small, fat hands on the principal. "Hey, hey!" cried J.P. Congdon, taking a step back. Barney stepped between the two again, spoke quickly and earnestly to Cordy's mother in tones the kids could not hear, and then said something softly to Dr. Roon. "I agree that we should continue the discussion out of the, public glare," came Dr. Roon's sepulchral tones. Barney nodded, said something else, and the group went into Old Central. Cordy looked back over her shoulder once at Dale and the others, but there was no hostility in her face now, only sadness and something which might have been fear. "It would be better if, Mr. Cook could join us," Dr. Roon was saying as they went inside. "He's been feeling poorly all this week," Cordy's mother said in a tired monotone. "He's been drunk as a junkyard skunk all this week," said Jim Harlan, in a passable imitation of Mrs. Cook's oaky twang. Harlan squinted at the sun in the now empty parking lot. "Shit, it's getting late, and I promised Mom I'd get the yard mowed. I think the fun's over here." Lawrence pushed his glasses higher on his nose. "Where do you think Tubby went?" Harlan leaned over the third grader, twisted his face into a terrible grimace, and raised fingers like claws. "Something got him, punko. And tonight it's gonna get you." He leaned closer, saliva dribbling onto his chin. "Knock it off," said Dale, stepping between Harlan and his brother. "Knock it off," Harlan parroted in falsetto. "Don't disturb my widow brudder." He minced and pirouetted, all wrists and fluttered fingers. Dale said nothing. "You'd better go if you're going to mow the yard," said Mike. There was an edge to his voice. Harlan glanced at O'Rourke, hesitated, said, "Yeah, see you, Simps," and pedaled away down Depot Street. "See, I told you it was weird," said Sandy, and rode away with Donna Lou. Donna shouted, "Tomorrow," back over her shoulder as they reached the line of sentinel elms on the southeast side of the schoolyard. Dale waved. Jerry Daysinger said, "Hell, nothing else is going to happen. I'm going home to get a soda pop." He ran off toward his frame and tar paper house on cinder blocks across School Street. "Kevin!" The shrill cry sounded like a Johnny Weissmuller Tarzan shout. Mrs. Grumbacher's head and shoulders were just visible at the front door. Kevin wasted no time for farewells, but spun his bike and was gone. The shadow of Old Central spread almost to Second Avenue, pulling the color from the playing fields, lying green where sunlight touched, and shading the lower levels of three great elms. J.P. Congdon emerged a few minutes later, shouted something bullying at the kids, and then drove away in a shower of gravel. "My dad says that he uses that Chevy to trick people into speeding," said Mike. "How?" said Lawrence. Mike sat down in the grass and plucked a blade of grass. J.P. hides down in the dairy driveway on the hill where the hard road dips down to cross Spoon River. When people come along, he roars out and tries to race them. If they race, he puts his light on top of his car and arrests them for speeding, drags them to his house, and fines them $25. If they don't race, yeah, he gets in front of them right before the bridge, slows down, and arrests them for passing within 100 feet of the bridge when they finally go around. Lawrence chewed on his grass and shook his head. "What a shit-heel." "Hey," said Dale, "watch your mouth. If Mom hears you talking like that—" "Look," said Lawrence, jumping up and running over to a furrowed ridge in the soil. "What's this?" The two boys ambled over to look. "Gopher," said Dale. Mike shook his head. "Too big. They probably dug a ditch to lay in some new sewer pipe or something, and the hump's still here," said Dale. He pointed. "See? There's another ridge. They both run to the school. Mike walked over to the other furrow, followed it until it disappeared under the sidewalk near the school, and chewed on his blade of grass. Doesn't make much sense to put in new pipes. Why not? Said Lawrence. Mike gestured toward the shaded side of the school. They're tearing it down. A couple more days, once they get all the junk out, they'll be boarding up the windows. If they— Mike stopped, squinted up toward the eaves, and backed away. Dale walked over to join him. What is it? Mike pointed. Up there. See, in the center window on the high school floor? Dale shielded his eyes. What? Somebody looking out, said Lawrence. I saw a white face before it moved away. Not somebody, said Mike. It was Van Syke. Dale glanced over his shoulder, past his house, to the fields beyond. Tree shadow and distance kept him from seeing if the rendering truck was still out by the ball field. Eventually, Mrs. Cook, Cordy, Barney, and old Doublebutt came out, said a few unheard words, and drove away in different directions. Only Dr. Roon's car remained, and just before dark, just before Dale and Lawrence were called in for dinner, he too came out, locked the school door, and drove away in his hearse-like Buick. Dale kept watching from his front door until his mother ordered him to the table. But Van Syke did not emerge. He checked after dinner. Evening light touched only the tops of the trees and the scabby green cupola. The rest was darkness. Chapter 6. Saturday morning, the first Saturday of summer, and Mike O'Rourke was up at dawn. He went into the darkened parlor to check on Memo. She hardly slept at all any more, and when he saw the pale glint of skin and the blink of an eye in the tangle of comforters and shawls, was sure that she was still alive. He kissed her, smelling the faintest hint of the decay that had come from the rendering truck the day before, and then he went out to the kitchen. His father was already up and shaving over the cold water tap there. He clocked in at 7 a.m. at the Pabst Brewery in Peoria, and the city was more than an hour's drive away. Mike's dad was massive, 6 feet tall, but well over 300 pounds, most of it in a wide, round belly that kept him far from the sink even while he shaved. His red hair had receded until it was little more than an orange fuzz over his ears, but his forehead was sunburned from weekends working in the garden, and broken capillaries in his cheeks and nose added to the general rosiness of his complexion. He shaved with the antique straight razor that had belonged to his grandfather, and he paused now, finger on one stretched cheek, blade poised, to nod at his son as Mike headed for the outhouse. Mike had only recently come to realize that his was the only family in Elm Haven that still had to use an outhouse. There were other outhouses. Mrs. Moon had one behind her old frame house. Jerry Daysinger had one behind his tool shed, but those were just remnants, artifacts from an earlier age. The O'Rourkes used their outhouse. For years Mike's mother had been talking about putting in plumbing other than the pump over the sink, but Mike's dad always decided that it was too expensive, since the city had no sewer system and septic tanks cost a fortune. Mike suspected that his father didn't want a bathroom inside. With Mike's 4 sisters and mother always talking in the tiny house, Mike's dad often said that the only place he found true peace and quiet was out back in the John. Mike finished up, walked back along the flagstone walk that wound between his mother's flower garden and his father's vegetable garden, glanced up to see starlings whirling among high leaves, catching the first light of dawn, went in through the small back porch and washed his hands at the kitchen sink which his father had just vacated. Then he went to the junk cupboard, got out his writing tablet and school pencil, and sat at the table. "Gonna be late for the papers," said his dad. He was standing at the counter, drinking coffee and looking out through the kitchen window at the garden. The wall clock said 5:08. "No, I'm not," said Mike. The papers were dropped off at 5:15 in front of the bank next to the A&P on Main Street, where Mike's mother worked. He had never been late in picking them up. "What are you writing there?" asked his dad. The coffee had seemed to focus him. "Just some notes to Dale and the guys." His father nodded, not really seeming to hear, and looked out at his garden again. "That rain the other day really helped the corn." "See you, Dad." Mike folded the notes in his jean pockets, pulled on a baseball cap, gave his father a bop on the shoulder, and was out the door and on his ancient bike, pedaling down First at full speed. As soon as Mike finished his morning paper route, he would pedal to St. Malachi's, over on the west side of town near the railroad tracks, where he would serve as altar boy while Father Kavanaugh said Mass. Mike did this every day of the year. He had been an altar boy since he was 7, and although other kids came and went, Father C. said that none were as dependable as Mike, nor pronounced the Latin as carefully and reverently. The schedule was hard sometimes, especially in winter, when the drifts were deep and he couldn't use his bike to get around town. Sometimes then he'd come running into St. Malachi's, tuck his surplice and cassock on without taking time to shrug out of his coat or get into his brown Oxfords, say Mass with snow melting from the soles of his boots, and then, if only the usual 7:30 congregation was there, Mrs. Moon, Mrs. Shaughnessy, Miss Ashbow, and Mr. Kane, Mike would, with Father C.'s permission, take off right after communion so he could get to school before the last bell rang. He was still late frequently. Mrs. Shrives wouldn't even talk to him any more as he came in, merely glower and nod toward the principal's office. Mike would wait there for Dr. Roon to find time to scold him or give him a rap with the enforcer, the paddle Roon kept in his lower left-hand drawer. The whippings didn't bother Mike any more, but he hated to sit in the office and miss reading class and most of math. Mike put the thought of school out of his mind as he sat on the high sidewalk in front of the bank and waited for the truck carrying the Peoria morning paper. It was summer. The thought of summer, the warmth in the face, smell of warming pavement and moist crops, reality of it, filled Mike's spirit with energy and seemed to expand his chest with air even as the truck arrived, even as he unbundled the papers and folded them, sticking notes in some and setting those in the extra pocket of his delivery bag, even as he rode the morning streets, tossing papers, shouting good mornings to the women getting their milk bottles, and the men getting into their cars for the commute elsewhere. And reality of it, the lessened gravity of summer, continued to buoy him up, even as he leaned his bike against the wall of St. Malachi's and rushed into the cool shade and incense interior of his favorite place in the world. Dale woke late, after 8, and lay in bed a long moment. Light and leaf shadow from the giant elm outside filled the window. Warm air came through the screens. Lawrence was gone already. Dale could hear the cartoon sounds from the living room downstairs as his brother watched Heckle and Jekyll and Rough and Ready. Dale got up, made both his and Lawrence's beds, pulled on underwear, jeans, a T-shirt, clean socks, and his sneakers, and went downstairs to breakfast. His mother had his favorite cereal and raisin toast ready. She was chipper, chatting about what movies might be shown at the free show that night. Dale's dad was still gone on a road trip. His sales territory stretched across 2 states, but he'd be home late that night. Lawrence called from the living room that Dale should hurry, that he was missing Rough and Ready. "That's a little kid's show," Dale shouted back. "It doesn't interest me." But he ate more quickly. "Oh, this was in the paper this morning," said his mom. She set the note next to his bowl. Dale smiled at the sight of the cheap Big Chief tablet paper, recognized Mike's careful writing and awful spelling. "Everybody meet, M-E-A-T, at the cave at 9:30, M." Dale scooped up the last of his Wheaties and wondered what was so important that they had to go all the way out there to meet. The cave was reserved for special events, secrets, emergency powwows, the special bike patrol meetings back when they were young enough to care about such things. "Now, it's not really a cave, is it, Dale?" his mother said, a slight undertone of worry in her voice. Mom, you know it's not. It's just that old culvert out beyond the black tree." "All right, just as long as you remember that you promised to mow the yard before Mrs. Siebert come over to visit this afternoon." Dwayne McBride's father didn't subscribe to the Peoria paper. He didn't read any newspaper except for the New York Times, and that only rarely, so Dwayne didn't receive one of Mike's notes. The phone rang around 9 a.m. Dwayne waited. They were on a party line. 1 ring meant their closest neighbors, the Johnsons. 2 rings meant Dwayne's line, and 3 rings meant a call for Swede Olafson down the road. The phone rang twice, stopped, rang twice again. "Dwayne," came Dale Stewart's voice. "I figured you'd be out doing your chores." "Already did my chores," said Dwayne. "Your dad home?" "He went to Peoria to buy some things." There was a silence. Dwayne knew that Dale knew that Dwayne's old man often didn't return from his Saturday buying trips until late Sunday night. "Hey, we're getting together at the cave at 9:30. Mike's got something to tell us." "Who's we?" Dwayne glanced down at his notebook. He'd been working on his character sketch since after breakfast. This particular piece had been in progress since April, and the notebook was filled with scratch-outs, substitutions, entire passages and pages X'd out, notations scrawled in tiny margins. He knew that this exercise was going to be as far from perfect as all the rest. "You know," said Dale, "Mike and Kevin and Harlan, and maybe Daysinger. I don't know, I just got the note in the paper a while ago." "How about Lawrence?" Dwayne looked out at the ocean of corn rising, almost knee-high now, on either side of the long gravel road to their house. His mother, when she was alive, had forbidden the planting of anything taller than beans in the front 20 acres. "It makes me feel too isolated when the corn gets tall," she'd told Uncle Art. "Too claustrophobic." So the old man had humored her and planted beans. But Dwayne couldn't remember a time when summer did not mean the slow secession of their farm home from the world around them. Waist-high by the 4th of July went the old saying about corn, but usually the corn in this part of Illinois was shoulder-high to Dwayne by the 4th of July. And beyond that point of the summer it wasn't so much that the corn grew as the farmhouse shrank. Dwayne couldn't even see the county road at the end of the lane unless he went to the 2nd floor to peer over the corn, and neither he nor his old man went up on the 2nd floor any more. "What about Lawrence?" said Dale. "Is he coming?" "Sure he's coming. You know, he always hangs around with us." Dwayne smiled. "Just didn't want you to forget your little brother," he said. There was an exasperated noise on the line. "Look, Dwayne, are you coming or not?" Dwayne thought of the work he had to do around the farm that day. He'd be lucky to be finished by dark, even if he started at once. "I'm pretty busy, Dale." "You say you don't know what Mike has in mind?" "Well, I'm not sure, but I think it has something to do with old Central. Tubby Cook missing, you know." Dwayne paused. "I'll be there. 9:30, huh? If I start walking now, I should get there about then." "Geez," said Dale, his voice tinny over the line. "Haven't you got a bike yet?" "If God had meant for me to have a bike," said Duane, "I would have been born with Schwinn as my last name. See you there." He hung up before Dale could reply. Duane went downstairs to find his notebook with his word sketch of old Central in it, pulled on a cap with the word cat on it, and went out to call his dog. Wit came at once. The name was pronounced Vit and was short for Wittgenstein, a philosopher that the old man and Uncle Art argued over incessantly. The old collie was almost blind now, and moved with the slow-motion painfulness of arthritis, but he sensed that Duane was going somewhere, and approached with the hopeful tail-wagging that showed he was ready to join the expedition. Said Duane, worried that the walk would be too much for his old friend in this heat. "You stay here today, Vit. Guard the spread. I'll be back by lunchtime." The collie's cataract-clouded eyes managed to look both hurt and imploring. Duane patted him, led him back to the barn, and made sure his water bowl was full. "Keep the burglars and corn monsters at bay, Vit." The collie surrendered with a canine sigh and settled onto the blanket on straw that served as his bed. The day was hot as Duane ambled down the lane toward County 6. He rolled up the sleeves of his plaid flannel shirt and thought about old Central and about Henry James. Duane had just read The Turn of the Screw, and now he thought about the estate called Bly, about James's subtle suggestion that a place could resonate with such evil that it provided ghosts to haunt the children, Miles and Flora. The old man was an alcoholic and a failure, but he was also a thoughtful atheist and dedicated rationalist, and he had raised his son that way. As early as Duane could remember, he had viewed the universe as a complex mechanism following sensible laws, laws that were only partially and poorly understood by the feeble intellects of humankind, but laws nonetheless. He flipped his notebook open and found the passage about old Central. A sense of foreboding? Evil? Too melodramatic. A sense of awareness. Duane sighed, ripped the page out, and stuck it in the pocket of his corduroy pants. He reached County 6 and turned south. Sunlight blazed off the white gravel of the road and burned against Duane's exposed forearms. Behind him, in the fields on either side of the lane to his home, insects rustled and stirred in the growing corn. Dale, Lawrence, Kevin, and Jim Harlan rode to the cave together. "Why do we have to meet so damn far away?" grumbled Harlan. His bike was smaller than the others, a 17-incher, and he had to pedal twice as hard to keep up. They rode past O'Rourke's house under its large shade trees, north toward the water tower, then east on the wide gravel road, Kevin and Dale and Lawrence in the hard-packed left rut, Harlan on the right. There was no traffic, no wind, and no sound except for their breathing and the crunch of gravel under their tires. It was almost a mile to County 6. In the fields beyond and to the northeast of the junction, hills and heavy timber began. If they had stayed on the road from the water tower, they would have run into the hilly country between Elm Haven and the almost abandoned town called Jubilee College. County 6 continued south for a mile and a half, connecting to Highway 151A, the hard road that ran through Elm Haven. But that shortcut was little more than dirt ruts through fields, and was impassable during most of the winter and spring. They turned north, past the Black Tree Tavern, and roared down the first steep hill, almost standing on their brake pedals. The trees arched over the narrow road here, dappling it in deep shadow. The first time Dale had heard the legend of Sleepy Hollow, when Mrs. Grossaint, their fourth-grade teacher, had read it to the class, he had pictured this place with a covered bridge at the bottom. There was no covered bridge, only rotting wooden railings on either side of the gravel road. The kids slid to a stop at the bottom and walked their bikes down a narrow trail through the weeds on the west side of the road. The weeds were waist-high or taller here, and covered with dust from cars that had passed. Barbed wire fences separated the dark woods from the thick foliage along the roadside. They stowed their bikes under shrubs, making sure they were invisible from the road, and then followed the trail farther down into the coolness of the creek side. At the bottom the trail was almost invisible as it led under the tall weeds and short trees, winding along the narrow stream. Dale led the others into the cave. It wasn't a cave, not exactly. For some reason the county had laid a precast cement culvert under the road here, rather than use the 30-inch corrugated steel pipes found everywhere else. Perhaps they had expected spring floods. Perhaps they had a cement culvert they hadn't known what to do with. For whatever reason, the thing was huge, 6 feet across, and there was a 14-inch groove in the base of it that let the stream trickle through, so that the kids could recline on the curved base of the culvert and stretch their legs out without getting wet. It was cool in the cave on the hottest of days. The entrances were almost covered over with vines and weeds, and the sound of cars passing on the roadbed 10 feet above them just made the hiding place seem that much more concealed. Beyond the far end of the cave, a small drainage pond had formed. It was only 7 or 8 feet wide, and perhaps half that deep in summer, but it had a certain surprising beauty about it, with the water dripping from the culvert like a miniature waterfall, and the surface of the pond made almost black by deep shade from the trees. Mike had named the stream that fed it Corpse Creek, because the small pool so frequently held roadkill tossed from the road above. Dale could remember finding the bodies of possum, raccoon, cats, porcupine, and once the corpse of a large German shepherd in the pool. He recalled lying there at the edge of the cave, elbows on cool cement, and staring at the dog through 4 feet of perfectly clear water. The German shepherd's black eyes had been open, staring back at Dale, and the only hint that the animal was dead, other than the fact it was lying on the bottom of a pond, was a small trail of what looked like white gravel coming from its open muzzle, as if it had vomited stones. Mike was waiting for them in the cave. A minute later Duane McBride joined them, huffing and panting as he came down the trail, his face red under his cap. He blinked in the sudden darkness of the culvert. "Ah, the Thanatopsis Clam and Chowder Society convening," he said, still wheezing a bit. "Huh?" said Jim Harland. "Never mind," said Duane. He sat down and mopped his face with the tail of his flannel shirt. Lawrence was poking at a large spider web with a stick he'd found. He turned around as Mike began to speak. "I've got an idea." "Whoa, stop the presses," said Harlan. "New headline for tomorrow's paper." "Shut up," said Mike, with no anger in his voice. "You guys were all there yesterday at the school when Cordy and her mom came looking for Tubby." "I wasn't there," said Duane. "Yeah," Mike nodded. "Dale, tell him what happened." Dale described the confrontation between Mrs. Cook and Dr. Roon and J.P. Congdon. "Old Doublebutt was there, too," he concluded. "She said she saw Tubby leave. Cordy's ma said that was bullshit." Duane raised an eyebrow. "So what's your idea, O'Rourke?" asked Harlan. He was using twigs and leaves to build a small dam in the groove in the bottom of the culvert. Water was already backing up and pooling on the cement. Lawrence moved his sneakers before they got wet. You want us to go give Cordy a smooch so she's not unhappy any more? Asked Harlan. Said Mike. I want to find Tubby. Kevin had been tossing pebbles into the pond. Now he stopped. His freshly laundered T-shirt looked very white in the gloom. How are we supposed to do that if Congdon and Barney can't? And why should we? The bike patrol should, said Mike. That's the kind of thing we wanted to do when we made up the club. And we can, because we can go places and see things that Barney and Congdon can't. I don't get it, said Lawrence. How do we find Tubby if he ran away? Harlan leaned over and pretended to grab Lawrence's nose. We use you as a bloodhound, punk. We give you an old pair of Tubby's stinky socks, and you sniff him out, okay? Shut up, Harlan, said Dale. Make me, said Jim Harlan, flicking some water toward Dale's face. Shut up, both of you, said Mike. He went on as if he hadn't been interrupted. What we do is, we follow Roone and old Doublebutt and Van Syke and the others, find out if they did anything to Tubby. Duane was playing cat's cradle with a string he'd found in his pocket. Why would they do anything to Tubby Cook? Mike shrugged. I don't know. Maybe because they're creeps. Don't you think they're weirdos? Duane didn't smile. I think a lot of people are weirdos, but that doesn't give them a motive to go around kidnapping fat kids. If it did, said Harlan, you'd be a goner. Duane smiled, but turned slightly toward the other boy. Harlan was a foot shorter than Duane, and weighed about half as much. Et tu, Brute? Duane said. What's that mean? Asked Harlan, his eyes narrowing. Duane went back to his cat's cradle. That's what Caesar said when Brutus asked him if he'd eaten any Harlenburgers that day. Hey, said Dale, let's get this decided. I have to get home to mow the yard. And I'm helping my father clean the milk truck's tank this afternoon, said Kevin. Let's decide. Decide what? Said Harlan. Whether we're following Roone and Doublebutt around to see if they killed and ate Tubby Cook? Yeah, said Mike. Or if they know what happened to him and are covering it up for some reason. Do you want to follow Van Syke around? Harlan asked Mike. That guy's the only one of the old Central weirdos nuts enough to kill a kid, and he'd kill us if he found us following him. I'll take Van Syke, said Mike. Who wants Roone? Me, said Kevin. He never goes anywhere except the school and that room he rents, so it shouldn't be hard to follow him. How about Mrs. Dubbett? Asked Mike. Me, said Harlan and Dale at the same time. Mike pointed at Harlan. You take her, but make sure she doesn't know you're following her. I'll blend in with the trees, man. Lawrence knocked Harlan's dam apart with his stick. Who do Dale and I get? Somebody should check on Cordy and her family, said Mike. Tubby might come back while we're farting around and we wouldn't know it. Aw, said Dale. They live way out by the dump. You don't have to go every hour. Just check on them every day or two. Keep your eye out for Cordy coming into town, that sort of thing. Okay. What about Duane? Said Kevin. Mike tossed a rock into the pond and looked at the bigger boy. What do you want to do, Duane-o? Duane's string now resembled Lawrence's spider web in complexity. He sighed and collapsed the intricate arrangement. What you guys really want to do is nuts, you know? You want to know if Old Central is behind this somehow. So I'll follow Old Central. Think you can keep up with it, lard bucket? Asked Harlan. He'd stepped to the edge of the culvert and was urinating into the dark pool. What do you mean you'll follow it? Asked Mike. Duane rubbed his nose and adjusted his glasses. I agree that something's strange about that school. I'll research it, get some background information. Maybe I can dig up something on Roone and the others, too. Roone's a vampire, said Harlan, flicking away the last few drops and zipping up. "Van Syke's a werewolf." "What's old Double-Butt?" asked Lawrence. "She's an old bitch who gives too much homework." "Hey," said Mike, "watch the anguage lay in front of the id-K." "I'm no id-K," said Lawrence. Mike said to Duane, "Where would you get this information?" The bigger boy shrugged. "There's almost nothing in Elm Haven's pitiful excuse for a library, but I'll try to get over to Oak Hill." Mike nodded. "Okay, well, we can get back together in a couple of days to—" He stopped. 1 or 2 cars had roared overhead while they had been talking, gravel flying into the leaves and dust drifting down after each vehicle passed. But now there came a rumbling so deep that it sounded like a semi-trailer was lumbering overhead. The truck stopped with a screech of brakes. "Shh," whispered Mike, and the 6 of them lay on their bellies in the culvert as if that might conceal them further. Harlan moved back from the opening. Overhead an engine idled roughly. There came the sound of a truck door opening, just as a terrible stench drifted down and settled around them like invisible but poison gas. "Oh, fuck," whispered Harlan. "The rendering truck." "Shut up," hissed Mike. Jim obeyed. Boots crunched on gravel above them. Then silence, as Van Syke, or whoever it was, stood at the edge of the road directly above the pool. Dale picked up Lawrence's dropped stick and held it like a skinny club. Mike's face seemed pale as cream. Kevin looked around at the others, his Adam's apple working. Duane folded his hands between his knees and waited. Something heavy ripped through leaves and splashed into the pool, throwing water on Harlan. "Shit!" cried Harlan, and started to say more until Mike clamped a hand over his mouth. More gravel crunched. Then came the sound of weeds snapping, as if Van Syke was starting down the hillside. Another car's engine became audible as a car or pickup came down the hill from Calvary Cemetery. Then the sound of brakes and a horn honking. "He can't get around," whispered Kevin. Mike nodded. The crunch of weeds paused, receded. A truck door slammed again, and the rendering truck moved uphill toward the black tree with a grinding of gears. The car behind it honked again. Within a minute it was quiet again, and the stench had almost gone. Almost. Mike stood up and moved to the edge of the culvert. "Holy shit," he whispered. Mike almost never cussed. The others crowded to the lip of the culvert. "What the hell is it?" whispered Kevin. He held his T-shirt up to his face to get away from the smell that seemed to rise from the dark water. Dale looked over Kevin's shoulder. The ripples and disturbed mud were just settling down. The water was not quite clear, but he could make out the white flesh, bloated belly, thin arms, fingers, and the dead brown eyes staring up through the water. "Oh, Jesus Christ, Jesus!" gasped Harlan. "It's a baby. He threw a dead baby in there." Duane took Dale's stick, got down on his stomach, reached his arm into the water, and poked at the dead thing, turning it over. Hair on the corpse's arms moved, and the fingers seemed to waggle. Duane brought the head almost to the surface. The other boys backed away. Lawrence moved to the far end of the cave, whimpering slightly, close to tears. "Not a baby," said Duane. "At least, not a human baby. It's some sort of monkey. A rhesus monkey, I think. A macaque." Harlan strained to see, but stepped no closer. "If it's a fucking monkey, where's its fur?" "Hair," said Duane absently. He used another stick to turn the thing over. Its back broke the surface of the water, and they could plainly see the tail. It also was hairless. I don't know what happened to its hair. Maybe it was sick. Maybe somebody boiled it off." "Boiled it off," repeated Mike, staring at the pond with an expression of pure revulsion. Duane let the thing go, and they all watched as it settled back to the bottom. Its fingers moved as if it were signaling them or waving farewell. Harlan tapped the curved cement wall above him in a tense staccato. "Hey, Mikey, you still want to take Van Syke?" Mike didn't turn around. "Yeah, let's get out of here," said Kevin. They scrambled out, smashed weeds in their hurry to get to their bikes, and milled around for a minute before pedaling uphill. The smell of the rendering truck still hung in the air here. "What if it comes back?" whispered Harlan, saying what Dale was thinking. "Dump the bikes in the weeds," said Mike. "Take off through the woods. Head for Dale's, Uncle Henry's, and Aunt Lena's." "What if it comes back when we're on the road to town?" asked Lawrence. His voice was shaking. "Into the cornfield," said Dale. He touched his little brother's shoulder. "Hey, Van Syke isn't after us. He was just dumping that dead monkey in the creek." "Let's get going anyway," said Kevin, and they mounted up, ready for the steep uphill slog. "Wait a minute," said Dale. Duane McBride had just gotten up to the road. The heavy boy was red-faced and wheezing, his asthma audible. Dale turned his bike around. "You okay?" Duane gestured with his hand. "Fine. You want us to go back to the farm with you?" Duane grinned at them. "Then you're going to stay and hold my hand until the old man gets home sometime after midnight? Or tomorrow?" Dale hesitated. He was thinking that Duane should come home with him, that they should all stick together. Then he realized how silly the thought was. "I'll get in touch with you guys when I find something out about Old Central," said Duane. He waved, turned, and began slogging up the first of the two steep hills that stood between him and the way home. Dale waved and joined the others for the tiring pull up their own hill. Beyond the driveway to the Black Tree, the road was as flat as only Illinois roads could be. They pedaled hard, and the water tower was within sight as soon as they turned off County 6 onto the Jubilee College Road. No cars or trucks passed before they reached Elm Haven. Chapter 7. The free show began at dusk, but people started arriving at Bandstand Park even while sunlight still lay along Main Street like a tawny cat slow to leave the warm pavement. Farm families backed their pickups and station wagons onto the parking lot gravel along the Broad Avenue side of the park so as to have the best view when the movie was projected against the Parkside Cafe. Then they picnicked on the grass or sat on the bandstand and chatted with townfolk they hadn't seen for a while. Most of the local residents began to arrive when the sun had finally set, and the bats were beginning to fly against the darkening shield of sky. Broad Avenue, under its arch of elms, seemed a dark tunnel opening onto the lighter width of Main Street and terminating at the bright promise of the park with its light and noise and laughter. The free show was a tradition dating back to the early days of World War II, when the nearest picture show, Ewalt's Palace in Oak Hill, had closed due to the Ewalt's son and only projectionist, Walt, enlisting in the Marine Corps. Peoria was the next nearest source of movie entertainment, but the 40-mile trip was too much for most people because of gas rationing. So the older Mr. Ashley Montague had brought a projector out from Peoria each Saturday evening that summer of 1942 and shown the newsreels and war bond ads, cartoons and feature attractions there in Bandstand Park. The images cast 20 feet tall on the whitewashed canvas screen stretched against the Parkside Cafe. The Ashley Montagues had not actually lived in Elm Haven since the week their mansion had burned, and the grandfather of the current Mr. Ashley Montague had committed suicide in 1919, but male members of the family still visited occasionally, made donations to community causes, and generally watched over the small town like old English squires protecting a village which had grown up on their estate. And 18 summers after the son of the last Elm Haven Ashley Montague brought his first Saturday night free show to town in June of 1942, his son carried on the tradition. Now, on the 4th evening of June, in the summer of 1960, Mr. Ashley Montague's long Lincoln pulled into the space always left open for it, due west of the bandstand. Mr. Taylor and Mr. Sperling and other members of the city council helped him carry the massive projector to its wooden platform on the bandstand. Families settled onto their blankets and park benches. Adventurous children were shooed from the lower tree branches and their hiding places in the crawl space beneath the bandstand. Parents in the back of pickup trucks adjusted their folding chairs and handed around bowls of popcorn, and the park settled into a pre-show hush as the sky darkened above the elms and the canvas rectangle on the wall of the Parkside Cafe came alive with light. Dale and Lawrence left late, hoping their father would arrive home in time for the whole family to go to the free show. He didn't, but a little after 8:30 he called from the state line to say that he was on his way and not to wait up. Dale's mom made popcorn for them, gave each boy his own brown bag of it and a dime to buy a soft drink at the Parkside, and told them to come home as soon as the picture was over. They didn't take their bikes. Normally, neither boy would walk anywhere if he could help it, but walking to the free show was a tradition dating back to when Lawrence was too small to have a bike, and Dale walked him to the park, holding his hand as they crossed the silent streets. The streets were silent now. The glow in the evening sky had faded, but not been replaced by stars. The gaps between the elms were dark as clouds moved in. The air was thick, rich with the scent of new-mown grass and blossoms. Crickets tuned up for the nightly symphony in the dark gardens and thick hedges, and an owl tested its voice in the dead cottonwood tree behind Mrs. Moon's house. Old Central was a dark mass in the center of its abandoned playgrounds, and the boys hurried down 2nd Avenue past it, turning west on Church Street. There were streetlights on each corner, but the long spaces between were dark beneath the trees. Dale wanted to run so as not to miss the cartoon, but Lawrence was afraid of tripping on the uneven sidewalk stones and spilling his popcorn, so the two hurried along in a fast walk, moving through leaf shadow as the trees stirred above them. The big old homes along Church Street were either dark or lighted only by the blue and white pulse of television light through bay windows and screen doors. A few cigarettes glowed on porches, but it was too dark to see the people there. On the corner of 3rd and Church, where Dr. Roon rented rooms on the 2nd floor of Mrs. Sampson's old boarding house, Dale and Lawrence ran across the street, trotted past the dark brick building holding the skating rink now closed for summer, and turned left onto Broad. "It feels like Halloween," said Lawrence, his voice small. "Like there are people dressed up in the shadows where we can't see them. Like this is my trick-or-treat bag, but nobody's home, and—" "Shut up," said Dale. He could hear the music from the free show now, bright and tinny, a Warner Brothers cartoon. The elm-covered tunnel of Broad was behind them, only a few lights showing in the big Victorian homes set far back from the street. First Presbyterian, the Stewart family's church, glowed pale and empty on the corner across from the post office. "What's that?" whispered Lawrence, stopping and clutching his bag of popcorn. "Nothing. What?" said Dale, stopping with his brother. There was a rustling, sliding, screeching from the darkness in and above the elms. "It's nothing," said Dale, tugging at Lawrence to get moving. "Birds." Lawrence still wouldn't move, and Dale paused to listen again. Bats. Dale could see them now, dark shapes flitting across the paler gaps between the leaves, winged shadows visible against the white of first pres as they darted to and fro. Just bats. He tugged at Lawrence's hand. His brother refused to move. "Listen," he whispered. Dale considered slugging him, kicking him right in the seat of his Levi's, or grabbing him by one oversized ear and dragging him the last block to the free show. Instead, he listened. Leaves rustling, the manic scales of a cartoon soundtrack dulled by distance and humid air, the leathery flap of wings. Voices. Instead of the near ultrasonic chirp of bats scanning the way ahead, the sound in the motion-filled darkness around them was the screech of small, sharp voices, cries, shrieks, curses, obscenities. Most of the sounds teetered on the brink of actually being words, the maddeningly audible but not quite distinct syllables of a shouted conversation in an adjoining room. But two of the sounds were quite clear. Dale and Lawrence stood frozen on the sidewalk, clutching their bags of popcorn and staring upward as bats shrieked their names in consonants that sounded like teeth scraping across blackboards. Far, far away, the amplified voice of Porky Pig said, "That's all, folks." "Run," whispered Dale. Jim Harlan had orders not to go to the free show. His mother was gone, off to Peoria on another date, and while she said that he was old enough to stay home without a babysitter, he was not allowed to go out. Harlan made up his bed with his ventriloquist dummy turned with its face to the wall and a bunched-up pair of jeans to extend the legs under the cover, just in case she got home before him and checked in on him. She wouldn't. She never got home before 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning. Harlan grabbed a couple of Butterfingers from the cupboard for his movie snack, got his bike out of the shed, and tore off down Depot Street. He'd been watching Gunsmoke on TV, and it had gotten dark sooner than he'd planned for. He didn't want to miss the cartoon. The streets were empty. Harlan knew that anyone old enough to be able to drive, but young enough not to be so stupid as to hang around to watch Lawrence Welk or the free show, had left for Peoria or Galesburg hours ago. He'd sure as hell not hang around Elm Haven on a Saturday night when he got older. Jim Harlan didn't plan on hanging around Elm Haven much longer in any event. Either his mother would marry one of those greasers she was dating, probably some garage mechanic who sunk all his money into suits, and Harlan would be moving to Peoria, or else he'd run away in a year or two. Harlan envied Tubby Cook. The fat kid had been about as bright as the 25-watt bulb Harlan's mom kept lit on the back porch, but he'd known enough to get the hell away from Elm Haven. Of course, Harlan didn't get hit the way Tubby probably did, based on how drunk his old man was most of the time and how stupid his ma looked, but Harlan had his own problems. He hated his mother's taking her old name back, leaving him stranded with his father's last name when he wasn't even allowed to mention his dad in front of her. He hated her being gone every Friday and Saturday, all dressed up in the low-cut peasant blouses and sexy black dresses that made Harlan feel funny, sort of like his mom was one of those women in the magazines he kept hidden in the back of his closet. He hated it when she smoked, leaving the lipstick rings around the butts of the cigarettes in the ashtrays, making him imagine that same lipstick on the cheeks of greasers Harlan didn't even know, on their bodies. He hated it when she had too much to drink and tried to hide it, acting the perfect lady. But Harlan could always tell by the precise diction, the slow movements, and the way she got all sloppy and tried to hug him. He hated his mother. If she hadn't been such a— Harlan's mind skittered around the word whore. If she'd just been a better wife, then his father wouldn't have had to start dating that secretary he'd run away with. Harlan headed down Broad Avenue, pedaling hard and wiping his eyes with an angry swipe of his sleeve. Something white moving between the big old homes on the left side of the street made him glance, look again, and then bring his low bike into a sweeping gravel sliding stop. Somebody was moving into the alley between wide yards. Harlan caught another glimpse of a short, wide body, pale arms and pale dress, before the figure was swallowed by the darkness in the alley. Shit, it's old Double-Butt. The alley ran between her big old house and the boarded-up pink Victorian that had belonged to Mrs. Dugan. What the hell is old Double-Butt doing slinking down the alley? Harlan almost put it out of his mind and headed off toward the free show, but then he remembered he was supposed to be following the teacher. That stuff's bull. O'Rourke's dipped in donkey shit if he thinks I'm going to follow this old dinosaur around town all the time. I didn't see him or any of the others out following their people around this afternoon. Mike's hot stuff at giving orders. All those other idiots love to do what he says. But I'm too big for that baby shit. But what was Mrs. D doing going down the alley after dark? Taking out the garbage, stupid. But the garbage pickup wasn't until Tuesday, and she hadn't been carrying anything. In fact, she'd been all dressed up, probably in that fancy pink dress she'd worn the last day before Christmas break. Not that the old battle-axe had given them a real party, just 30 minutes to pass around presents to the people whose name they'd drawn for Secret Santa. Where the hell's she going? Wouldn't O'Rourke be surprised if Jim Harlan was the only one in their pissant bike patrol who actually found out something about the people they were supposed to be following? Like maybe old Double-Butt was doing it with Dr. Roon or Creepy Van Syke while everybody was off at the free show. The thought made Harlan sort of sick. He pedaled across the street, dumped his bike behind the bushes on Mrs. Dugan's side of the alley, and peered around the shrubs. The pale form was just visible, already almost all the way down the alley to where it ran into 3rd Avenue. Harlan crouched there a second, decided that the bike would make too much noise on the cinders and gravel, and started off on foot, moving from shadow to shadow, keeping near the high fences, avoiding garbage cans so as not to make noise. He thought of dogs barking, and remembered that the only dog in a backyard along here would be Dexter, who belonged to the Gibsons. But Dexter was old, and they treated him like a child. He'd probably be indoors watching Lawrence Welk with them. Old Double-Butt crossed 3rd, past the boarding house where Roon had his apartment on the 3rd floor, and went across onto the playground on the south side of Old Central. Shit, thought Harlan. She's just going to get something in the school. Then he remembered she couldn't. When he'd gotten back into town that afternoon from their dipshitty trip out to the cave, he and Dale and the others had noticed that somebody'd boarded up the windows on the 1st floor of Old Central, probably to protect them from kids like Harlan, who hated the place, and there were chains and padlocks on both the north and south doors. Mrs. Dubbett, Harlan had seen her clearly in the light from the corner streetlight, disappeared in the shadow at the base of the fire escape, and Harlan hid behind a poplar across the street. Even from 2 blocks away, he could hear music as the main feature started at the free show. There came the sound of heels on metal stairs, and Harlan caught a glimpse of pale arms as she climbed the fire escape to the 2nd floor. A door up there scraped open. She's got her own damn key. Harlan tried to think of why old Doublebutt would go into Old Central at night, on a Saturday, in the summer, after the school had been emptied for possible demolition. Shit, she is making it with Dr. Roon. Harlan tried to use his imagination to see Mrs. Dubbett stretched out across her oak desk while Dr. Roon slipped it to her. Harlan's imagination wasn't up to the task. After all, he hadn't actually seen anybody having sex. Even the magazines in his closet just showed the girls alone, playing with their titties, acting like they were ready to have sex. Harlan felt his heart pounding as he waited for a light to come on up there on the second floor. No light came on. He moved around the school, staying close to the building so she wouldn't see him if she was peering out one of the windows. No light. Wait. There was a glow here on the northwest side, a slight phosphorescence coming through the high windows of the corner room. Mrs. Dubbett's old room. Harlan's room that past year. How could he see what was going on? The doors downstairs were padlocked, the basement windows covered by metal grills. Harlan considered climbing the fire escape and going through the door old Doublebutt had just entered. Then he imagined meeting her on that fire escape, or, worse yet, in the dark hallway upstairs, and then he abandoned that idea quickly. Harlan stood there a moment, watching the glow move from window to window, as if the old biddy were carrying a jar of fireflies around the classroom. From 3 blocks away came the sound of laughter. The movie must be a comedy tonight. Harlan looked along the corner of the school. There was a trash dumpster that would get him up on the narrow ledge 6 feet above the sidewalk. A drain pipe with metal brackets would take him to the ledge above the first-floor windows, to that stone molding along the corner of the school. All he'd have to do was continue up the drain pipe between the stone window frame, shinnying where he could, getting his sneakers into the grooves of that molding where he had to brace himself, and he'd be up there on the ledge that went around the second floor a few feet under the windows. The ledge was about 6 inches wide. He'd stared out the classroom window at it often enough to know, even fed pigeons out the window with junk from his pockets when he'd been kept in for recess. It wasn't wide enough for him to stand on alone, walk around the school on or anything, but it was plenty wide to balance on while holding the drain pipe for support. He'd just have to scoot over about 2 feet and then lift his head to peer in the window. The window from which the faint glow gleamed faded, grew again. Harlan started to clamber up on the dumpster and then paused to look up. It was a high 2 stories, well over 20 feet. The ground here was mostly flagstone sidewalk and gravel. "Hey," whispered Harlan. "Eff it. Let's see you do this, O'Rourke." He began to climb. Mike O'Rourke was taking care of his grandmother on the night of the free show. His parents had gone out to the Knights of Columbus dance at the Silver Leaf Dance Emporium, an aging building set back under silver leaf trees 12 miles down the hard road toward Peoria, and Mike was left with his sisters and Memo. Technically, his oldest sister, 17-year-old Mary, was left in charge, but Mary's date had shown up 10 minutes after Mr. and Mrs. O'Rourke left. Mary was not allowed to date on evenings when her parents were out, and she was currently grounded for a month due to recent infractions Mike didn't know about and didn't care to know about. But when her pimply date showed up in his '54 Chevy, she was out and away, swearing her sisters to secrecy and threatening to kill Mike if he squealed. Mike shrugged. It was another bit of blackmail he could use against Mary someday when he needed leverage. 15-year-old Margaret was then in charge, but 10 minutes after Mary left, 3 high school boys and 2 of Peg's girlfriends, all too young to drive, called from the backyard darkness, and Peg was off to the free show. Both girls knew that their parents didn't get home until long after midnight on dance nights. Officially, that left 13-year-old Bonnie in charge, but Bonnie never took charge of anything. Mike sometimes thought that no girl had ever been so misnamed. While all the rest of the O'Rourke children, even Mike, had inherited beautiful eyes and an Irish grace to their features, Bonnie was overweight, with dull brown eyes and even duller brown hair, a sallow complexion now mottled with the early ravages of acne, and a bitter attitude that reflected her mother's worst side when sober and her father's bitterness when drunk. Bonnie had stomped off to the bedroom she shared with 7-year-old Kathleen, promptly locked the younger girl out, and refused to open the door even when Kathleen burst into tears. Kathleen was the prettiest of the O'Rourke girls, red-haired, blue-eyed, with a rose and freckle complexion and stunning smile that made Mike's dad tell tales of the village girls in an Ireland he'd never visited. Kathleen was beautiful. She was also borderline retarded and was still in kindergarten at age 7. Sometimes Kathleen's struggle to understand the simplest thing made Mike go off to the outhouse to fight back tears in solitude. Every morning, as he helped Father Kavanaugh serve Mass, Mike said a prayer that God would fix whatever was wrong with his younger sister. But so far he hadn't, and Kathleen's slowness became more and more apparent as playmates her age solved the riddles of reading and simple arithmetic, leaving the bewildered child further and further behind. Now Mike calmed Kathleen, cooked stew for her dinner, tucked her into Mary's bed under the low eaves, and went down to take care of Memo. Mike had been 9 when Memo had her first stroke. He remembered the confusion in the household as the old woman ceased to be the verbal presence in the kitchen and suddenly became the dying woman in the parlor. Memo was his mother's mother, and while Mike did not know the word matriarch, he remembered the functional definition. The old woman in the dotted apron, always in the kitchen or sewing in her parlor, the problem-solver and decision-maker, the thickly accented Irish voice of Mary Margaret Houlihan lilting up through the heating grill in Mike's floor as she jollied his mother out of one of her cynical depressions or scolded his father out of another evening of drinking with his friends. It had been Memo who had saved the family financially when John O'Rourke had been laid off from Pabst for a year when Mike was 6. He remembered overhearing the long conversations at the kitchen table as his father protested. It was her life savings, and Memo insisted. And it was Memo who saved Mike and Kathleen physically when he was 8, Kathleen 4, and the mad dog had come down Depot Street. Mike had noticed something strange about the animal and had hung back, calling to Kathleen not to go closer. But his sister loved dogs and could not comprehend that one could hurt her. She had rushed toward the growling, foaming animal. Kathleen was within an arm's length. The dog was focusing its caked eyes and preparing to charge, and all Mike could do was cry in a high, shrill voice that didn't sound like his own even to him. Then Memo had appeared, her polka-dotted apron flying, broom in her right hand, and her graying red hair loose from her kerchief. She had swept up Kathleen with one arm and swung the broom so hard that it had lifted the dog off all 4 feet and deposited it in the middle of the street. Memo had thrust Kathleen at Mike, ordered him to take her inside with a voice that was calm but incapable of being defied, and then turned just as the dog got to its feet and lunged again. Mike had looked over his shoulder as he ran, and he would never forget the sight of Memo standing there, legs apart, kerchief around her neck, waiting. Later, Constable Barney said that he'd never seen a dog killed by a broom, especially a mad dog, but that Mrs. Houlihan had almost taken the monster's head off. That was the word Barney had used, monster. After that, Mike had known in his heart that whatever monsters might prowl the night, Memo was more than an equal match for them. But then, less than a year later, Memo had been laid low. The first stroke had been massive, paralyzing her, cutting the cables to the muscles of that ever-animated face. Dr. Viskes said that it was a matter of weeks, perhaps days, but Memo survived that summer. Mike remembered how strange it had been to have the parlor, the center of Memo's inexhaustible activity, converted to a sick room for her. With the rest of the family, he had waited for the end. She had survived that summer. By autumn, she was communicating her wants through a system of coded blinks. By Christmas, she was able to speak, although only the family understood the words. By Easter, she had somehow won enough of the battle with her body that she could use her right hand and was beginning to sit up in the living room. 3 days after Easter, the second stroke hit her. A month later, the third. For the past year and a half, Memo had been little more than a breathing corpse in the parlor, her face yellowed and slack, her wrists bent like the claws of a dead bird. She could not move, could not control her bodily functions, and had no way to communicate with the world except the blinks. But she lived on. Mike went into the parlor just as it was getting dark outside in earnest. He lighted the kerosene lamp. Their house had electricity, but Memo had always preferred oil lamps in her room upstairs, and they had continued the tradition, and went over to the high bed where she lay. She was on her right side, facing him, just as she always was, except when they turned her carefully each day to reduce the unavoidable bed sores. Her face was lined with a maze of wrinkles, the flesh looking yellowed, waxy, not human. The eyes stared blankly, bulging slightly with some terrible internal pressure or the sheer frustration of not being able to convey the thoughts which lay behind them. She was drooling, and Mike took one of the clean towels laid out at the foot of the bed and gently wiped her mouth. He checked to make sure that she did not need to be changed. He was not supposed to join his sisters in this job, but he watched over Memo more than all of them combined, so the needs of his grandmother's bowels and bladder were no secret to him. Found her clean and dry, and sat on the low chair to hold her hand. "It was a pretty day out, Memo," he whispered. He didn't know why he whispered in her presence, but he noticed the others did too, even his mother. "It really feels like summer." Mike looked around the room. Heavy drapes across the window, tabletops littered with medicine bottles, while the other surfaces were covered by the tintypes and sepia photos of her life when she had been alive. How long had it been since she had been able to turn her eyes toward one of her pictures? An old Victrola sat in the corner, and now Mike put on one of her favorite records, Caruso singing from The Barber of Seville. The high voice and higher scratches filled the room. Memo did not respond, not so much as a blink or twitch, but Mike thought that she could still hear it. He wiped saliva from her chin and the corner of her mouth, set her more comfortably on the pillow, and sat on the stool again, still holding her hand. It felt like something dry and dead. It had been Memo who had told Mike the monkey's paw one Halloween when he was little, scaring him so badly that he'd needed a nightlight for 6 months. What would happen, he wondered, if I wished on Memo's hand? Mike shook his head, banishing the unkind thought and saying a Hail Mary for penance. "Mom and Dad are at the Silver Leaf," he whispered, trying to sound bright. The singing around them was soft, more scratches than human voice. Mary and Peg are off to the movies. Dale says that they're showing The Time Machine at the free show tonight. He says it's about a guy who goes into the future or something. Mike broke off and watched carefully, as Memo seemed to move slightly, a slight involuntary twitch of the hip, a stirring of the bedclothes. There was a soft sound as she broke wind. Mike spoke quickly to cover his embarrassment. Sort of a weird idea, huh, Memo, going into the future? Dale says people will be able to do it someday, but Kevin says it isn't possible. Kev says it isn't like going into space like the Russians did with Sputnik. Remember when you and I watched that go over a couple of years ago? I said maybe they'd send a man next. You said you wished you could go. Well, anyway, Kev says it isn't possible going up or back in time. He says it makes too many Mike struggled for the word. He hated to appear stupid in front of Memo. She was the only one in the family who hadn't thought he was stupid when he flunked 4th grade. Paradoxes. Sort of like what would happen if you went back in time and accidentally killed your grandfather. Mike shut up when he realized what he was saying. His grandfather, Memo's husband, had been killed at the grain elevator 32 years before when a metal door had given way and dumped 11 tons of wheat on him while he was cleaning the main bin. Mike had heard his father tell other men that old Devin Houlihan had swum in the rising whirlpool of grain like a dog in a flood until he'd suffocated. An autopsy had shown his lungs filled solid with dust, like 2 bags packed with chaff. Mike looked down at Memo's hand. He stroked the fingers, thinking back to one fall evening when he was 6 or 7, and Memo had been rocking in this same parlor, talking to him while she sewed. Michael, your grandfather went when death came for him. The man in the dark robe just walked into that grain elevator and took my Devon by the hand. But he put up a fight. Oh, my dear, he put up a fight. And that is just what I will do, Michael dearest, when the man in the dark robe tries to get in here. I won't let him in. Not without a fight. No, Michael, not without a fight. Mike had imagined death as a man in a dark robe after that, and had always imagined Memo swatting him the way she had swatted the mad dog. Now he lowered his face and looked in her eyes, as if mere proximity could make contact. He could see his own face reflected there, distorted by the lens of her pupils and the flickering of the kerosene lamp. "I won't let him in, Memo," Mike whispered. He could see where his breath stirred the pale hairs on her cheek. "I won't let him in unless you tell me to." Between the drapes and the wall he could see darkness pressing against the window pane. Upstairs a board creaked as the old house settled. Outside something scratched against the window. The record ended, scraping along blank grooves now, rasping like claws on slate. But Mike continued to sit there, his face close to Memo's, his hand firm on hers. The bats seemed a laughable thing, distant and already half forgotten, as Dale Stewart sat next to his brother in Bandstand Park and watched The Time Machine. Dale had heard this might be the movie. Mr. Ashley Montague often brought films that closed a few days before in the theater he owned in Peoria, and Dale had been dying to see the movie since he'd read the classic comic the year before. A breeze rustled the trees in the park as Rod Taylor saved Yvette Mimeo from drowning in the stream while apathetic Eloy watched without expression. Lawrence sat on his knees, as he always did when he got excited, and chewed on the last of his popcorn, occasionally taking a sip from the bottle of Dr. Pepper they had bought in the Parkside Cafe. Lawrence's eyes were very wide as he watched Rod Taylor descend into the underground world of the Morlocks. He edged closer to his older brother. "It's all right," whispered Dale. They're afraid of light, and the guy has matches." On the screen, the Morlocks' eyes burned yellowly like the fireflies in the bushes on the south end of the park. Rod Taylor lit a match, and the monsters backed away, shielding their eyes with their blue forearms. The leaves continued to rustle, and Dale looked up, noticing that the stars had been occluded by clouds. He hoped that the free show wasn't going to be rained out. Mr. Ashley Montague brought 2 extension speakers in addition to the one built into the portable projector, but the sound was still tinnier than it would have been in a real theater. Now the shouts of Rod Taylor and the cries of the enraged Morlocks blended with the rustling of leaves in the rising wind and the leathery flap of wings as dark shapes darted through the trees above the park. Lawrence shifted closer, getting grass stain on his Levi's and forgetting to munch his popcorn. He'd pulled off his ball cap and, as he often did when he was nervous, was chewing on the bill of it. "It's okay," whispered Dale, gently tapping his little brother on the shoulder with his fist. "He gets Weena out of the caves." The colored images continued to dance as the wind rose. Duane was in the kitchen having a late snack when he heard the truck turn into the drive. Normally, in the basement with his radio on, he wouldn't have heard the truck, but the screen door was open, the windows were up, and it was quiet except for the incessant summer sounds of crickets, tree frogs out near the pond, and the occasional bang of metal self-feeding door on the hog trough. The old man's home early, he thought, and realized in the same instant that the engine noise hadn't been right. This was a bigger truck, or at least a bigger engine. Duane crouched and peered out the screen. In a few weeks the rising corn would obscure even this view of the drive to the house, but now he could still see the last 100 feet or so of the lane. No pickup appeared. The expected crunch of gravel was not audible. Duane frowned, took a bite of liverwurst, and went out through the screen door, stepping out across the turnaround between the house and barn for a clear view down the drive. It happened that people turned around in their lane, but not often, and the sound had definitely been a truck engine. Uncle Art refused to drive pickups, said there was enough curse to living in the country without being stuck in the ugliest form of locomotion ever designed by Detroit, and the engine Duane had heard hadn't been Uncle Art's Cadillac. Duane stood out in the warm darkness, eating his sandwich and looking down the lane. The sky was dark, a featureless ceiling of clouds, and the fields of low corn were silent in that silken hush before a storm. Fireflies winked along the ditches and against the blackness of the low crabapple trees beside the driveway to County 6. There was a large truck with its headlights off, standing motionless near the entrance to the drive 100 yards away. Duane could see no details, but the size of the thing formed a dark wedge where a lighter gap should be. Duane paused a few seconds, finishing his sandwich and trying to decide if he knew anyone with a truck that size who would be visiting on a Saturday night. He didn't. Somebody bringing the old man home drunk? It had happened before, but not this early. Far to the south there was a flicker of lightning, too far away for thunder to be heard. The brief illumination had not shown Duane any details of the truck, only that the dark shape was still there. Something brushed against Duane's thigh. "Shh, Wittgenstein," he whispered, dropping to one knee and putting an arm around the old collie's neck. The dog was trembling and making a sound in its throat that was not quite a growl. "Shh," whispered Duane, patting the dog's thin head and holding it. The shaking did not stop. If they left the truck, they could be almost here by now, thought Duane. And then he thought, who? "Come on, Vit," he said softly. Leading the collie by the collar, he went back into the house, turned off all of the lights, went into the junk-strewn room the old man called his study, found the key in the desk, went into the dining room and unlocked the gun cabinet. He hesitated only a second before leaving the over and under, the 30-06 and the 12-gauge in their places, and taking out the 16-gauge pump. In the kitchen, Wittgenstein whined. His claws scrabbled on linoleum. "Shh, Witt," Duane said softly. "It's okay, boy." He checked the breech to make sure it was clear, pumped it, checked it again, held it up to check the empty magazine against the pale light coming through the curtains, and opened the lower drawer. The shells were there in their yellow box, and Duane crouched next to the dining-room table as he loaded 5 of them and put 3 more in the pocket of his flannel shirt. Wittgenstein barked. Duane left him in the kitchen, loosened the window screen in the dining room, stepped out into the darkness of the side yard, and moved slowly around the house. The glow from the pole light illuminated the turnaround and the first 10 yards of driveway. Duane crouched and waited. He realized that his heart was beating faster than usual, and he took deep, slow breaths until it slowed to normal. The crickets and other insect noises had stopped. The thousands of stalks of corn did not stir. The air was absolutely still, and lightning flickered to the south again. This time the thunder was audible, coming 15 seconds later. Duane waited, breathing shallowly through his mouth, his thumb on the safety. The shotgun smelled of oil. Wittgenstein had quit barking, but Duane could hear the nails on linoleum as the collie went from closed door to closed door in the kitchen. Duane waited. It was at least 5 minutes later that the truck engine ground, started, and the gravel crunched. Duane moved quickly to the edge of the cornfield, stayed low, and went down the first row to where he could see the driveway. Still no lights. The truck backed onto County 6, paused a moment, and then went south, toward the cemetery, the Black Tree Tavern, and Elm Haven. Duane lifted his head from the corn and watched, but he saw no taillights as the sound receded down County 6. He dropped back into the corn and crouched there, breathing softly, keeping the 16-gauge across his knees and listening. 20 minutes later, the first drops of rain began to fall. Duane gave it another 3 or 4 minutes, and then he came out of the corn, staying close to the fields so as not to be silhouetted against the sky, made a complete circuit of the house and barn. The sparrows in the barn were silent, the pigs in the side lot grunting and rooting normally, and went in through the kitchen door. Wittgenstein wagged his tail like a puppy, peering myopically at Duane carrying the shotgun and going from boy to door, door to boy. Said Duane, ejecting the shells one by one and lining them up on the checkered tablecloth of the kitchen table. "We're not going hunting tonight, dimwit, but you are going to get a special meal. And then you're going to spend the night downstairs with me tonight." Duane went to the cupboard, and Witt's tail beat a faster tattoo against the linoleum. Outside, the rain had let up after the initial flurry, but wind rustled the corn and whipped at the crabapple trees. Jim Harlan found that it wasn't such easy climbing after all, especially not with the wind coming up, blowing dust from the graveled playground and school parking lot. Harlan paused halfway up the drain pipe to rub grit out of his eyes. Well, at least the wind banging things around would cover any sound he might make shinnying up this stupid pipe. Harlan was between the first and second floors, already almost 20 feet above the dumpster, before he realized just how stupid a move this was. What was he going to do if Van Syke or Roon or somebody came along? Probably Barney. Harlan tried to imagine what his mother would say when she came home from her date and found her only son down at J.P. Congdon's detention shed, awaiting transport to the Oak Hill jail. Harlan smiled slightly. That would get his mother's attention. He shinnied up the last few feet of drain pipe, found the second-story ledge with his right knee, and rested there, his cheek against brick. The wind tugged at his T-shirt. Ahead of him he could see light shining up through elm leaves from the streetlight at the corner of School Street and 3rd Avenue. He was very high. Harlan wasn't afraid of heights. He'd beaten O'Rourke and Stewart and all the rest of them when they were climbing the big oak tree behind Congdon's garden last fall. He'd climbed so high, in fact, that the other guys had shouted at him to come down, but he'd insisted on stepping up one last branch, a branch so thin it didn't seem solid enough to hold a pigeon without breaking, and peering out from the top of the oak to the ocean of treetops that was Elm Haven. This was kid stuff compared to that. But Harlan glanced down and wished he hadn't. Except for the drain pipe and corner molding, there was nothing between him and the metal dumpster and concrete sidewalk, 25 feet down. He closed his eyes, concentrated on finding his balance on the narrow ledge, and opened them to look up at the window. It wasn't 2 feet away. It was more like 4. He'd have to let go of the goddamned pipe to get over to it. And the glow was gone. He was almost sure. Harlan had this sudden image of old Doublebutt coming around the corner of the school, looking up at him in the dark and shouting, "Jim Harlan, you get down here at once!" And then what? Was she going to flunk him out of the 6th grade he'd just graduated from? Revoke his summer? Harlan smiled, took a breath, put all his weight on his knees, and inched along the ledge, spread-eagled against the brick wall, nothing but friction and 4 inches of ledge holding him up. His right hand found the window ledge, and his fingers grasped the weird molding below the sill. He was steady. He was okay. Harlan stayed in that position for a moment, head bowed, cheek against brick. All he had to do was lift his head to look in the room. At that second, part of his mind told him not to. Leave it alone. Go to the free show. Get home before Mom gets back. The wind rustled leaves below him and tossed more grit in his eyes. Harlan glanced back at the drain pipe. No problem getting back. Shinnying down would be a lot easier than getting up. Harlan thought of Jerry Daysinger or one of the other guys calling him a pussy. They don't have to know I was up here. Then why'd you climb up here, asshole? Harlan thought of telling O'Rourke and the others, of embroidering the story a little bit if it was just old Doublebutt picking up her goddamn favorite chalk or something. He imagined the shock those pansies would show when he told them about his climb, about seeing old Doublebutt and Roon doing it on her desk, right there in the classroom. Harlan lifted his head and peered in the window. Mrs. Dubbett was not at her desk at the far end of the room, but was sitting at the small work table at this end of the classroom, not 3 feet from Harlan. There were no lights on, but a pale phosphorescence filled the room with the sick light of rotting wood in a dark forest. Mrs. Dubbett was not alone. The phosphorescence emanated from the shape next to her. This figure also sat at the small table, less than an arm's length from where Harlan pressed his face to the glass. He recognized her at once. Mrs. Dugan, Mrs. Dubbett's ex-teaching partner, had always been thin. During the months when the cancer had ravaged her until she quit teaching just before Christmas, she had grown even thinner. Harlan remembered how her arms had seemed to be little more than bones wrapped in speckled flesh. No one in the class had seen Mrs. Dugan during the last weeks before her death in February, or at the funeral, but Sandy Whitaker's mom had visited her at home and in the funeral home, and had told Sandy that the old lady had wasted away to nothing but skin and bones at the end. Harlan recognized her at once. He glanced once at old Doublebutt. She was bent forward, smiling broadly, totally intent on her partner at the table, and then his gaze returned to Mrs. Dugan. Sandy had said that Mrs. Dugan had been buried in her finest silk dress, the green one she had worn to the Christmas party on her last day of teaching. She was wearing that dress now. It had rotted through in several places, and the phosphorescence shone through. The old lady's hair was still carefully combed back, held in place by tortoise-shell barrettes. Harlan had noticed in class, but much of it had come out in patches, and areas of bare scalp glowed whitely. There were holes in the scalp, just as there had been holes in the silk dress. From 3 feet away, Harlan could see Mrs. Dugan's hand on the table, the long fingers, the loose gold ring, the soft gleam of bone. Mrs. Dubbett leaned closer to the corpse of her friend and said something. She looked puzzled, then glanced toward the window where Harlan crouched, his knees pressed against the ledge. He realized in that last instant that he must be visible, that the glow would illuminate his face against the pane as easily as it illuminated the exposed tendons, gleaming like spaghetti strands through the cracks in Mrs. Dugan's wrist, as easily as it outlined the dark colonies of mold under the translucent flesh, what was left of the flesh. From the corner of his eye, Harlan realized that old Doublebutt had turned to look at him, but he did not avert his gaze from the back of Mrs. Dugan's neck as the parchment skin there folded and vertebrae visibly shifted like white stones moving beneath rotted cloth. Mrs. Dugan turned and looked at him. From 2 feet away, the phosphorescent glare burned through the dark pool of deliquescence where her left eye had been. Teeth gleamed in a lipless smile as she leaned over as if to give Harlan a kiss through the window pane. No breath fogged the glass. Harlan stood and turned to run, not remembering that he was on a thin ledge 25 feet above stone and concrete. He would have run even if he had remembered. He did not cry out as he fell. Chapter 8. Mike loved the ritual of the Mass. On this Sunday, as on all Sundays except special holy days, he helped Father Kavanaugh serve the regular 7:30 Mass and then stayed to be head altar boy for the 10 o'clock High Mass. The earlier service was the crowded one, of course, since most of the Catholics around Elm Haven put themselves through the extra half-hour of High Mass only when they had to. Mike always kept a pair of brown Oxfords in the room that Father Kavanaugh called the chancel. Old Father Harrison hadn't minded his altar boy's tennis shoes showing under the surplice, but Father C. said that helping to prepare the Eucharist demanded that more respect be shown. Mike's dad had grumbled at the expense. Mike had never had a new pair of dress shoes before. His dad said that it was hard enough keeping the 4 girls in clothes, but in the end his father couldn't argue with showing respect to God. Mike wore the Oxfords no place except St. Malachi's, and then only when he was serving Mass. Mike loved every aspect of the church service, and loved it more the more he did it. When he'd started as an altar boy almost 4 years earlier, Father Harrison had demanded little from the few boys willing to serve, except that they show up on time. Like the others, Mike had walked through the motions and mumbled the Latin responses, not really paying attention to the translations on the laminated card on the step where he knelt, not really thinking about the miracle that was on the verge of occurring when he carried the small bottles of wine and water to the priest in preparation for communion. It had been a duty he agreed to because he was Catholic, and this is what a good Catholic boy did, although the other Catholic boys around Elm Haven seemed to have excuses for not doing it. But then, a little over a year ago, Father Harrison had retired, or had been retired. The old priest had been showing signs of age and alcoholism, and his sermons were growing increasingly bizarre, and Father Cavanaugh's arrival had changed everything for Mike. Father C. was in many ways an exact opposite of Father H., despite the fact that both men were priests. Father Harrison had been old and Irish, gray-haired and rosy-cheeked, ambling in his thinking, speech, and attitudes. The Mass seemed to have been a ritual that Father H. had performed so many times with so few in attendance that it appeared to have no more special significance to him than shaving would have. Father Harrison had really lived for the visitations and dinners where he was a guest. Even a visitation to the sick or dying became an excuse for the old priest to sit, talk, have coffee, tell stories, and recall local people who were long dead. Mike had accompanied Father H. on some of these visitations. Frequently the ill took communion, and Father H. thought that having an altar boy along added some sense of ceremony to the simple ritual. Mike was always bored out of his mind during these visits. Father Cavanaugh, on the other hand, was young, dark-haired. Mike knew that the priest shaved twice a day and still had a 5 o'clock shadow showing through his dark skin, and incredibly intense. Father C. cared about the Mass. He called it Christ's invitation for us to join him at the Last Supper, and he made the altar boys care, or at least the ones who continued to serve. Mike was one of the few who continued to serve on a regular basis. Father C. demanded a lot. The altar boy had to understand what he was saying, not merely mumble Latin phrases. Mike had gone to a special Wednesday evening catechism class taught by Father C. for 6 months to learn both the rudiments of Latin and the historical context of the Mass itself. Then the altar boys had to participate, really pay attention to what was going on. Father C. had a fierce temper and would turn it on any boy who was lackadaisical or remiss in his duties. Father Harrison had loved to eat, and loved drinking even more. Everyone in the parish, no, in the entire county, had known of the old priest's alcohol problem. But Father C. never drank except during communion, and seemed to view food as a necessary evil. He had some of the same attitude toward visitations. Father Harrison had talked about everything and everyone. He would sometimes spend an afternoon discussing crops and weather with retired farmers at the parkside. But Father C. wanted to talk about God. Even his visitations to the sick and dying were like Jesuit commando raids, last-minute spiritual quizzes for those about to take the ultimate final exam. Father C.'s one vice, as far as Mike could tell, was smoking. The young priest chain-smoked, and when he wasn't smoking, he seemed to be wishing he could. But that was all right with Mike. Both his parents smoked. All of his friends' parents smoked, except for Kevin Grumbacher's, and they were German and weird. And Father C.'s smoking just seemed to make him more intense. On this first Sunday of true summer, Mike served both morning masses, enjoying the coolness of the sanctuary and the hypnotic murmuring of the congregation as they mumbled their responses. Mike pronounced his carefully, precisely, neither too loud nor too low, articulating the Latin the way Father C. had taught him during those long evening lessons in the rectory. Agnus Dei, qui tollis peccata mundi, miserere nobis, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison, Kyrie eleison. Mike loved it. While part of him was totally involved in preparing the miracle of the Eucharist, another part wandered free, as if he truly could leave his body, being with Memo in her dark room, only now Memo could talk again, and they would have conversations like when he was a little kid, and she would tell him stories from the old country, or floating above the fields and forests out beyond Calvary Cemetery and the cave, flying free like a raven with a human mind, looking down on treetops and streams and the strip-mined hills the kids called Billy Goat Mountains, floating serenely above the faded wagon ruts of Gypsy Lane as the old road wound through woods and pasture. Then communion was over. Mike always waited until the high mass on Sunday to take communion himself. The final prayers were said, responses given, the Eucharist was sealed in the tabernacle atop the altar. Father Kavanaugh blessed the congregation and led the procession from the sanctuary, and then Mike was in the little room they used to change, setting his cassock and surplice aside to be laundered by Father C.'s housekeeper, carefully placing his polished Oxfords in the bottom of the cedar wardrobe. Father Kavanaugh came in. He had changed out of his own black cassock into chinos, a blue work shirt, and a corduroy sport coat. It always shocked Mike to see the priest out of uniform. "Good job as always, Michael." For all of his informality in other ways, the priest had never called him Mike. "Thanks, Father." Mike tried to think of something else to say, something to lengthen the moment alone with the only man he admired. "Not too many at the second Mass today." Father C. had lit a cigarette, and the small room filled with the smoky scent of it. The priest stood at the narrow window and stared out into the now empty parking lot. "No, there seldom are." He turned to look at Mike. "Was your little friend there today, Michael?" "Huh?" Mike knew few other Catholic boys his age. "You know, Michelle, what's her name? Staffney." Mike blushed all the way to the base of his neck. He'd never mentioned Michelle to Father C., never really mentioned her to anyone, but he always checked to see if she was in the congregation. She rarely was. She and her parents usually went all the way to St. Mary's Cathedral in Peoria. But on those rare occasions when the redhead was there, Mike found it very hard to concentrate. "I'm not even in the same class as Michelle Staffney," snorted Mike, trying to sound casual. He was thinking, "If that rat Donnie Elson told Father C. about her, I'll beat him to a pulp." Father Kavanaugh nodded and smiled. It was a gentle enough smile, no derision visible there, but Mike blushed again. He lowered his head as if concentrating fiercely on tying his sneakers. "My mistake," said Father C. He stubbed out his cigarette in an ashtray on the bureau top, patted his pockets for another one. "You and your friends have plans for this afternoon?" Mike shrugged. He had been planning to hang around with Dale and the others, and then start his surveillance of Van Syke today. He blushed again, realizing how silly their little spy game was. He said, "nothing going on." "I thought I'd look in on Mrs. Clancy around 5, said Father C. "I seem to remember that her husband stocked the pond on their farm before he passed away last spring. Thought she might not mind if we brought our fishing poles along and saw how well the fish were doing. Want to come along?" Mike nodded, feeling joy rise in him like the picture of the Holy Spirit as a dove painted on the west wall of the sanctuary. "Good. I'll pick you up in the Pope-mobile about 4:45. Mike nodded again. Father C. always talked about the parish car, a black Lincoln town car, as the Pope-mobile. At first Mike had been deeply shocked by the phrase, but then he realized that Father C. probably wouldn't make that joke around anyone else. He might even get in trouble if Mike repeated the phrase to someone. Mike had images of 2 cardinals from the Vatican suddenly appearing from a helicopter, grilling Father C. in the rectory, taking him away in leg irons. So the joke was actually a form of trust, a way of saying, "We're both men of the world, Michael, my lad." Mike waved goodbye and went out of the church into the sunlight of Sunday noon. Duane worked most of the day, repairing the John Deere, spraying the weeds down along the ditch, moving the cows from the west pasture to the field between the barn and the cornfields, and finally walking the rows, even though it was too early to weed. The old man had come home around 3 a.m. Duane had kept one of the basement windows open, even though it didn't have a screen, so he'd heard the car coming. The old man was drunk, but not falling down drunk. He came in cussing and made a sandwich in the kitchen, with even more cussing and shouting. Duane and Wittgenstein stayed in the basement, the old collie whining even while his tail beat on the cement floor. When the old man wasn't hung over on Sunday mornings, he and Duane used to play chess until almost noon. There was no chess this Sunday. It was mid-afternoon when Duane came in from walking the rows and found the old man in the wooden lawn chair under the poplar on the south lawn. A copy of the New York Times Sunday edition was spread out on the grass around him. "Forgot I'd picked this up last night in Peoria," mumbled the old man. He rubbed his cheeks. He hadn't shaved for 2 days, and the gray stubble looked almost silver in the light. Duane dropped down on the grass and went through the stack looking for the review of books. "Last Sunday's paper?" The old man grunted. "What the hell do you expect, today's paper?" Duane shrugged and began reading the lead review. It was all about Schirer's The Rise and Fall of the Third Reich, and other books that might tie into the capture of Adolf Eichmann in Buenos Aires the week before. The old man cleared his throat. "I didn't mean to get home so late last night. Some sparrow fart professor from Bradley started arguing with me about Marx in a little pub down on Adams Street, and well, everything go all right here?" Duane nodded, not looking up. "That soldier spend the night here, or what?" Duane lowered the book review section. "What soldier?" The old man rubbed his cheek and neck again, obviously straining to sort fantasy from memory. I remember giving some soldier a ride, picking him up near the Spoon River Bridge." He rubbed his cheek again. "I don't usually stop for hitchhikers, you know that. But it was starting to rain." He stopped, looked back toward the house and barn, as if the soldier might still be sitting in the pickup. "Yeah, I remember it more clearly now. He didn't say anything the whole trip, just nodded when I asked him if he'd just gotten out of the service. The damnedest thing is, I knew something wasn't right at the time about the way he was dressed, but I was too tired to notice what was wrong." "What was wrong?" said Duane. "His uniform. It wasn't a modern uniform, not even an Eisenhower jacket. He was wearing heavy wool, brown wool, an old broad-brimmed campaign hat, and puttees." "Puttees?" said Duane. "You mean the leggings the doughboys wore back in World War I?" "Yeah," said the old man. He chewed on the nail of his forefinger the way he did when he was considering a new invention or get-rich-quick scheme. In fact, everything about that soldier was from the Great War. Puttees, hobnailed boots, the old campaign hat, even a Sam Brown belt. He was real young, but he couldn't have been a real soldier. Must have been wearing his grandfather's uniform, or been coming home from some sort of masquerade party. The old man focused on Duane. "Did he stay for breakfast?" Duane shook his head. "He didn't come in with you last night. You must have dropped him off somewhere." The old man concentrated a moment, then shook his head vigorously. I'm sure he was in the truck with me when I turned up the lane. I remember thinking that I'd sort of forgotten he was there, he was so quiet. I was going to give him a sandwich and let him sleep on the couch." The old man stared at Duane. His eyes were bloodshot. "I know he was still with me when I came up the lane, Duaney." Duane nodded. "Well, I didn't hear him come in with you. Maybe he walked into town." The old man squinted over the corn toward County 6. In the middle of the night like that? Besides, I seem to remember him saying that he lived right around here somewhere. I thought you said he didn't talk. The old man chewed his nail. He didn't. I don't remember him talking at all. Well, shit with it. He went back to reading the financial section. Duane finished the review and then walked back to the house. Vit came out of the barn, obviously rested from one of his frequent naps, and ready to go somewhere with Duane. "Hey, boy," said Duane, "you see a doughboy from World War I wandering around in the barn?" Vit whined slightly and cocked his head, not sure of what he was being asked. Duane rubbed him behind the ears. He walked over to the pickup and opened the door on the passenger side. The heated cab smelled of whiskey and old socks. There was a depression in the vinyl on the passenger seat, as if an invisible someone were sitting there now, but that had been there for as long as they'd owned the truck. Duane poked under the seat, checked the floorboards, and looked in the glove compartment. Lots of junk, rags, maps, some of the old man's paperbacks, several empty whiskey bottles, a church key, beer cans, and even a loaded shotgun shell, but no clues. No swagger stick or Spanish Mauser accidentally left behind. No diagram of trenches around the Somme or map of Belleau Wood. Duane smiled at himself and went back out to the yard to read the paper and play with Vit. It was evening before Mike and Father Kavanaugh ended their fishing expedition. Mrs. Clancy, who was dying of crotchetiness as much as old age, hadn't wanted anyone else in the house while Father C. heard her confession, so Mike had waited out by the pond, trying to skip rocks across it and wishing he hadn't skipped dinner. There were few things that would have gotten Mike excused from Sunday dinner, but helping Father C. turned out to be one of them. When the priest had said, "You've eaten already, haven't you?" Mike had nodded. He would include that in his confession next time under the general category of "several times I've not told the truth to adults, Father." As Mike got older, he realized the real reason why priests couldn't marry. Who would want to live with someone you had to confess to regularly? Father C. joined him by the pond by 7 p.m. He brought the fishing gear from the trunk of the Pope-mobile, and it seemed earlier with the June sun low but still above the trees. The two fished for over an hour, with only Mike catching something, a couple of sunfish which he threw back, but with conversation that was so rich that it made the boy a bit dizzy. The nature of the Trinity, what it was like growing up on south side of Chicago when Father C. was younger, what street gangs were like, why everything else had to be created but God could just be, why old people came back to the church. Father C. explained Pascal's wager to Mike, or tried to, and a dozen other topics. Mike loved to talk about such things with the priest. Talking with Dale and Duane and some of the other real brains among the kids could be fun. They had some weird ideas, but Father C. had lived. He was wise not only to the mysteries of Latin and the church, but to the tough, cynical side of Chicago life that Mike had never imagined. The tree shadows had crept across the grassy bank and were well out onto the pond when Father C. glanced at his watch and exclaimed, "Good heavens, Michael, look how late it is. Mrs. McCafferty will be worried." Mrs. McCafferty was the rectory housekeeper. She had tended to Father Harrison like a sister, trying to keep a wayward brother out of trouble. She babied Father C. as if he were her son. They stowed the gear and headed back to town. Driving south on County 6, a cloud of dust rising behind the Pope-mobile on the gravel road, Mike caught a glimpse of Duane McBride's home off to the right, then Dale's Uncle Henry's place on the left, just before they descended the first steep hill and climbed again to pass Calvary Cemetery. Mike saw the graveyard empty and golden in the evening light. noticed the lack of any cars in the grassy area along the road, and suddenly remembered that he was supposed to have checked out Van Syke today. He asked Father C. to stop, and the priest steered the Popemobile onto the grass parking strip between the road and the black wrought-iron fence. "What is it?" asked Father C. Mike thought fast. I promised Memo I'd check Grandpa's grave today. You know, see if the grass has been cut, if the flowers we left last week are still there. You know, stuff like that." Another lie for confession. "I'll wait for you," said the priest. Mike blushed and turned to look out at the cemetery so Father C. wouldn't see the blush. He hoped the priest wouldn't hear the lie in his voice. I'd rather be alone for a while. I want to say some prayers." "Good, Mike. That made a lot of sense. You want to say prayers, so you tell a priest to get lost? Is it a mortal sin to lie about praying? Besides, I may have to pull some flowers in the woods, and it'll be a while." Father Kavanaugh looked west across the road toward the sun that hung like a red balloon low above the cornfields. "It's almost dark, Michael." "I'll get home before dark, honest." "But it's at least a mile to town." The priest sounded dubious, as if he suspected some mischief but couldn't figure out what it might be. "It's no problem, Father. Us guys hike and bike it all the time. We play in the woods out here a lot." "You're not going into the woods after dark." "Naw," said Mike. "Just do what I promised Memo and walk home. I like walking." He was thinking, could Father C. be afraid of the dark? He rejected the idea. For a second he considered not lying, telling the priest about their hunch that something was wrong with Old Central, something involving Tubby Cook's disappearance, and all about how he was planning to check on the tool shed behind the cemetery where Van Syke was rumored to sleep sometimes. Then he rejected that idea, too. He didn't want Father Kavanaugh thinking he was a nut. "You're sure?" said Father C. "Your folks will think you're with me." "They know I promised Memo," said Mike, finding the lie easier now. "I'll be home before dark." Father Kavanaugh nodded and leaned over to open the door for Mike. "All right, Michael. Thanks for the fishing companionship and conversation. Tomorrow, early Mass?" It was a rhetorical question. Mike served every early Mass. "Sure, tomorrow," he said, closing the heavy door and leaning forward to speak through the open window. "Thanks for—" He paused, not knowing what he was thanking the priest for. "Being a grown-up who talks to me? Thanks for loaning me the fishing pole." "Any time," said Father C. "Next time we'll go down to Spoon River, where there are real fish." He saluted with 2 fingers, backed the Popemobile out, and disappeared down the next hill to the south. Mike stood there a minute, blinking away dust and feeling the grasshoppers leap away from his legs in the low grass. Then he turned and looked at the cemetery. His shadow merged with the black and barbed lattice of the shadow of the iron fence. Great. Geez, what if Van Syke's here? He didn't think the part-time custodian, part-time cemetery handyman was there. The air was still, rich with the corn and dust smell of a humid June evening, and the place looked, sounded, and felt empty. He pulled back the knobbed bar on the pedestrian gate and walked inside, conscious of his shadow leaping ahead, conscious of the tall headstones throwing their own shadows, and especially conscious of the hushed silence after the hours of conversation. He did stop by Grandpa's grave. It was about halfway back in the 4-acre cemetery. 3 headstones left of the gravel and grass lane that bisected the rows of graves. The O'Rourkes were clustered in this area, his mother's people nearer the fence on the other side, and Grandpa's grave was the closest to the road. There was a wide, grassy space here that Mike knew was reserved for his parents, and his sisters, and him. The flowers were still there, wilted and dead, but still there, from the previous Monday, Memorial Day, and so was the tiny American flag the American Legion had set there. They replaced the flags each Memorial Day, and part of Mike's sense of what season it was depended on how faded the flag was on Grandpa's grave. He had enlisted during World War I, but had never gone overseas, merely spent 14 months in a camp in Georgia. When Mike was very young, he had listened to Memo's stories of Grandpa's friends' adventures overseas in the Great War, and received the definite impression from Memo that Grandpa's failure to see action was one of the few things the old man wished had turned out different in his life. The colors of the flag were bright, blood red and crisp white above the green grass. The low horizontal light made everything brighter and richer. Somewhere on Dale's Uncle Henry's farm, 1 hill and 1/4 of a mile away, a cow lowed, and the sound was quite clear in the still air. Mike bowed his head and said a prayer. Perhaps he wouldn't have to confess the little lies after all. Then he crossed himself and walked down the lane toward the rear of the cemetery and Van Syke's shed. It wasn't really Van Syke's shed, merely the old tool shed that had been in the cemetery for years and years. It was set back near the rear fence, across a mowed strip of stubble, far from the last row of graves, although Mike thought someday the cemetery would grow around it, and the thick sunlight lay across its west wall like butter spread on stone. Mike noticed that the padlock was on the door, and he strolled past as if he was headed for the woods and strip-mined hills far behind the cemetery, the kids' usual destination when they cut through here, and then turned back, stepping into the deep shadow on the west side of the little building. Grasshoppers leaped blindly from the stubble under his sneakers, and brittle weeds cracked underfoot. There was a window on this side, the only window the shed had, and it was tiny and neck-high on Mike. He went closer, shielded his eyes, and peered in. Nothing. The window was too grimed and the interior too dark. Whistling, hands in his pockets, Mike strolled around the building. He glanced over his shoulder several times to make sure that no one was coming down the lane. The road had been empty since Father C. had driven off. The cemetery was quiet. Beyond the road, the sun had gone down with the crimson slow-motion elegance reserved for Illinois sunsets, but the empty sky was still burnished with June evening light, fading now toward true twilight and summer dark. Mike inspected the lock. It was a solid Yale padlock, but the metal plate where the hook was attached to the door frame was set into splinters and rot. Still whistling softly, Mike wiggled the plate back and forth until 1, then 2 of the 3 rusty screws were free of the frame. The last screw took some urging from Mike's pocket knife, but finally it came free. Mike glanced around, made sure there was a stone nearby to pound the screws back in when it was time to leave, and then he stepped into the shed. It was dark. The air smelled of fresh soil, and something more sour than that. Mike closed the door behind him, leaving a crack for light, and so that he could hear if a car drove up to the front gate, and he stood there blinking a moment, letting his eyes adapt. Van Syke wasn't there. That was the important thing Mike had checked on, even before stepping in. Not much was there. A bunch of shovels and spades, standard equipment for a graveyard, he figured. Some shelves with fertilizer and jars of dark liquid on them. Some rusted and barbed iron bars, obviously part of the fence that had been removed for replacement, stacked in one corner. Some attachments for the tractor that mowed the grounds. A couple of small crates, one which had a lantern on it and looked as if it had been used as a table. Some thick canvas straps, which Mike puzzled over for a moment before he realized that they were the straps that went under a coffin so it could be lowered into the grave. And directly under the grimed window, a low cot. Mike checked out the cot. It smelled strongly of mildew, and there was a blanket thrown on it that didn't smell much better. but someone had obviously used this as a bed recently. A Wednesday edition of the Peoria Journal-Star lay crumpled against the wall on it, and the blanket lay half on the floor, as if someone had thrown it off in a hurry. Mike knelt next to the cot and moved the newspaper. Under it was a magazine, with slick, glossy pages mixed in with cheaper paper. Mike lifted it, began to thumb through it, and then dropped it in a hurry. The slick pages held glossy black and white photos of naked ladies. Mike had seen naked ladies before. He had 4 sisters, and he had even seen magazines with naked ladies in them. Jerry Daysinger had shown him a nudist magazine once, but he had never seen photos like this. The women lay with their legs open and their private parts showing. The nudist pictures Mike had seen had been airbrushed. No pubic hair, only a modest smoothness between the legs. But these photos showed everything. Hair, the ladies' slits, the open lips down there, often held open by the ladies themselves, lacquered nails tugging apart the opening to their most secret parts. Other women were on their knees, rump to the camera, so you could see their bum hole as well as the hairy parts. Others were playing with their titties. Mike felt his blush fade, but at the same second, as if the blood had to flow somewhere, he felt his penis getting hard. He touched the magazine, although not picking it up again, and flipped pages. More women, more spread legs. Mike had never imagined that ladies would do such a thing in front of someone with a camera. What if their families ever saw these pictures? He felt his erection throbbing against his jeans. Mike had touched himself before, even rubbed himself all the way to the climax that had surprised him so much the first time it happened a year earlier. But Father Harrison had gone to great lengths to explain the consequences of self-abuse, both spiritual and physical, and Mike had no intention of going insane or of getting the special type of acne that self-abusers always suffered, thus letting the world know they were self-abusers. Besides, Mike had confessed this particular sin the few times he'd done it, and while it was one thing confessing something like that to Father Harrison in the dark and getting bawled out for it, it would be quite another telling Father Kavanaugh. Mike had realized that he would rather become an atheist and go to hell than confess this sin to Father C. And if he did it and didn't confess, well, Father Harrison had described the punishment in hell that awaited sinners who were depraved. Mike sighed, stuck the magazine back where he had found it, arranged the newspaper over it, and got to his feet. He'd jog down the hill and walk briskly up the next one. That should get rid of the bad thoughts and the hardness against the inside of his fly. The blanket slipped off the cot as Mike rose, and a raw smell filled the room. Mike backed away and then came closer, lifting the blanket away. A stench of raw earth and something worse rose from beneath the cot. Mike held his breath a second, and then he lifted the cot and set it against the packing crate. There was a hole there. It was more than 2 feet across and perfectly round, as if it were an open manhole in a city street, but the edges were packed dirt. Mike got down on all 4s and peered in. The smell was very bad. Mike had gone to a slaughterhouse near Oak Hill once, and this stench was sort of like the room where they'd toss the entrails and other bits and pieces they couldn't sell. The blood smell was the same. It mixed with the rich, raw earth scent to make a stench so strong that it made Mike dizzy. He teetered for a moment, eyes closed. When he opened them, he caught a flicker of movement far down the hole, as if something had just scurried from the light. Mike blinked. The edges of the hole were weird, raw red, although the soil around here wasn't clay, and striated, evenly ridged. It reminded Mike of something, although he couldn't think of what for a minute. Then he remembered. Dale Stewart had a set of Compton's pictured encyclopedias. The boys liked to look at the section about the human body. There were transparent overlays there. One of the pictures was of just the digestive system, with cross-sections and colored cutaways. The sides of the whole looked like a section of human gut, red and raw. As Mike watched, the red ridges seemed to move slightly, contracting, then relaxing. The smell from the hole grew worse. Mike crawled backward on all fours, breathing shallowly. There was a scraping, scrabbling sound from somewhere. Rats outside, or something down there. Mike had a sudden image of this tunnel running into the cemetery, connecting to the graves there. He imagined Van Syke crawling head first into this hole, disappearing down this raw gut into the deeper bowels of the earth. Van Syke slithering like a snake, sliding out of sight as he heard Mike's whistling a minute before. Van Syke, or something worse? Mike shivered. The filthy window suggested that it was already dark outside, although the crack in the door showed pale light. Mike shoved the cot back in place, making sure the newspaper and magazine were as he had found them, and readjusted the blanket so it concealed the hole. It wouldn't take the blanket to hide it, he realized. It's so dark in here, somebody might not notice the hole, even if the cot weren't here, if the smell didn't tip you off. Mike was still on his knees when he imagined a grub-white hand and arm sliding out from the blackness beneath the cot, sliding out and grabbing his wrist, gripping his ankle. Mike's sexual excitement was completely gone. For a second he felt like he was going to throw up. He closed his eyes, opened his mouth to lessen the smell, and concentrated on saying a Hail Mary and an Our Father. It didn't help. He imagined that he heard stealthy footsteps in the grass stubble outside. Mike flung the door open and threw himself outside, not caring if he ran into whoever it was, wanting only to be away from the hole, out of there. The cemetery was empty. The sky was darker. One star hung in the east above the tree line there. The woods looked dark, but it was still summer twilight. A red-winged blackbird sat on a tall gravestone 20 yards away and seemed to stare at Mike. He started to leave, walking quickly away, but then remembered the lock. He hesitated, realized that he was being an idiot, and then went back and began pounding in the screws. The last one had to be screwed in, and Mike noticed that his hand was shaking slightly as he used his penknife to do it. If something comes out of that hole, how does it get out of the shed? Maybe it slithers through the window. Shut up, stupid. The knife blade slipped and sliced his little finger. Mike ignored it, driving the screw the last quarter-inch, oblivious of the drops of blood dripping onto the wooden frame. There. It wasn't perfect. A close inspection would show where the latch frame had been pulled out and then readjusted. So what? Mike turned and walked down the lane. There was still no traffic on County 6. Mike jogged down the hill, wishing the shadows here at the bottom were not so deep. It looked like night in the thick woods on either side. The Black Tree Tavern was closed and dark. No alcohol could be served on Sunday, and it was strange to see the little building with no cars in front. Mike slowed to a walk when he got up the hill and passed the Black Tree driveway. The woods continued to his left. Gypsy Lane was in there somewhere, but the country opened out to cornfields to his right, and it was much lighter up here. Mike could see the junction with Jubilee College Road only a couple of 100 yards ahead, and once there, Elm Haven's water tower would be visible 3/4 of a mile to the west. Mike had slowed even more, silently cursing himself as a coward, when he heard gravel crunch behind him. It wasn't a car, but the soft tread of footsteps. Still moving, he turned to walk backward, hands unconsciously raised to fists. Another kid, he thought, when he first saw the shadow separate itself from the darkness under the trees on the road at the top of the hill. He didn't recognize the kid, but saw the old-fashioned Boy Scout hat and uniform. The boy was about 15 yards behind him. Then Mike realized that it wasn't a kid. It was a guy in his 20s, maybe, and the outfit wasn't a Boy Scout uniform, but some sort of soldier suit, like the uniforms Mike had seen in old photographs. The guy's face seemed waxy, smooth, and oddly featureless in the dim light. "Hi!" yelled Mike, and waved. He didn't know the soldier, but he was still relieved. When Mike had heard the footsteps behind him, he'd had a sudden image of Van Syke on the road with him. The young soldier didn't wave back. Mike couldn't see his eyes, but it was almost as if the guy was blind. He wasn't running, just walking quickly in a sort of stiff, straight-legged march, but it was a fast enough march that the soldier had already closed some of the distance between them. He was 10 yards away now, and Mike could clearly see the brass buttons on the brown uniform, the weird khaki wrappings like bandages around his legs. The hobnailed boots made crunching noises on the gravel. Mike tried again to see the face, but the broad-brimmed hat cast deep shadows despite the dim light. The young man was marching so quickly that Mike got the definite feeling that he was trying to catch up, was hurrying to close the distance. The shit with this, thought Mike, vaguely aware that he would have to confess another bad word to Father C. Mike turned and began running down Jubilee College Road toward the distant smudge of trees that was Elm Haven. Dale's little brother Lawrence was afraid of the dark. As far as Dale could tell, the 8-year-old wasn't afraid of anything else. He'd climb places that no one else, except perhaps Jim Harlan, would even consider attempting. Lawrence was tough, with that kind of quiet physical courage that sent him ripping into bullies half again as tall as him, his head down, fists pummeling, even while he was taking a beating that would send an older kid fleeing in tears. Lawrence loved daredevil stunts. He would jump his bike from the highest ramp they could build, and when it came time in their backyard daredevil show for someone to lie down in front of the ramp while others jumped their bikes over him, Lawrence was the only one to volunteer. He played tackle football against mobs of kids bigger than him, and his idea of fun was to be taped up in a cardboard box and thrown off the strip-mined cliffs of Billy Goat Mountains. Sometimes Dale was sure that Lawrence's lack of fear would get him happily killed someday. But he was afraid of the dark. Lawrence was especially afraid of the dark in the hallway at the top of their stairs, and even more afraid of the dark in their bedroom. The Stewarts' house, they had rented for the 5 years they had lived here since their move from Chicago, was old. The light switch at the bottom of the stairs controlled the bulbs on the small chandelier above the lower entrance hall, but left the landing above steeped in darkness. To get to the boys' room, one had to walk around the landing in that semi-darkness. Worse, from Lawrence's point of view, was the fact that there was no wall switch in their room. To turn on the hanging light bulb in the center of the room, the boys had to walk into the darkness, feel around for the cord hanging in mid-air, and tug it on. Lawrence hated that part and begged Dale to go up to turn on the light for him. Once, as they were falling asleep with the nightlight on, Dale had asked him why he hated to do that. What exactly was he afraid of? It was their room. At first Lawrence wouldn't answer, but finally he'd said sleepily, "Somebody might be in here, waiting." "Somebody?" Dale had whispered. "Who?" "I don't know," Lawrence had sleepily whispered back. "Somebody. Sometimes I think I'll come into the room and be feeling around for the light cord. You know, it's sort of hard to find. Instead of the cord, I'll feel this face." Dale's neck had gone cold. "You know," continued Lawrence, "some tall guy's face, only not quite a human face. And I'll be in here in the dark with my hand on his face, and his teeth'll be all slick and cool, and I'll feel his eyes wide open like a dead person's, and—" "Shut up," Dale had whispered. Even with the nightlight on, Lawrence was afraid of things in the room. The house was old enough not to have closets. Dale's dad had said that people used big wardrobes for their clothes back then, but the previous owners or renters had added a closet to the boys' room. It was a crude thing, hardly more than a floor-to-ceiling box of painted pine boards in one corner, and Lawrence said that it reminded him of a coffin propped up there. It reminded Dale of a coffin, too, but he wouldn't admit it. Lawrence would never be the first to open the closet door, even in the daytime. Dale could only imagine what his brother thought might be waiting in there. But mostly, Lawrence was afraid of what might be under his bed. The boys slept a few feet apart on small beds, identical down to the Roy Rogers blankets on them. But Lawrence was sure that something waited under his bed. Lawrence would kneel to say his prayers if his mom was in the room, but when the two boys were alone, he was quick to get into his pajamas and jump onto the bed, not even come within grabbing distance of the darkness under it. And then he would go through a ritual of tucking his blankets in, securing everything so that nothing could drag him down, pull him under. If he was reading a comic or something and it fell on the floor, he would ask Dale to pick it up. If Dale didn't, the comic remained on the floor until morning. Dale had reasoned with his brother for years. "Look, stupid," he'd said, "there's nothing under your bed but dust balls." "It could be a hole," Lawrence had whispered once. "A hole?" "Yeah, like a tunnel or something, with something in it waiting to get me." Lawrence's voice had been very tiny. Dale had laughed. "Pea-brain, we're on the second floor. There can't be a hole or tunnel on the second floor. Plus, it's solid wood." He leaned over and rapped the floor with his knuckles. "See? Solid." Lawrence had closed his eyes, as if expecting a hand to reach out and grab Dale's wrist. Dale had given up trying to convince Lawrence that there was nothing to be afraid of. Dale wasn't afraid of the dark upstairs. His fear was centered on the basement, specifically the coal bin, where he had to go down to shovel coal every winter night. But he'd never told Lawrence or anyone about that anxiety. Dale loved summer because he didn't have to go down in the basement. But Lawrence was afraid of the dark all year round. On this first Sunday night of summer vacation, Lawrence asked Dale to go upstairs to turn on the light for him, and Dale had sighed, closed the Tarzan book he was reading, and gone up with his brother. There were no faces in the dark. Nothing came out from under the bed. When Dale opened the closet door to hang up his brother's striped shirt, nothing leaped out or pulled him in. Lawrence got into his Zorro pajamas, and Dale realized that even though it wasn't quite 9 p.m., he was sleepy too. He pulled on his own blue pajamas, tossed his dirty stuff in the hamper, and got into bed to read about Tarzan and the lost city of Opar. They heard footsteps, and their dad stood at the door. He had his reading glasses on, and the dark frames made him look older and more serious than usual. "Hi, Dad," said Lawrence from his bed. He'd just finished his ritual of tucking everything in tightly and making sure that there was nothing loose that might fall down and tempt the under-the-bed creatures. "Hey, tigers, hitting the sack early tonight, huh?" "Going to read a while," said Dale, and suddenly knew that something was wrong. Their dad didn't usually come up to say good night, and this night there was a tightness around his eyes and mouth. "What's the matter, Dad?" Their father came in, removed his glasses as if just remembering they were on, and sat on Lawrence's bed with his left hand bridging the gap to Dale's. "Did you guys hear the phone?" "Uh-uh," said Dale. "Yeah," said Lawrence. "That was Mrs. Grumbacher," began their dad. He played with his glasses, folding and refolding them. Then he stopped and put them in his pocket. "Mrs. Grumbacher called to say that she saw Miss Jensen over in Oak Hill today." "Miss Jensen," said Lawrence. "You mean Jim Harlan's mom?" Lawrence had never understood why Harlan's mom had a different last name, or why she could be a Miss and still have a kid. "Hush," said Dale. "Yes," said their dad, and patted Lawrence's leg under the blanket. "Jim's mom. She told Mrs. Grumbacher that Jim has had an accident." Dale felt his heart lurch and then sink. He and Kevin had gone up to find Harlan that afternoon. Mike hadn't been around, and they wanted enough guys to play ball, but Harlan's house had been dark and locked. They'd figured he'd gone out on some Sunday outing to see relatives or something. "An accident," Dale repeated after a minute. "Is he dead?" Dale knew intuitively, certainly, that Harlan was dead. Dale's dad blinked. "Dead? No, kiddo, Jim's not dead, but he was hurt pretty badly. He was still unconscious in the Oak Hill Hospital today when Mrs. Grumbacher talked to his mom." "What happened?" said Dale. His voice sounded dry, raspy. Their dad rubbed his cheek. "They're not sure. It looks like Jim was climbing around the school." "Old Central," breathed Dale. "Yes, climbing around on the school across the street, and he fell. Mrs. Moon found him this morning. She was looking for newspapers and cans in the dumpster they have over by the school. Well, Jim had fallen in there either the night before or early that morning and was unconscious." Dale licked his lips. "How bad hurt is he?" Their father seemed to debate the answer for a second. He patted both boys' legs under their covers. "Mrs. Grumbacher says that Miss Jensen says he'll be all right. He's still unconscious. She says that he hit his head, and there was a fairly serious concussion." "What's a concussion?" asked Lawrence, eyes wide. "It's like bruising your brain or splitting your skull," whispered Dale. "Now be quiet and let Dad talk." Their dad smiled slightly. "He's not quite in a coma, but he is still unconscious. The doctors say that that's normal with a serious head injury. I guess he's also got some broken ribs and a multiple fracture of one of his arms. Mrs. G didn't say which one. Evidently Jim fell quite a ways and hit the rim of the dumpster. If there hadn't been some soft junk in there to break his fall, well—" Lawrence piped up. "He would have been like Mike's kitten that got squashed flat on the hard road last summer, huh, Dad?" Dale punched his brother on the arm. Before his dad could snap at him, he said, "Can we go over to Oak Hill to visit him, Dad?" Their father took his glasses out of his pocket. "Sure, I don't see why not. Of course, it'll be a few days at least. Jim has to regain consciousness, and they have to make sure he'll be okay. If he were to get worse or not come to, they might have to transfer him to a hospital in Peoria." He stood and patted Lawrence's leg a last time. "But we'll go see him this week if he's feeling better. You guys don't read too long, okay?" He walked to the door. "Dad," said Lawrence, "how come Harlan's mom didn't know he was gone last night?" How come nobody looked for him until this morning?" Their dad's face showed anger for just a second. Not anger at Lawrence. "I don't know, kiddo. Maybe his mom thought he was home sleeping. Or maybe Jim went out and climbed onto the school this morning." Said Dale. "Harlan sleeps the latest of any kid I know. It was last night, I'd bet on it." Dale thought of the free show of the lightning and first drops of rain that had sent everyone to cars or huddling under trees for several minutes while Rod Taylor fought the Morlocks, and of the second feature that got rained out. He and Lawrence had walked back with one of Mike's sisters and her dumb boyfriend. What was Harlan doing climbing on Old Central? "Dad," said Dale, "do you know where Harlan was climbing? Which part of the school?" Their dad frowned. "Well, he fell into the dumpster that's near the parking lot, so I guess it was on the corner on this side. That's where your classroom was this year, wasn't it?" "Yeah," said Dale. He was imagining the route Harlan would have climbed. The drain pipe, probably. Maybe the stone ridges on the corner. Definitely the ledge outside the classroom. Cripes, that's way up there. Why the hell would Harlan be way up there? His dad seemed to speak Dale's thoughts aloud. "Do either of you know why Jim might have tried to climb into his old room over there?" Lawrence shook his head. He was hugging the ragged panda bear that he called Teddy. Dale shook his head and said, Dad, it doesn't make any sense." Their dad nodded. "I'll be traveling tomorrow night and Tuesday, but I'll call to check on you guys and to see how your friend's doing, and we'll go visit Jim later in the week if you want to." Both boys nodded. Later, Dale tried to read, but the adventures of Tarzan in the Lost City suddenly seemed pretty silly. When he finally got up to turn out the light, Lawrence extended his hand across the gap between their beds. Lawrence usually wanted to hold hands while falling asleep. It was the one risk he took with something grabbing him, but most times Dale told him no. Tonight he held his little brother's hand. The curtains on both windows were open. Leaf shadow painted silhouettes on the screens. Dale could hear crickets and the rustle of leaves. He couldn't quite see Old Central from this angle, but he saw the pale glow of the single pole light near the north entrance. Dale closed his eyes, but as soon as he tried to drift off to sleep, he imagined Harlan lying there in that dumpster amidst the broken boards and other junk. He imagined Van Syke and Roon and the others gathered around the dumpster in the dark, looking down at the unconscious kid and smiling at each other with their rat's teeth and spidery eyes. Dale snapped awake. Lawrence was asleep, still clutching Teddy and snoring softly. A thin line of moisture wet the pillow under his mouth. Dale lay there silently, barely breathing. He did not let go of Lawrence's hand. Chapter 9. Dwayne McBride awoke before dawn on Monday morning and thought for a confused second that he had to get his chores done and meet the school bus at the end of the lane. Then he remembered that it was Monday, the first Monday of summer vacation, and that he'd never have to go to Old Central again. A weight lifted from his shoulders, and he went upstairs whistling. There was a note from the old man. He'd left early to meet some friends for breakfast at the Parkside Cafe, but he would be home by early afternoon. Dwayne did the morning chores. Finding the eggs in the henhouse reminded him of when he was a tiny little kid and terrified of the militant hens, but it was a good memory because it was one of the few he had of his mother, even if the memory was of little more than a polka-dotted apron and a warm voice. After breakfast of 2 of the eggs, 5 strips of bacon, toast, hash browns, and a chocolate donut, Duane was ready to go outside again. The pump on the water tank in the back pasture needed cleaning and a new pulley, when the phone rang. It was Dale Stewart. Duane listened silently to the news about Jim Harlan. After Dale waited a second for a response that did not come, he went on to tell Duane that Mike O'Rourke wanted a meeting of everybody in his chicken house at 10 o'clock that morning. "Why not in my chicken house?" was Duane's response. "Your chicken house has chickens in it. Besides, we'd all have to ride our bikes way out to your house." "I don't have a bike," said Duane. "I'll have to walk all the way in." "What about meeting in your secret hideout in the culvert?" "The cave?" said Dale. Duane could hear the hesitancy in the other 11-year-old's voice. Duane didn't especially want to go back to the culvert today either. "Okay," he said. "I'll be there at 10 o'clock. After Duane hung up, he sat in the kitchen for a moment, thinking of the chores he'd have to double up on that afternoon. Finally he shrugged, found a candy bar to give him energy on the trip, and went outside. Vit met him in the yard, tail wagging, and this time Duane didn't have it in his heart to leave the old dog behind. There was a high cloud cover that day that cut down on the heat a bit. It was in the low 80s, and he thought Vit might like the exercise. Duane went back in the house, stuffed his pants pockets with dog biscuits, grabbed a second candy bar for lunch, and the two set off down the lane. Duane never thought about it, but from a distance the two made odd companions. Duane with his ambling, loose-jointed semi-waddle, Wittgenstein limping along arthritically, setting his paws carefully like a barefoot quadruped on hot gravel, and peering myopically at things he could smell but not quite see. The shade at the bottom of the hills was a relief, but Duane was sweating freely under his plaid flannel shirt by the time he climbed the grade to the Black Tree Tavern. There were a few cars there already. His dad's pickup wasn't one of them, but Duane guessed that the breakfast had already moved from the Parkside Cafe to Carl's Tavern in town. The overcast began to break up by the time the boy and dog had turned west on Jubilee College Road, and the distant water tower shimmered in heat waves. Duane glanced at the fields of corn on either side, comparing their growth to the fields at his own farm. These were a few inches taller, and checking out the yellow signs along the barbed wire fence to see what the brand and hybrids were. The sunlight was a solid thing now, heavy on his face and shoulders, and Duane cursed himself for forgetting his cap. Vit poked along, occasionally sniffing out an interesting scent trail, and careening off blindly into the dust-covered weeds in the ditch alongside the road. The fence would usually stop his investigations, and the collie would come limping back to where Duane waited patiently. Duane was less than a quarter of a mile from the water tower and the turn in the road into town when the truck came. He smelled it almost as soon as he heard it. It had to be the rendering truck. Vit raised his head, blindly trying to find the source of the scent and noise, and Duane caught him by the collar and pulled him over to the side of the gravel road. Duane hated it when trucks passed while he was walking here. The grit stayed in his eyes and mouth and hair for hours. If too many vehicles passed him, he might even have to take a bath one of these days. Standing at the edge of the weeds, Duane noticed how fast the truck was coming. It had to be the rendering truck. How many trucks were there around here, with peeling red paint on the cab and the high slats behind? The windshield was a mirror of sky glare. The thing was not only roaring along at 50 or 60 miles per hour, it wasn't moving to the center or left of the road as most vehicles would. Duane thought of flying gravel, and he pulled Vit further back onto the verge of the shallow ditch itself. The truck roared right, whipping weeds under its massive bumper and heading straight for Duane and the dog at 50 miles per hour. Duane didn't take time to think. He bent, lifted Vit in a single motion, and leaped across the low ditch, almost colliding with the barbed wire fence. He barely managed to hold on to the panicked and wiggling collie as the truck missed them by 3 feet, throwing dust, stubble, gravel, and junk from the side of the road into the air around them. Duane could see the corpses of several cows, a horse, 2 hogs, and what looked to be a pale dog in the back, as the rendering truck swerved back onto the gravel road and continued on in a cloud of dust. "You son of a bitch!" he shouted, stepping out onto the gravel, but still holding the terrified old dog in his arms. His hands were occupied. He couldn't shake a fist, so Duane spat after the truck. The gob of saliva was dust-colored. The truck reached the water tower and turned left, the squealing of tires quite audible as it hit the asphalt there. "Stupid bastard," muttered Duane. He almost never cursed, but he felt the need now. "Cretinous, cow-turd motherfucker." Vit was whining and wiggling in his arms, and Duane suddenly realized how heavy the old dog was, and how hard Vit's heart was pounding. He could feel the throbs against his forearms. He stepped out onto the packed ruts in the road, set Vit down, and calmed him with long, slow strokes and gentle words. "It's all right, Vic. It's okay, old friend," he crooned. "That dumb old stupid, pissant, pre-literate asshole of a simple-minded custodian didn't hurt us, did he? No." The soothing tones were calming the dog, but his pulse was still visible against his ribs. Actually, Duane hadn't seen Van Syke at the wheel. He was too busy lifting Vit and backing into barbed wire to check in the cab as the truck roared by, but he had no doubt that the crazy custodian cum dead varmint collector was at the wheel. Well, everybody would know about this soon enough. It was one thing to scare a bunch of kids by dropping a dead monkey in the creek. It was something else to try to kill one of those kids. Duane suddenly realized that Van Syke, or whoever it was, had tried to kill him. It hadn't been a prank. It hadn't been some sort of insane warning. The truck had aimed at them, and only the vehicle's speed and the certainty of turning over after hitting the low ditch at that speed had kept the driver from moving over the required 36 inches to get them. Somebody would have come along and found my body in the weeds, thought Duane, and Vit's. They'd never have known who did it, just some careless kid and a hit-and-run driver. Duane remembered the barbed wire and felt his back. His hand came away red with blood. Worse than that, there were 2 large rips in his shirt that he would have to sew up. Duane continued to pet Vit, but now the boy was shaking worse than the dog had been. With his free hand, Duane dug in his pocket, found a biscuit for Vit, and then got out the candy bar for himself. The rendering truck roared around the corner by the water tower. Duane stood and stared, the chunk of Butterfingers unchewed in his mouth. It was the rendering truck. He could clearly see the red cab and massive bumper ahead of the cloud of dust. It was going slower now, but was still traveling at least 30 miles per hour, fast enough to turn Vit and him into instant roadkill when one considered the 3 tons above those wheels. "Oh, shit," Duane whispered reverently. Vit whimpered and pulled at Duane's grip on his collar. Duane dragged the dog to the left side of the road as if headed for the fields on the south side. The ditch was weed-filled, but very low there, almost flat, no hindrance to a vehicle. The rendering truck swerved right, filling Duane's side of the road. It had covered half the distance now, and Duane could make out the silhouette of a driver in the cab. The man was tall, but hunched forward, intent on driving, on aiming. Duane grabbed Vit's collar and dragged the panicked collie across the road. His forelegs were locked and straight. Gravel slid beneath his paws and tugged him into the ditch. The rendering truck cut left, coming off the road, bouncing across the ditch until its left wheels were almost scraping the fence. Weeds whipped under the front bumper, and the dust cloud filled the air. Duane glanced over his shoulder, hoping without hope that another car would come the other way, that some adult would intervene, that he would wake up. The truck was less than 100 feet away and seemed to be accelerating. Duane realized that he couldn't get back across the road in time with Vit, and even if he could, the truck could get them while he was trying to climb the fence there. Wittgenstein barked and jerked, snapping at Duane's wrist in his frenzy. For a fraction of a second Duane considered letting the collie go, letting him fend for himself, but then he realized that Vit wouldn't have a chance. Even in the adrenaline of panic, the old dog's joints were too stiff, his eyesight too poor. The truck was 20 yards away and closing. Its left front wheel struck a rotted fence post and snapped it out of the ground. The wire fence hummed like a shattered harp. Duane bent, lifted Vit, and in one smooth move threw the dog as far over the fence and into the field as he could. Vit landed 3 rows of corn in, slid on his side, and scrambled to get his feet under him. Duane had no more time to watch. He grabbed a skinny wooden post and heaved himself up. The entire fence wobbled and sagged. Barbed wire cut into Duane's left hand. His foot was too big for the square of wire he'd stuck it in, and his sneaker was stuck. The rendering truck filled the world with roar and dust and an oncoming wall of scabrous red metal. The driver was no longer visible, as the windshield glinted blindingly. It was less than 30 feet away and bouncing on, ripping fence posts out of the ground as it came. Duane left his sneaker where it was, pulled his foot free, heaved himself over, feeling the barbed wire rip at his belly, fell heavily into soft soil at the edge of the field, and rolled away across cornstalks even as he gasped for breath. The truck missed him, snapping off the fence post he'd climbed and throwing wire and weeds and gravel into the air around him. Duane got to his knees in the deep loam of the field. He was stunned. His flannel shirt was in tatters, and blood from torn skin on his stomach dripped onto his corduroys. His hands were a mess. The rendering truck bounced back onto the road. Duane could see the brake lights glowing like red eyes through the cloud of dust. Duane turned to find Vit, saw him lying 2 rows over, still stunned, and then he looked back. The truck turned slowly, ponderously to its left, nose down in the ditch. The rear wheels spun, throwing gravel like birdshot. Duane heard stones patter on the corn in the opposite field. The truck backed up, bounced into the low ditch across the road, moved its long hood in Duane's direction, and came on. Staggering, weaving, Duane kicked aside cornstalks to get to Vit, lifted the listless dog, and waded off through the rows, moving deeper into the field. The corn was lower than his waist. Vit's tail dragged across tassels. There was nothing but this low corn for a mile to the north, and then only another fence and a few trees. Duane kept moving, not looking back, even when he heard the truck bounce across the ditch, heard the fence snap and tear a second time, heard the sound of cornstalks smashing under bumper and wheels. It rained just a couple of days ago, Duane was thinking as he slogged on, moving at a glacial pace. Vit hung tired and heavy in his arms. Only the slight panting and movement of his ribs showed that he was alive. Just a couple of days ago it rained. The top inch or so is dust, but beneath it, mud. Please, God, let it be mud. The truck was in the field with him now. Dwayne heard the whir of the differential and the grating of gears. It was as if some huge, insane animal was coming after him. The smell of dead livestock was very strong. Dwayne plunged on. He wondered if he should stop and face it, lunge aside at the last second like some nimble matador, try to get behind the damn thing, find a rock and throw it at the windshield. He wasn't nimble. He couldn't dodge that way with Vit in his arms. He slogged on. The truck was 40 feet behind him, then 20, then 15. Dwayne tried to run, but could only manage a broad, strided walk. Corn whipped around him, and pollen matted Vit's fur. He realized that a row he'd just crossed had been wide and wet, a crude irrigation ditch. He kept on moving. Behind him the roar of engine and wheels on dirt turned into a whine, then a scream. Dwayne glanced back. The truck was at an odd angle, left rear wheels spinning wildly. Mud and torn vegetation flew in an arc behind it. Dwayne kept on moving, kicking aside stalks that threatened to scrape at Vit's eyes. When he looked back again, the truck was 100 feet behind him, still at an odd angle, but rocking back and forth now, stuck in the mud there. Dwayne fixed his vision on the line of scattered fields to the north and kept on moving. Beyond that fence was Johnson's pasture, and beyond that, to the north and east, the woods that ran all the way to the Black Tree. There were hills there, and a deep gully along the stream. Another 10 rows, and I'll look back. He was pouring sweat now, and he felt it mixing with the blood and dirt as a terrible itch between his shoulder blades. Vit stirred once, moved his legs the way he had since he was a pup when he was dreaming about chasing rabbits or something, and then relaxed, as if willing to let his master do all the work. 8 rows. 9. Dwayne kicked aside corn and glanced back. The truck was free and moving again, but backwards. It was backing out of the field, bouncing and jolting, but definitely moving backwards. Dwayne did not stop. He continued to lurch toward the fence, less than 100 yards away now. Even as he heard the whine of wheels and differential change pitch, heard the distant scrape of gravel as the truck accelerated. There's no way in here, no way it can head me off. I can get all the way to our own back pasture if I stay in the woods, away from the roads and driveways. Dwayne reached the fence, gently dropped Vit across it, and lost more skin climbing barbed wire before he allowed himself a second to rest. He squatted next to his dog, wrists limp on his torn knees, panting loudly and listening to the roar of his own pulse in his ears. He raised his head and looked back. The water tower was clearly visible. Another quarter of a mile south, he could see the dark trees of Elm Haven. The road was empty. There was no sound. Only a slowly settling cloud of dust and the ravaged fence far across the field told Dwayne that he hadn't dreamt it all. He crouched next to Vit and petted his side. The collie did not stir. His eyes were glassy. Dwayne lowered his cheek to Vit's ribs, held his own breath so his mad breathing would not drown out sound. There was no heartbeat. Vit's heart had probably stopped on him even before they'd crossed the first fence. Only the old collie's urge to stay by his master had kept him breathing and struggling as long as he had. Dwayne touched his old friend's narrow head, patted the thin fur there, and tried to close Vit's eyes. The eyelids would not come down. Duane knelt there. There was a great pain in his chest and throat, which had nothing to do with cuts or bruises. The pain became a terrible swelling, almost an explosion of emotion, but he could not swallow it or bring it up as tears. It threatened to choke him as he gasped for air, raising his face to the now blue sky. Kneeling there, pounding his bleeding hands against the soil, Duane promised Vit and the God he didn't believe in that someone would pay for this. Michael Rourke and Kevin Grumbacher were the only ones who showed for the bike patrol meeting that Mike had called. Kevin was nervous, pacing the length of the chicken house and fiddling with a rubber band, but Mike just shrugged. He realized that Dale and the others had better things to do than come to silly meetings on a summer morning. "We'll skip it, Kev," he said, from where he lay sprawled on the sprung couch. "I'll talk to the guys sometime when we're together." Kevin paused in his pacing, started to say something, and then stayed silent as Dale and Lawrence burst through the small door. It was obvious that something had excited Dale. His eyes were wild, his short hair in disarray. Lawrence was also agitated. "What?" said Mike. Dale gripped the doorframe and gasped for breath. "Duane just called. Van Syke tried to kill him." Mike and Kevin stared. "It's true," gasped Dale. "He called me just when the cops were getting there. He had to call Carl's Tavern to get his dad to come home, and then he called Barney, and he thought maybe Van Syke would come while he was waiting at home. But he didn't, so his dad got home, but doesn't really believe him. But his dog is dead. Van Syke didn't exactly kill him, but in a way he did, because—" "Hold it," said Mike. Dale stopped. Mike stood up. "Start at the beginning. The way you tell stories when we go camping. First things first. Is Duane okay? And how did Van Syke try to kill him?" Dale threw himself on the couch that Mike had just vacated. Lawrence found a cushion on the floor. Kevin stood where he had stopped pacing, motionless except for the movement of his hands as he unconsciously formed intricate patterns with the rubber band. "Okay," said Dale, and took another few seconds. "Duane just called. About half an hour ago, Van Syke, he thinks it was Van Syke, but didn't really see him. Somebody in Van Syke's rendering truck tried to run over him on Jubilee College Road, not too far from the water tower." "Jesus," Kevin said softly. Mike shot him a glance that silenced him. Dale nodded, eyes slightly unfocused as he concentrated on what he was saying and as the real significance of it hit home. "Duane says that the truck tried to hit him on the road and then tore down the fence, chasing him into the field. He says his dog died then, sort of scared to death." "Vit?" said Lawrence. There was pain in the younger boy's voice. Every time he and Dale went out to Duane's place to visit, Lawrence would play for hours with the old collie. Dale nodded again. Duane had to cut across the Johnsons' fields and Corpse Creek and the woods there to get to his own place. And the weird thing is— "What?" Mike said softly. "The weird thing is, Duane said he carried his dog all the way home. He didn't leave him there in the field where he died to go back for him later." Lawrence nodded as if he understood perfectly. "Is that all he said?" urged Mike. "Did he say why Van Syke might have gone after him?" Dale shook his head. "He said he wasn't doing anything except walking in here. I called him to tell him about the meeting. He said that the truck wasn't fooling around. It wasn't like when J.P. Congdon or one of those assholes—" Dale glanced at his younger brother. "It wasn't like when one of those other old jerks sort of pretends to swerve his pickup to scare you. Duane said that whoever was driving the rendering truck was really trying to kill him and Vit." Mike nodded, apparently lost in thought. Dale combed his cowlick down with his fingers. He had to hang up because Barney was just getting there. Kevin collapsed the cat's cradle between his fingers. "And he was calling you from his home?" "Yeah." Kevin looked at Mike. "Does this have anything to do with what you wanted us to talk about?" The tallest boy snapped out of his reverie. "Maybe." He glanced toward the yard where their bikes were lying everywhere. "Let's get going." "Where?" asked Lawrence. He'd been chewing on the bill of his wool baseball cap, a common habit of his when nervous or distracted. Mike smiled slightly. "Where do you think Dwayne's going to take Barney and his dad? If the truck chased him into the field, there's going to be a lot of wheel tracks and stuff." All four boys ran for their bikes. Barney was there. His green Pontiac with the faded gilt letters spelling "Constable" on the door was parked by the side of the road, as were Dwayne's dad's pickup and J.P. Congdon's black Chevy. Dwayne and his dad were standing in the gap where the fence had been torn down, Dwayne speaking softly and occasionally pointing to the deep ruts in the field. Barney was nodding and taking notes in a small spiral notebook. J.P. was smoking a cigar and glowering as if Dwayne were the suspect in all this. Dale and the other kids spun their bikes to a stop 30 feet from the group in the field. Congdon turned away from Dwayne's explanations, spat into the weeds, and shouted at the boys to go away. Mike and the others nodded and stayed where they were. Dwayne's father was talking. "And I want you to get out there and arrest him, Howard." Barney's real name was Howard Sills. "Goddamned idiot tried to kill my boy." Barney nodded and made a note. "Actually, Martin, we don't have any evidence that it was Carl Van Syke." Mike glanced at Dale, Kevin, and Lawrence, and they returned the look. They'd never heard Van Syke's first name before. "And your son said that he didn't get a clear look," Barney finished quickly, rushing to finish before Mr. McBride exploded again. Dwayne's dad was getting red in the face, nearing that instant of explosion, when J.P. Congdon shifted his cigar from one side of his mouth to the other and said, "Wasn't Carl." Barney shifted his cap and raised an eyebrow in the justice of the peace's direction. From 30 feet away, Dale thought, "Barney doesn't really look like Barney on the show." Sheriff Howard Sills was short and balding, and had a hint of Don Knott's poor posture and wide-eyed stare, but really he didn't resemble the deputy on the Andy Griffith show. But everyone called him Barney. "How do you know it wasn't Carl?" Barney asked the fat man. Congdon shifted the cigar again and squinted at Dwayne and his dad, as if the two were the kind of white trash with whom a justice of the peace shouldn't waste his time. "I know, 'cause I was with Carl all morning," he said. He removed the cigar, spat again, and grinned. His teeth were approximately the color of the stogie. "Carl and me was down at Spoon River, doing a little fishin' below the highway bridge." Barney nodded. "Van Syke usually drives the rendering truck," he said, his voice flat. "I checked with Billy Daysinger, and he said he hasn't driven it since last summer." Congdon shrugged and spat again. "Carl told me this morning that somebody stole the truck last night from where it was parked near the tallow plant." Mike O'Rourke glanced at the other boys. The tallow plant was an ancient rotting structure north of the abandoned grain elevators on the way to the dump. It was the place where all the dead livestock and roadkill had been brought before it also had been abandoned. The smell lingered, and sometimes it drifted all the way to Harlan's house on the northwest edge of the town. Barney scratched his small chin. "Why didn't you report it, J.P.? You or Carl?" Congdon shrugged, obviously bored by all this. "What little hair he still has sticks out behind his ears like wet weasel's fur," thought Dale. "And the top of his head doesn't sunburn, it just glows in the sunlight like the belly of a carp." "Like I said, we was busy," said the township's justice of the peace. "Besides, I just figured that some of these goddamn kids just took it as some sort of prank. How do we know that these little shits didn't do it?" He gestured toward the group of boys on their bikes. Barney looked up at them impassively. Congdon raised his voice while jerking a thumb in Duane's direction. "And who says this kid wasn't part of it? Fooling around with his friends. Wasting our time so it looks like they wasn't the ones who fucked up and lost control, tearing down Summerson's fence and everything." Duane's father stepped forward over torn strands of barbed wire. His face was mottled, more purple than red now. "God damn you, Congdon, you lying piece of capitalist dog shit. You know my boy. None of these boys had anything to do with this. Someone tried to kill Duane, tried to run over him right here, and for all I know, you're covering up for that miserable excuse of Australopithecine subhumanity named Van Syke because the two of you stole the truck. It's no worse than the stealing you do with the so-called speeders you drag into court to keep you in beer money, you stupid—" Barney stepped between the two men and laid a hand on Mr. McBride's shoulder. The grip must have been more firm than it looked, because Duane's dad grew pale, quit talking, and turned away. "Ah, fuck him," said the justice of the peace, and strode back to his car. "Tell Carl to come see me," Barney said. Congdon didn't even nod as he slammed the door of the black Chevy and turned the key in the ignition. The specially tuned engine roared into life, and the justice of the peace threw gravel 20 feet behind him as he roared back toward town. The boys had to move their bikes hurriedly into the ditch or get run over as Congdon passed. Mr. McBride talked for a few minutes, gesturing toward the field, shouting occasionally, and finally settling down to an agitated murmur as Barney took notes. Through all this, Duane had stood back a few feet in the field, arms crossed, eyes impassive behind the thick lenses of his glasses. When Duane's dad and the sheriff walked back to the road to talk, the boys dropped their bikes into the dusty weeds and hurried through the gap in the fence. "You okay?" asked Dale. He wanted to touch the bigger boy, put his arm on Duane's shoulder, but protocol didn't allow it. Duane nodded. "Did he really kill Vit?" asked Lawrence. The 8-year-old's voice was unsteady. Duane nodded again. "Vit's heart stopped," he clarified. "He was old." "But somebody tried to run you over?" asked Kevin. Duane nodded. Duane's dad was calling for him. Duane uncrossed his arms and said softly to the boys, "Something's going on. I'll talk to you later today if I can get in." He waddled through the break in the fence and joined his father. Barney spoke to him a moment, finally laying a hand on his shoulder. The boys could hear. "Sorry about the dog, boy." Then Barney seemed to be cautioning Duane's dad about something. Finally, the constable got in his Pontiac and left, pulling away slowly down the gravel road so as not to leave a cloud of dust for the others. Duane and his dad stood there a moment looking out at the field, and then they got in their truck, made a U-turn with several swings back and forth, and drove back out Jubilee College Road toward County 6. Duane didn't wave. The 4 boys stood in the field a moment, kicking at the deep, muddy ruts and the swath of crushed cornstalks. They looked around as if the ghost of Duane's collie might come running through the waist-high corn. "Hey," Kevin said at last, looking around. The fields were still. The sky was cloudy again. There was no movement, no sound. What if the rendering truck comes back? They were on their bikes in 8 seconds and pedaling toward town, with spurts of gravel marking their wake. Dale held back so that Lawrence could keep up, but the 8-year-old's 17-inch bike was almost a blur as it passed Dale's larger bike, then Kevin's, and finally Mike's old red clunker. They were safely under the unstirring elms and oaks of Elm Haven before they slowed, panting and leaning backward, arms dangling, hands off the handlebars, as they coasted down Depot Street, past Dale's house and Old Central. They let their bikes crash on the hill alongside the driveway to Kevin's house, and they rolled on the cool grass there, still catching their breaths, their short hair matted and moist. "Hey," gasped Lawrence when he could talk. "What's a capitalist?" Chapter 10. The attempt on Dwayne McBride's life was the topic of earnest discussion for half an hour or more, but after a while the boys lost interest and went off to play ball. Mike deferred his bike patrol meeting until after the game, or when Dwayne finally came into town, whichever came first. The city ball field was in the field behind Kevin's and Dale's homes, and to get there, most of the kids in town climbed the Stewart's fence where the thick wooden post had a diagonal wooden cross brace on this side. That turned the Stewart's driveway and the west side of their long yard into a public thoroughfare for kids, which was fine with Dale and Lawrence, and the result was that their home was a constant meeting place for kids from around town. It also didn't hurt that Dale's mom was one of the few who didn't mind mobs of boys there. In fact, she went so far as to provide sandwiches and lemonade and other treats for the packs of kids. On this day, the pickup game started slow. Kevin and Dale versus Mike and Lawrence for the first hour, with the pitcher's hands-out rule in effect. But by lunchtime, they'd been joined by Jerry Daysinger and Bob McCown, Donna Lou Perry and Sandy Whitaker. Sandy could bat all right, but threw like a girl. But she was Donna Lou's friend, and both teams wanted Donna Lou. And then some of the guys from the ritzier end of town showed up. Chuck Sperling, Digger Taylor, Bill and Barry Fussner, and Tom Castanati. Other kids heard the noise or caught a glimpse of the crowd, and by early afternoon they were on their third game and playing with regulation-sized teams and bench-sitters rotating in. Chuck Sperling wanted to be captain. He always wanted to be captain. His dad managed Elm Haven's only little league team, so that Chuck could be captain as well as pitcher, even though Chuck threw a little less well than Sandy Whitaker. But today he was shouted down. Mike was first captain when they chose up for the fourth game, and Castanati, a chunky, quiet kid who had the best bat in town. He was a good batter, but mainly he owned the best bat, a beautiful white-ash Louisville Slugger that his dad had got from a friend on the Chicago White Sox team, was the second to choose. Mike chose Donna Lou first, and nobody minded. She'd been the best pitcher in town for as long as anybody could remember, and if the Little League had allowed girls, most of the guys on the team, or at least the guys who weren't afraid of Chuck Sperling's father, would have petitioned him to let her pitch so they could win a few games. The team selection more or less shook down to the north end of town, Dale's end, the poor end, playing the south end, and while the dress code was the same, jeans and white T-shirts, the difference could be seen in mitts. Sperling and the others from the south end played with new, relatively huge, and rather stiff baseball gloves, while Mike and the others were fielding with hand-me-down mitts their fathers had used. The old mitts didn't really have pockets as such. They looked more like gloves than the tapered, pocketed leather wonders Sperling and Taylor wore, and it hurt to catch fastballs. But the boys didn't mind. It was part of the game, just like the bruises and scrapes that went with the day on the diamond. None of the boys ever played softball except when Mrs. Dubbett or some other old crone insisted at school, and then they switched to the forbidden hardball as soon as the teacher wandered away. But now teachers were the last thing on their mind as Mrs. Stewart came out with a hamper of bologna and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a cooler of Kool-Aid. The guys called a brief seventh-inning stretch, even though it was only the second inning, and then they went back to work. The sky stayed gray, but the heat had returned, rising into the 90s and building to a solid wall of moist discomfort. The kids ignored it. They shouted and played, batted and fielded, jogged into the benches and back out to the field, argued about whose turn it was to rotate in or who had held what position too long, but generally got along better than most Little League teams. There was good-natured heckling, especially when Sperling insisted on pitching and gave up 5 runs in the 4th inning, and a lot of joking, but mostly the boys and 2 girls took their baseball seriously and played it with the Zen poem perfection of wordless concentration. It was the rich South Side against the lower middle-class North Side, although none of the kids thought of it that way, and the North Side kicked butt. Castanati hit well and got 4 of his team's 6 runs in the first game, but Donaloo shut down most of the other batters, and Mike, Dale, and Jerry Daysinger had a good day, scoring at least 4 runs each. At the end of their second 9-inning game, Mike's team had won 15-6 and 21-4. Then they shuffled players and started the third game. It probably wouldn't have happened if Digger Taylor, McCown, and a couple of the others hadn't ended up playing on Donaloo's team this time around. It was 3 innings in. She had pitched 21 straight innings, and her arm was as strong as ever when she struck out Chuck Sperling for about the 1,000,000th time, and Mike's team trotted into the bench. Lawrence was the first one up, so the others leaned back against the wire of the backstop and stuck their legs out. 10 clones in faded jeans and white T-shirts. Sandy had gotten tired of playing and had wandered off when Becky Kramer and a couple of her friends had come by. Donaloo was the only girl left. "It's a shame we can't tell the teams apart," said Digger Taylor. Mike mopped muddy sweat from his brow with his T-shirt. "What do you mean?" Taylor shrugged. "I mean it's too bad we all gotta look alike. Both teams, I mean." Kevin cleared his throat and spat in that rather prissy way he had. "You think we need uniforms or something?" The idea was silly. Even the town Little League team only had unnumbered T-shirts with the official logo printed on it, and the logo faded away after about a dozen washings. "No," said Taylor, "I was just thinking shirts and skins." "Hey, yeah," said Bob McCown, a kid who lived in a grungy tar-paper house near Daysinger's grungy tar-paper house. "I'm too hot anyway." He peeled off his T-shirt. "Hey, Larry," he shouted to Lawrence, "we're skins now. Get out of your T-shirt or get out in the field." Lawrence glared at the older boy for calling him by the forbidden name, but he peeled out of his size 7 Fruit of the Loom and stepped up to bat. His skinny little spine poked against the pale flesh of his back like miniature stegosaurus scales. "Yeah, hot," hooted one of the Fussner twins, and both of them tugged off their shirts. They had identical little pot bellies. McCown slapped his bare chest and turned to Kevin, sitting next to him. "You going to skin down or join the other side?" Kevin shrugged and pulled off his shirt, folding it next to him on the bench. There were pale freckles on his sunken chest. Daysinger was next, and he made a production out of sailing his shirt over the backstop. It stuck on the top 12 feet up, and the kids in the field roared. A 10-year-old named Michael Shoup, a troublemaker in school and a total klutz on the field, was sitting next in line, and he wadded his gray shirt up and managed to land it next to Daysinger's on the top of the fence. It was the first good throw Dale had seen the kid make all day. Michael Rourke was next. He looked slightly disgusted, but he pulled off his shirt. His skin was tanned, the muscles well defined beneath the skin. Dale Stewart was next. He'd already pulled off his wool cap and reached for the bottom of his shirt before he realized who was next. He paused for a second. Donaloo was the last one on the bench. She wasn't looking at him. She didn't seem to be looking at anything. She was wearing dirty sneakers, faded jeans, and a white T-shirt. Even though the shirt was looser than most of the rest of theirs, Dale realized that he could see the curves through it. Donna Lou's body had developed over the winter. The previous summer her T-shirt had been as tight and flat as anyone else's on the team, and while they weren't exactly mountains yet, her breasts were suddenly noticeable. Dale hesitated a second. He didn't exactly know why he was hesitating. Donna Lou's T-shirt was Donna Lou's problem, wasn't it? But he also felt that something wasn't quite right. He'd played ball with Mike and Kevin and Harlan and Lawrence and her all these years, not with these other jerks on the bench and in the field now. "What you afraid of?" Chuck Sperling called in from where he'd been demoted to first base. "Got something to hide, Stewart?" "Yeah, come on," called Digger Taylor from the far end of the bench. "We're skins, Stewart." "Shut up," said Dale. But he could feel the blush hot on his cheeks and behind his ears. Partially to conceal it, he pulled off his shirt. The air was hot, but his skin felt cold and clammy. He turned and looked at Donna Lou Perry. She'd finally turned to look at the others. Lawrence had struck out and now stopped near the head of the bench. He was all ribs and powdered dust, his wrists and neck comically darker than his torso, as he paused with the bat on his shoulder and frowned at the sudden silence. No one got up to step into the on-deck circle. No one in the field made a noise. The bench was silent. All heads were turned toward Donna Lou. They sat there, Taylor, Kevin, Bill and Barry, McCown, Daysinger, Michael, Shoup, Mike, and Dale. 9 sets of jeans and sneakers and bare upper bodies. "Come on," said Digger Taylor softly. There was something strange about his voice. "We're skins, Perry. Get it off." Donna Lou stared at him. "Yeah," said Daysinger. He nudged Bob McCown with his elbow. "Come on, Donna Lou. You with the team or not?" A gust of wind came in from center field and lifted a streamer of dust past Castanati on the pitcher's mound. He didn't move. No one in the field spoke. "Come on," said Michael Shoup in that insect whine of his. "Hurry up and get it off before they call delay of game." No one corrected him by pointing out that he was mixing up football rules with baseball. No one said anything. Dale was so close to Donna Lou that his elbow was almost touching hers, had been absently touching hers a second before, and now he looked into eyes that he suddenly realized were blue and filling with tears. She didn't say anything either, just sat there, her old first baseman's type mitt still on her right hand, her left hand, her pitching hand, curled into a weak fist in the center of it. "Come on, Perry, hurry it up," Digger said. There was a new, older, meaner tone in his voice now. "Take it off. We don't care what you have. We're skins now. You're either with us or off the team." Donna Lou sat there for another 10 seconds of silence so deep that Dale could hear the corn rustling in the fields north of them. Somewhere far above a hawk made a soft cry. Dale could see the freckles on the bridge of Donna Lou's small nose, the sweat on her forehead in the shadow of her blue wool cap, and her eyes, very blue and very bright now, as she looked at him, at Mike, at Kevin. Dale knew that there was a question or plea in that look, but he didn't know what it was. Digger Taylor started to say something else, but shut his mouth as the girl rose. Donna Lou stood there a second, then walked over to get her baseball and bat from where they lay near the fence. Then she walked away. She didn't look back. "Shit," said Chuck Sperling from first base. He gave his friend Taylor a smirking look. "Yeah," laughed Digger. "Thought we were going to see some itty-bitty-titty today." Michael Shoup and the Fussner twins laughed. Lawrence looked around, frowning, not quite understanding. "Is the game over?" Next to Dale, Mike stood and pulled on his shirt. "Yeah," he said, his voice sounding tired and disgusted. "It's over." He got his own mitt, bat, and ball and walked off toward the fence behind Dale's house. Dale sat there feeling strange, sorting a combination of excitement and sadness and an odd feeling of having had the wind knocked out of him. At the same time, he felt as if something important had happened that he had missed, something that had gone by him as surely as it had Lawrence, but it left an autumny end-of-things feel to it, much like when the old settlers' fair was over in August and had moved on, leaving nothing ahead but the dreaded resumption of school. He felt a little like laughing and a lot like crying, and he had no idea why he felt either emotion. "Pussy!" Digger Taylor shouted after Mike. Mike didn't look back. He tossed his stuff across the fence, grabbed the post, easily vaulted the high fence, picked up his gear, and crossed the yard to disappear into the elm shadows near Dale's driveway. Dale sat there, waiting for a break between innings before he'd tell Lawrence that they had to get home, even though it wasn't dinner time yet. The sky seemed to be a darker, featureless gray, hiding the horizon in haze and leaching light from the afternoon. The game went on. It was evening before Duane came. Dale had eaten dinner and was lying around on his bed upstairs, reading an old Scrooge McDuck comic as the light softened through the screens, only half aware of the evening coming on and the rich scent of new-mown grass on the breeze, when Mike called from the front lawn. "Yawkey!" Dale rolled off his bed and cupped his hands to his mouth. "Kee-aw-wee!" He rattled down the stairway, crashed through the front door, and jumped the 4 steps from the porch. Mike stood with his hands in his pockets. "Duane's in the chicken house." Mike hadn't bothered with his bike, so Dale left his lying in the side yard. Both boys jogged east down Depot Street. "Where's Lawrence?" asked Mike as he ran. He wasn't breathing hard. "Went on a walk with Mrs. Moon and Mom." Mike nodded. Mrs. Moon was 86, but still enjoyed her evening walks. Most people in the neighborhood took turns walking with her when her daughter, Miss Moon, the librarian, wasn't able to. Mike's backyard was a mass of shadows from the big oaks and elms along the street and the apple trees behind the house. Fireflies were winking along the edge of Mr. O'Rourke's half-acre of garden. The chicken house glowed white in the gloom, its door a black rectangle. Dale stepped in ahead of Mike and let his eyes adapt to the dimness. Duane was there, standing next to the empty console radio. Kevin lay on the couch, his T-shirt a startling white. Dale glanced around for Harlan before remembering that their friend was in the hospital. Dale bent over to catch his breath while Mike stepped into the center of the room. "It's good that Lawrence isn't here," said Mike. "What Duane has to say is sort of spooky." "You okay?" Dale asked the overweight boy. "How'd you get to come into town?" "The old man came in to go to Carl's," said Duane, and adjusted his glasses. He seemed even more distracted than usual. "It really happened," he added. "The rendering truck really tried to kill me today." His voice was as soft and unexcited as ever, but Dale thought he heard the slightest undertone of tension. "I'm sorry about Vit," said Dale. "So's Lawrence." Duane nodded again. "Tell them about the soldier," said Mike. Duane told them about his father's return late Saturday night, early Sunday morning actually, and about the young man in the odd uniform who had hitched a ride. Kevin put his hands behind his head. "So? What's weird about that?" Mike told them about the same guy following him down Jubilee College Road the evening before. "It was sort of spooky," he finished. "I began running. I usually run pretty good, but somehow this guy almost kept up just by walking. Finally, I got 50 or 60 feet ahead of him, but when I turned by the water tower, I couldn't see him any more." "Was it dark?" asked Dale. "About like now. Not so dark I couldn't see him a minute before. I even walked back to where the road turns, but it was empty all the way back the way I'd come." Kevin began humming the theme music from that new TV show called The Twilight Zone. Dale sat in the sprung easy chair under the narrow window. The guy could have hidden in the fields, laid down in the corn. Yeah, said Mike, but why? What was he doing? He told about the hole he'd seen in the tool shed behind Calvary Cemetery. Kevin sat up. Geez, O'Rourke, you actually broke in? Yeah, but that's not the point. Kevin whistled. It'll be the point if Congdon or Barney finds out. Mike stuck his hands in his pockets again. He seemed as distracted as Duane and far more out of sorts. Barney's okay, but I think Congdon's a real creepo. You saw him today with Duane's dad. I think the guy was lying about Van Syke. Dale leaned forward. Lying? Why? Because he's with them, said Mike, or helping them. With who? Said Kevin. Mike went to the door and looked out with his hands still jammed deep in his pockets. The darkness outside was just enough lighter than the darkness inside to silhouette him in the doorway. With them, he said. Dr. Roon, Van Syke, probably old Doublebutt. Whoever's doing this stuff. And the soldier guy, said Dale. Duane cleared his throat. The uniform's consistent with what doughboys wore back during the First World War. What's a doughboy? Asked Mike. Both Dale and Duane began to explain. Duane nodded and Dale finished the explanation. And when was that war? Asked Mike, although he knew from Memo's stories. Duane told him. Mike swiveled in the doorway and slapped the doorframe. Great. What's a guy dressed like a World War I soldier doing wandering around here? Maybe he's taking a stroll near where he resides, said Kevin in his mocking tone. And where's that? Asked Dale. The cemetery. Kevin had meant it as a joke, but it was too dark, and the death of Duane's dog had been too recent. No one spoke for a while. Mike broke the silence. Anybody hear anything about Harlan? Yeah, said Kevin. Ma was up in Oak Hill this afternoon and saw his ma there. She was eating dinner in the drugstore just across the square from the hospital, and she told Ma that Harlan's still unconscious, his arms all busted up. Multiple compound fractures. Is that bad? Asked Dale, realizing as he spoke how stupid the question sounded. Mike nodded. He had more scout badges in first aid than anybody else Dale knew. Compound fractures mean it's broken more than once. Bone probably came through the skin, too. Oh, yuck, said Kevin. Dale felt a little sick at the thought. The concussion's probably the most serious thing, continued Mike. If Harlan's still out, it's probably pretty bad. There was another silence. A mouse or shrew made scurrying sounds beneath the floorboards. The room was dark enough now that Dale could see only the other boys' outlines, Kevin's shirt glowing the brightest, Duane's dark flannel only a shadow amidst shadows. And now there were more fireflies visible beyond the door and windows, glowing like embers in the dark, like eyes. I'm going up to Oak Hill tomorrow, Duane said at last. I'll check in on Jim and let you guys know how he is. Kevin's T-shirt moved in the gloom. Maybe we could all go. Came Duane's voice. You guys have stuff to do around here, remember? Have you followed Roon yet? The question was directed at Kev in the darkness. Grumbacher grunted. I've been busy. Yes, said Duane, we all have. But I think we'd better do the things we agreed to do at the cave on Saturday. Something weird's going on. Maybe Harlan saw something, said Dale. They found him in the garbage bin behind Old Central. Maybe he was following old Doublebutt or something. Maybe, agreed Duane. I'll try to find out tomorrow. In the meantime, it would help if someone else checked out Mrs. Dubbett until Jim's back. I will, said Dale, surprised to hear himself volunteer. Mike's shadow at the doorway said, "I didn't find Van Syke at the cemetery, but I'll get him tomorrow." "Be careful," said Duane. "I didn't see him for sure in that truck, but I somehow was sure that it was him driving." The boys clamored for more details of the near disaster. Duane summarized it as briefly as he could. "I've got to get going," he said finally. "I don't want the old man drinking too much at Carl's." The other three shifted in embarrassment, glad for the darkness. "Can I tell Lawrence about this stuff?" Dale asked. "Yeah," said Mike, "but don't scare him to death." Dale nodded. The meeting was over. Everybody was expected somewhere else, but nobody seemed to want to leave. One of the O'Rourke cats came in, leaped onto Dale's lap, and curled up, purring. Kevin sighed. "None of this shit makes sense." Kevin almost never swore. The others said nothing, just staying there another moment, together in the darkness. Silence was their agreement. That night Mike O'Rourke lay awake counting fireflies out his window. Sleep was like a tunnel, and he had no intention of going in. Something moved on the front lawn, under the linden tree. Mike leaned forward, set his nose against the screen, and tried to see between the leaves and the eaves of the small front porch. Someone had moved out of the deep shadows under the tree near Memo's window and stepped out onto the road. Mike listened for footsteps on asphalt or the crunch of the gravel on the roadside, but there was no sound except for the silken rub of corn tassels. He had only caught a glimpse, but Mike had seen the round shadow of the top of a hat. Too perfectly round to be a cowboy hat. More like a Boy Scout hat. Or the campaign hat Duane had described on the soldier he'd called a doughboy. Mike lay by the window, heart still pounding, holding sleep off like an enemy that had to be kept at bay. Chapter 11. Duane McBride left for the library as soon as morning chores were done on Tuesday. The old man was awake and sober, and in the foul mood which that combination usually brought. Duane went into the old man's workshop to tell him he was leaving. "Chores done," grunted his father. He was tinkering with the newest model of his learning machine. The old man's workroom had once been the family dining room, but since Duane and his father ate only in the kitchen, when they ate together at all, which was rarely, the old man had turned the dining room into his workshop. Half a dozen doors on sawhorses served as massive tables, and most of these were littered with variations on the learning machine or other prototypes. The old man was a real inventor. He had 5 patents approved, although only one of these, the automatic mailbox alarm, had ever made any money for him. Most of his devices were as impractical as the learning machine over which he now fussed. A massive metal box with cranks, viewing panel, buttons, punch card slots, and assorted lights. The thing was supposed to revolutionize education. When properly programmed with scrolls of the appropriate reading, questioning material, and the required student response punch cards, the machine could provide hours of instructional choices and private tutoring. The problem, as Duane had pointed out repeatedly, was that each learning machine would cost almost $1,000 with the necessary printed stuff, and it was mechanical. Duane had long argued that computers would someday do this stuff, but his father disliked electronics as much as Duane loved it. "You know how big a computer would have to be to carry out the simplest autonomous teaching tasks?" his father would demand. "As big as Texas," Duane would respond, "with the hourly total flow of Niagara Falls required to cool it." But then he would add, "But that's with vacuum tubes, Pop. They're doing exciting things with transistors and resistors now. The old man would grunt and go back to work on a new learning machine prototype. Dwayne had to admit they were fun. He'd run through an entire high school political science course on one when he was 8, but they were clunky and forbidding. Only one had been sold, almost 4 years earlier, to the Brimfield School District, and Uncle Art knew a purchasing guy there. Meanwhile, prototypes continued to clutter the workshop tables and end up taking space in the hallways and empty bedrooms upstairs. Dwayne figured that as a hobby, the perpetual motion learning machine project wasn't as harmful as the full-serve 24-hour-a-day rural shopping center the old man had tried to run back in the mid-50s. There had been 2 stores in the shopping center, a hardware store and the old man's multi-purpose Omni-Mart, which sold mainly bread and milk, but the old man had been the entire delivery force, taking calls at home in the middle of the night and driving down gravel and dirt back roads at all hours, delivering a loaf of bread at 4 a.m. to some old lady over in Knox County, only to discover that she wanted it put on the Omni-Mart instant credit plan. Uncle Art, who'd run the hardware store, was as glad as Dwayne to see that vision die. To this day, the old man insisted that he'd been right about shopping centers. Just look at Sherwood Center now, growing up in Peoria. 9 stores. But that he'd been ahead of his time. The old man predicted that someday shopping centers would be huge indoor affairs, dozens of specialty stores under a single glassed roof, like the gallerias he'd seen in Italy after the war. Most people would listen and ask, "Why?" with a puzzled expression, but Dwayne and Uncle Art had learned to nod and keep quiet. "Chores done?" repeated the old man. Dwayne shook himself out of his contemplation of the learning machines. "Yeah, thought I'd go into the library." The old man looked up and let his close-work glasses slip down on his nose. "Library? Why today? Didn't you go Saturday?" "Yeah, but I forgot to see if they had a small motor repair manual." The old man frowned. The pump on the old windmill needed repair. "I thought you already knew all about that stuff." Dwayne shrugged. "That motor's old. It was put in before the rural electrification around here. I'd better have a manual if I'm going to do anything but change the belts and brushes." The old man's gaze lost focus, and Dwayne could imagine what he was thinking. He'd been spooked by the truck trying to kill his boy the day before. When they'd buried Vit in the afternoon, Dwayne had thought he'd seen tears in the old man's eyes. But the wind was blowing, and it might have just been blowing sand, irritating them. But, on the other hand, the old man couldn't keep Dwayne penned up at home all summer, or drive him around all the time. "Can you get there without taking the road in?" "Yeah, easy," said Dwayne. "I'll just cut back through the south pasture and walk the edge of Johnson's fields." The old man looked back at the web of gears and pulleys he was adjusting. "All right. Just be home for supper, understand?" Dwayne nodded, went to the kitchen, made himself a couple of bologna sandwiches and stuck them in a greasy sack, filled a thermos with coffee, and hung it on his belt by the cup handle, checked to make sure he had his notebook and pen in his pocket, and ambled out. He'd made 4 steps toward the barn to say goodbye to Vit before he remembered. Dwayne adjusted his glasses and went through the gate, heading for the south pasture, just as he'd told the old man. And he would use the Johnson fields to get as far west as the railroad tracks. He hadn't lied to his father, but he hadn't exactly told the truth either. The library he was heading for wasn't the tiny one in Elm Haven, a little more than 2 miles away. It was the library in Oak Hill, more than 8 miles along the back roads, and easily more than 10 the way Dwayne was planning to go. Dwayne settled down into his distance-gobbling waddle, the thermos batting against his left leg with every other step, his black sneakers scaring grasshoppers into flight in the high weeds. The sun was out today, and the morning was the hottest of the summer so far. Duane opened the top 2 buttons of his flannel shirt and considered whistling a tune as he walked. He decided not to. The best way to get to Oak Hill from Duane's house would have been to go north on County 6 until it ran into the unnumbered gravel road north of the Barmitten farm. Head west until that road intercepted State Highway 626, better known as Oak Hill Road, and then take that the final 4.5 miles into town. Duane crossed his first road north of Elm Haven, moving quickly across the gravel road that ran south to become First Avenue, and then cut through the forest of metal grain storage silos arrayed north of the town's playing fields. A row of pines that ran west from the water tower obscured the view for Duane, so he couldn't check to see if his friends were playing ball that day. West of there, he ambled north again to avoid the town and the upper reaches of Broad Avenue. He did have to follow a narrow lane through the bushes to the railroad tracks after Catton Road ended, but he couldn't imagine the rendering truck forcing its way through the branches and shrubs here. He realized then that he was only a few hundred yards from the tallow plant, the place from which Congdon had said the truck had been stolen. But the woods were so thick here that Duane couldn't even see the tin roof of the place. The railroad embankment was a relief after all the underbrush, and Duane slowed his pace enough to unhitch his thermos and pour himself a cup of coffee. He did not stop, but sipped as he walked, putting up with coffee spilled on his shirt and pants. Well, the pants were about the same color as the stains. He smelled the dump before he saw it, and just at that second he saw the squalid huddle of shacks just outside the south entrance to the dump. Cordy Cook lived in one of those homes, if you could call that collection of tar paper and tin on cinder blocks home, but Duane wasn't sure which one. Something moved in the shrubbery on the west side of the tracks, but although Duane looked over his shoulder, he caught no glimpse of the animal. He ambled on, passing the heaps of the county dump, the mountains of garbage clearly visible through and above the trees, and then crossing the low trestle over what, 3 miles east of here, would become Corpse Creek. He was in luck. The wind was blowing from the north, so once he left the dump behind, he left it behind. From the dump, it was a simple 7-mile walk through the fields and forests of Creve Coeur County, and Duane made it in a little over 2 hours. Oak Hill was more than 3 times as large as Elm Haven, boasting almost 5,500 people. It had a small hospital as well as a library bigger than a chicken coop, a small factory on its outskirts, a county courthouse, a block of suburbs, everything. Duane came down off the tracks as the railroad embankment curved east to miss the town. He didn't mind walking the tree-lined streets of Oak Hill, although every time a car or truck turned a corner behind him, he glanced over his shoulder quickly and was peripherally aware of porches within running distance. He paused on the courthouse lawn in the shade of an oak and a bronze cannon to eat his bologna sandwiches and finish his coffee. He was hot. It was at least in the 90s today, but his flannel shirt wasn't sticking to him. Finished, he tucked the thermos on his belt and crossed to the hospital on the south side of the square. The lady's name on the green badge was Miss Aamodt. Her desk was planted firmly in the middle of the only corridor leading to the wards, and she was implacable. "You can't come in," she said in her maiden aunt rasp. The talcum powder and old skin scent of her wafted to Duane on the slightest breeze from the overhead fan. "You're too young." Duane nodded. "Yes, ma'am, but Jimmy's my only cousin, and his mamma said I could come see him." Miss Aamodt jerked her head in what might have been dismissal. "You're too young. No one under 16 is allowed in the patient's wing. No exceptions. She peered at him through the half lenses perched on her nose. Besides, no extraneous food or drink is allowed in the patient's rooms. Duane glanced down at his thermos and quickly unhooked it from his belt. "Yes, ma'am, I could leave this here. I only want to see him for a minute or two. I promise I'll just look in on him and come right back." Miss Aamodt made a flicking motion with her veined wrist and turned her attention back to the cards in her small file box. Duane had noticed the room number when he'd first asked about Harlan. Now he said, "Thank you, ma'am," and turned to trudge back through the lobby. The only payphone was down the corridor to the public restrooms. The only phone he had seen in the lobby was at the admissions desk, 20 paces beyond his corridor and around the corner. He'd brought 50 cents in change just in case. He only needed a nickel. The number was in the tattered phone book. They didn't page her. One of the nurses from the lobby came around, whispered to Miss Aamodt, and walked with her as the older lady rushed to the front desk. It was, after all, an important call. Duane strolled by the empty desk, turned into the patient's ward, and for the second time that day resisted the impulse to whistle. After breakfast, Dale Stewart borrowed his dad's binoculars and headed down Depot Street to the depot and then out the railroad tracks to Cordy's. He didn't really want to go. That whole side of town gave him the willies because of Congdon's house, and the woods out by the dump were worse. But after the talk in the chicken house the night before, Dale sort of felt it was his duty. But what Cordy and Tubby Cook had to do with some jerk scaring Duane with the rendering truck, Dale had no idea. J.P. Congdon's shabby house was on the same block as Harlan's home, but the black Chevy wasn't where it was usually parked in the yard, and nothing stirred in the weedy backyard. Dale wasn't so much afraid of the justice of the peace, although the old fart had scared him well enough yesterday, but he was afraid of J.P.'s juvenile delinquent son, C.J. Every kid in town was afraid of C.J. C.J. Congdon had finally dropped out of school the previous year. 16 years old and still in 8th grade. Who could blame him? And most of the boys in Elm Haven felt like giving a victory party that day. Congdon was like some cartoon stereotype of what a small-town bully should be. Duck's ass haircut, zits that looked like some sort of tropical disease was eating his sallow face, greasy T-shirt with a cigarette pack rolled up in the sleeve, tall, lean, but well-muscled, with big, mean hands, grimy jeans slung so low that guys watching him walk half expected his dick to pop out above the belt line, heavy engineer boots with metal taps that kicked up sparks on the cement as he scuffed along, a can of snuff in his back pocket, and a folded knife in his front pocket. Dale once remarked to Kevin that C.J. Congdon must have some manual for bullies that he referred to. But Dale didn't make jokes about C.J. where they might be overheard or repeated. When the Stewarts had first moved to Elm Haven from Peoria 4 years earlier, Dale just entering 3rd grade and Lawrence going into 1st, Dale had made the mistake of catching C.J.'s attention. Congdon was 12 years old and still a 5th grader then, but he roamed the small kids' playground like a shark among schools of rainbow fish. After the 2nd schoolyard beating, Dale had gone to his dad for help. His dad told him that all bullies were cowards, that if you stood up to them, they backed down. The next day, Dale stood up to C.J. Dale had lost 2 of his baby teeth that day and had several of the permanent ones loosened. His nose bled on and off for 3 days, and he still carried the scar on his hip where C.J. had kicked him after he'd fallen down and curled up. Dale hadn't felt quite the same about his father's advice since that week. Dale tried bribery, Congdon took the Twinkies and lunch money and beat the shit out of Dale anyway. Dale tried being a follower, even going so far as to try to slouch around the playground as part of the bully's entourage of toadies. Congdon kicked the hell out of him at least once a week on general principles. What made matters worse was that Congdon's one legitimate sidekick, Archie Creck, was in Dale's class. Archie would have been the town bully himself if Congdon hadn't existed. He affected the same wardrobe, had cleats on his boots, was short and stocky and mean, looked a bit like Mickey Rooney's evil twin, and had a glass eye. No one knew how Archie had lost his real eye. Word on the playground was that C.J. Congdon had dug it out with a penknife as part of some bizarre initiation when Archie was only 6 or 7. But the glass eye, his left, was used to good effect. Sometimes when Mrs. Howe was droning on in a geography lesson, Archie would pop out the eye, set it in the pencil trough at the front of his desk, and pretend to doze off while his eye kept watch. Dale had laughed the first time he'd seen this, but Archie had waited after the principal was through with him and jumped Dale on the way to the boys, or BOY''S, as it was marked in Old Central, John. Archie had held Dale's face in the urinal for 5 flushes while urging him to laugh again. After school that day, Archie and C.J. were both waiting at the edge of the playground. Dale had never run so fast, scooting down the alley behind Mrs. Moon's house, crashing through Mike's chicken house, cutting back through Grayson's garden, and then sprinting across the street to his own house, slamming through the front door 2 seconds in front of the 2 human Dobermans in engineer boots. They'd caught up to him 2 days later and kicked the shit out of him. Despite what fathers say and mothers don't understand, there's no escaping bullies, and these 2 were world-class. Dale was pleased to be past the Congdon place. C.J. didn't have his own car, and his old man wouldn't let him drive the souped-up Chevy. But Dale had seen him driving a lot of his friends' cars. It was wonderful when the town bully began driving. It got him off the streets. Harlan's house was 3 doors down, just 100 yards from the old depot. Dale slid his bike to a stop by the front stoop and rapped on the door. But the house looked closed and silent, and no one came to the door. Still glancing down the street to make sure that C.J. and Archie didn't suddenly show up, Dale walked his bike down the street. His dad's leather binocular case bounced against his chest as he walked. There were 2 ways to get to Cordy Cook's house: push the bike over the railroad embankment and through the weeds to the gravel road that ran back to the dump, or leave his bike somewhere and walk the tracks. Dale didn't like to leave his bike in this part of town. Once Lawrence's bike had ended up missing for 2 weeks until Harlan found it in the orchard behind Congdon's house. But he also remembered Dwayne's game of tag with the truck. Dale stowed the bike in the weeds behind the depot, pulling branches to camouflage it completely, and scanning with the binoculars to make sure that C.J. wasn't lurking around somewhere, moved cautiously down the west side of the embankment until he was out past the grain elevator. Then he picked up a branch and walked the right rail, whistling and hitting pebbles into the fields. He wasn't worried about trains. The line was rarely used. Sometimes weeks went by between freights, according to Harlan, who lived close to the tracks. Beyond Catton Road, the trees disappeared except for the cottonwoods by the stream and occasional patches of timber between the fields. Dale began wondering what he was going to do. What if someone caught him peeking at the cook's house with binoculars? Wasn't there a law against doing that? What if Cordy's drunken father caught him, or he ran into one of the other creepos that lived out by the dump? What if the binoculars got broken? Dale tossed the stick into the weeds, and walked along, one hand on the leather case. "This is nuts." He saw the roof of the tallow plant off to the left, but no red rendering truck came charging out of the bushes to squash him. Then he smelled the dump and saw Cordy's place through the trees. Dale got off the embankment and slipped down through marshy grass, staying where the trees were thickest. It was almost 100 yards to the house itself, so he felt fairly safe here in the woods. No one could see him from the dump road or from the tracks behind him. It'd be hard to sneak up on him because of all the dry sticks lying around. He settled back in an enclosed area between 2 trees and a thick bush, focused the binoculars on Cordy's house, and waited. Cordy's house was a mess. It was so small that it was hard to believe that 4 adults, a couple of her uncles lived there, and a bunch of kids could inhabit the place. The house made Daysinger's shack and Congdon's rat trap look like palaces. 3 old homes lay in the hollow near the gate to the dump. Cordy's place was the worst, and they were all awful. All the houses were set on cinder blocks, but her place looked like it had fallen off in the back and actually slanted like some boat beached after a storm. Grass grew thick and green along the edge of the woods and beside the stream 30 yards behind the house, but the yard was packed dirt, relieved only by deep mud puddles. Junk was strewn everywhere. Like most guys, Dale liked junk. If the dump didn't have so many mean rats and neighbors like the Cooks and the Congdons, he and the other boys would be out here playing, digging, exploring, and retrieving all the time. As it was, the bike patrol spent more time checking out things being thrown away along the town's alleys and streets on pickup day than in any other activity. Junk was neat. People threw away the neatest things. Once Dale and Lawrence had found an actual tank helmet, some sort of cushioned thing with real leather and German writing on the inside, and Lawrence had used it in his 1-against-10 football games ever since. Another time, Dale and Mike had found a great sink that they'd carried all the way back to Mike's chicken house before Mr. O'Rourke screamed at them to take it back. Junk was neat, but not this junk. Behind Cordy's house there were rusted springs, broken toilets, although Dale was sure that Cordy'd said once that they had an outhouse. Car windshields with shards of broken glass slanting up through chokeweeds, rusted auto parts that looked like the organs of some monster robot, hundreds of rusty old cans with their sharp lids raised like buzzsaw blades, broken tricycles that looked like they'd been smashed by a truck driving back and forth over them, discarded dolls with mold on their pink plastic flesh, and dead eyes staring skyward. Dale spent at least 10 minutes inspecting the junkyard behind Cordy's house before lowering the glasses and rubbing his eyes. What the heck do they do with all that crap? Spying was boring business, Dale discovered. Within a half hour his legs felt cramped, bugs were crawling on him, the heat was making his head hurt, and all he'd seen was Cordy's mother out back pulling wash off the line. The sheets looked gray and spotted, and shouting at the 2 grimy little cook kids who sat splashing each other in the deepest mud puddle while picking their noses and wiping it on their shorts. No sign of Cordy, no sign of whatever he was looking for. What was he looking for? Hell, let Mike come out and do this if he wanted to check out Cordy Cook. Dale was about ready to call it a day when he heard footsteps on the cinders along the railroad embankment. He crouched down, shielding the glasses so sun wouldn't glint off the lenses, and tried to catch a glimpse of who it was. He saw corduroy pants through the leaves, legs walking in a familiar waddle. What the heck is Duane doing over here? Dale ran to a different position, making noise in the underbrush as he did so, but the rail bed curved out of sight 100 feet north, and by the time Dale got where he could see something, there wasn't anything left to see. He started walking back to his observation post, but a movement of gray in the trees ahead of him made him take cover and use the glasses. Cordy was striding purposefully through the woods, heading for the tracks. She was carrying a double-barreled shotgun. Dale felt his knees go sort of weak. What if she'd seen him? Cordy was crazy. That wasn't an insult, just a fact. The year before, in 5th grade, there was a new music teacher she didn't like, a Mr. Alio from Chicago, and Cordy sent him a letter saying that she was going to sick her dogs on him and have them tear his arms and legs and other stuff off. She'd read the letter to the class on the playground before going in to give it to him. It was the line about the other stuff being torn off that probably had gotten her suspended. Mr. Alio gave up on Elm Haven and went back to Evansville before the school year was over. Cordy was crazy. Fact. If she'd seen Dale, she could easily be hunting him with murder on her mind. Dale flattened himself in the weeds, trying not to breathe, trying not even to think, since he had a theory that crazy people were telepathic. Cordy did not look right or left as she strode through the woods, climbed the embankment about 50 feet south of where Dale had come down, and began walking toward town. The gun was bigger than she was, and she carried it over one shoulder like some midget soldier. Dale waited until she was out of sight, and then he began to follow, being careful not to show himself. They were halfway back to town, between the tallow plant and the abandoned grain elevator, and Cordy was still a couple of 100 feet ahead, never looking back, never looking from side to side, marching from railroad tie to railroad tie like a wind-up toy in a grungy gray dress, when suddenly he came around a turn, and she was gone. Dale hesitated, scanned the rail bed and wood line ahead with the glasses, and cautiously poked his head up to see if she'd gone into the woods on the east side of the tracks. A familiar voice behind him said, "Hey, it's the fucking Stewart kid. You lost, punk?" Dale turned slowly, still holding his dad's binoculars. C.J. and Archie were both there, not 10 feet behind him. He'd been so careful not to let Cordy see or hear him that he'd never checked his tail. Archie was shirtless, a red bandana tied around his forehead. Greasy hair stuck out above it. His fat face was flushed, and the glass eye glinted in the late morning light. C.J. was standing with one foot up on the rail, the other boot on the cinder right-of-way. The pose made Dale think of some sort of acneed white hunter on safari. It was perfect, right down to the rifle C.J. held in the crook of his arm. Jesus Christ, thought Dale. His legs suddenly were so weak that he didn't think he could run if he got the chance. What is this, National Gun Day? He imagined saying that aloud, as dumb as it sounded. He imagined C.J. and Archie laughing, maybe one of them clapping him on the back, and then the two of them turning around and heading back to the dump to shoot rats. "What the fuck are you smiling at, punk?" snapped C.J. Congdon, only son of Elm Haven's Justice of the Peace. He raised the rifle and pointed it directly at Dale's face from 10 feet away. There was a click of a safety being slid off, or maybe the hammer being lifted. Dale tried to close his eyes, but couldn't even manage that. He realized that he was shielding the binoculars so that the bullet wouldn't smash them when it passed through his chest. He felt the urge to hide behind something so strongly it was like the need to urinate when you just couldn't stand it any longer. But the only thing to hide behind was himself. Dale's right leg began vibrating slightly. His heart was pounding so wildly that it seemed to have ruined his hearing. CJ was saying something, but no sound came through. Congdon took 2 steps and set the muzzle against Dale Stewart's throat. Dwayne McBride found Jim Harlan's room easily enough. It was a double room, but the curtain was pulled back and the second bed was empty. Rich June light filled the window and painted a white rectangle on the tile floor. Harlan was sleeping. Dwayne checked the empty corridor and pulled the door shut, just as the squeak of a nurse's shoes approached the corner. Dwayne stepped closer and hesitated. He hadn't been sure what to expect. Harlan in an oxygen tent, perhaps, features distorted by clear plastic, all but surrounded by tall oxygen bottles, the way Dwayne's granddad had looked just before he'd died 2 years ago. But Jim was sleeping peacefully enough under a starched sheet in a thin blanket, with only the thick cast on his left arm and the white crown of bandages around his head testifying to his injuries. Dwayne stood there until the squeak of shoes in the corridor went past, and then he stepped closer to the bed. Harlan opened his eyes quickly, like an owl waking up, and said, "Hey, McBride." Dwayne almost jumped backward. He blinked and said, "Hey, Harlan, you okay?" Harlan tried to smile, and Dwayne noticed how thin and bloodless the other boy's lips looked. "Yeah, I'm okay," Harlan said. "I wake up here with this terrible damn headache and my arm all torn and smashed to shit. Other than that, I'm great." Dwayne nodded. "We thought you were—" He paused, not wanting to say, "in a coma." "Dead?" said Harlan. Dwayne shook his head. "Unconscious." Harlan's eyes fluttered as if he were sliding back into a coma. He opened them wide and frowned as if trying to focus. "I guess I was. Unconscious, I mean. I woke up a few hours ago with this stinking, lousy headache to find my mom sitting on the edge of the bed. I thought it was Sunday morning for a while. Shit, I didn't even know where I was for a few minutes." He looked around as if he still was not sure where he was. "Where's your mother now, Jim?" "She went across the square to get lunch and call her boss." Harlan spoke slowly, as if each word hurt. "You okay, then?" Dwayne asked again. "Yeah, I think so. This morning there were a bunch of doctors in here, shining lights in my eyes and making me count to 50 and everything. They even asked me if I could tell 'em who I was." "Could you?" "Sure. I said I was Dwight goddamn Eisenhower." Harlan smiled through the pain. Dwayne nodded. He didn't have much time. "Jim, do you remember how you got hurt? What happened?" Harlan stared up at him for a very long moment, and Dwayne noticed how wide the pupils of the boy's eyes were. Harlan's lips were trembling now, as if he were trying to keep the smile in place. "No," he said at last. "You can't remember being at Old Central?" Harlan closed his eyes, and his voice was almost a whine. "I don't remember friggin' anything," he said. "At least, anything after our stupid half-assed meeting out at the cave." "The cave," repeated Dwayne. "You mean Saturday at the culvert?" "Yeah. Do you remember Saturday afternoon, after the cave?" Harlan's eyes flickered open, and there was anger there. "I just said I didn't, fatso." Dwayne nodded. "You were in the dumpster at Old Central when they found you on Sunday morning." "Yeah, Mom told me. She started crying when she told me like it was her fault." "But you don't know how you got there?" Dwayne heard the intercom paging some doctor in the hall outside. I don't remember anything about Saturday night. For all I know, you and O'Rourke and a bunch of other shits dragged me out of bed, hit me with a board, and dumped me there." Dwayne looked at the massive cast on Harlan's arm. "Kevin's mom says that your mom says that your bike was up on Broad Avenue. Near old Doublebutt's house. Yeah? She didn't tell me that. Harlan's voice sounded flat, listless, and devoid of curiosity. Duane ran his fingers along the soft border of the blanket. Do you think you might have left it there because you were following Mrs. Dubbett somewhere? To the school? Harlan raised his left hand to cover his eyes again. His fingernails had been chewed to the quick. Look, McBride, I said I didn't goddamn know. So leave me alone, okay? You're not even supposed to be in here, are you? Duane patted Harlan's shoulder through the crinkly hospital gown. We all wanted to know how you were, he said. Mike and Dale and the other guys want to come see you when you feel better. Yeah. Harlan's voice was muffled, with the palm of his hand over his lower face. His fingers tapped at the bandages. They'll be glad to hear you're okay. Duane glanced toward the hall, where there were more footsteps, hospital people coming back on duty after lunch, maybe. Anything we can bring you? Michelle Staffney, naked, said Harlan, his hand still over his face. Right, said Duane, and moved to the door. The hall was empty for the moment. We'll catch you later, fried potato. That phrase had been a big deal among the boys when they were all in 4th grade. Harlan sighed. McBride? Yeah? You can do one thing. The intercom squawked on in the hall. Outside the window, someone fired up a lawnmower. Duane waited. Turn on the light, said Harlan, would you? Duane squinted in the bright sunlight already filling the room, but he switched on the light. The additional brightness wasn't noticeable in the glare. Thanks, said Harlan. Can you see all right, Jim? Duane's voice was soft. Yeah, I can see. Harlan lowered his hand and stared at Duane with an unreadable expression. It's just that, well, if I go back to sleep, I don't want to wake up in the dark, you know? Duane nodded, waited a moment, thought of nothing else to say, waved toward Harlan and slipped out, heading for the side exit. Dale Stewart stared down the rifle barrel at C.J. Congdon's pimply face and thought, Jesus, I'm going to die. It was a new idea, and it seemed to freeze the scene around him into a single block of impressions. Congdon, Archie Creck, the sunshine warm on Dale's face, the shadowed leaves and blue sky above and behind C.J., the heat reflected from the cinders and rails, the blue steel of the rifle barrel, and the slight but somehow giddying scent of oil that rose from the weapon. All this combined to seal the moment in time as surely as Mike's block of amber had captured a spider from 1,000,000 years ago. I asked you a fucking question, you stupid fuckface, rasped C.J. Dale seemed to hear Congdon's voice from very, very far away. His pulse was still pounding loudly in his ears. Although it took most of his concentration just to avoid surrendering to the dizziness that was assailing him, Dale managed an answer. Huh? Congdon sneered. I said, what the fuck are you smiling at? He raised the stock of the rifle to his shoulder, never allowing the barrel to lose contact with the base of Dale's throat. I'm not smiling. Dale heard the quaver in his own voice and realized that he should be ashamed of it. But it was a distant thing. His heart seemed to be trying to tear itself out of his chest. The earth felt like it was tilting slightly, so Dale had to concentrate on keeping his balance. The fuck you ain't, shouted Archie Creck. The second-string bully's face was turned slightly in profile, and Dale could see that his glass eye was slightly larger than his real one. Shut up, C.J. said absently. He raised the barrel so that the pressure left Dale's throat. He could feel the pain now from where the muzzle had pressed, and knew there was a red ring there. and aimed it directly at the younger boy's face. "You're still grinnin', fuckface. How'd you like it if I blew a hole in that stupid grin?" Dale shook his head, but he couldn't stop grinning. He could feel the smile, a rictus he could not control. His right leg was shaking visibly now, and his bladder felt very full. He concentrated on keeping his balance and not wetting his pants. The muzzle of the rifle was 10 inches in front of his face. Dale could not believe how large it was. The black opening seemed to fill the sky and dim the sunlight. Dale recognized it as a .22 caliber rifle, the kind one broke at the breech to load a single cartridge at a time. Good for shooting rats at the dump, which was where these 2 rats probably had been headed, and his imagination allowed him to see the .22 shell at the base of that barrel, awaiting only the drop of the hammer to send the lead slug through Dale's teeth and tongue, the roof of his mouth, his brains. He tried to remember what damage a .22 slug would do to an animal's brains, but all he could remember from his dad's teaching during preparation for their hunting together was that a .22 long could travel a mile. Dale fought back the urge to ask C.J. if the rifle was loaded with a .22 long cartridge. "Would you like that, fuckhead?" C.J. asked again, sighting down the barrel as if to pick exactly which tooth he would fire through. Dale shook his head again. His arms were at his side, and he thought it might be a good idea to raise them, but they didn't seem to want to move. Shoot him, C.J.!" Archie's voice was cracking with either excitement or puberty or both. "Kill the little fucker." "Shut up," said Congdon. He squinted at Dale. "You're that Stewart fuck, aren't you?" Dale nodded. His fear of C.J. over the years, and his anger and frustration after the beatings, had put him in such an intimate relationship with the bully that the thought of Congdon not knowing his name seemed incredible. C.J. squinted at him again. "You gonna tell me what the fuck you were doing, spying on us and grinning at us, or you want me to pull this trigger?" The question was too complicated for Dale at this moment, and he shook his head again. It seemed that the most important part to respond to was the question about whether he wanted the trigger pulled. He did not. "Okay then, fuckface, you called it," said C.J., evidently taking Dale's gesture as a refusal to talk. He pulled the hammer back on the single-shot rifle with an audible click and lowered his cheek to the stock. Dale's breathing simply stopped. His chest was frozen. He wanted to raise his hands in front of his face, but he saw the image of the bullet passing through his palms before smashing into his mouth. Dale realized for the first time what death was. It was not walking any farther on the railroad tracks, not eating dinner tonight or seeing his mom or watching Sea Hunt on TV. It wasn't even being allowed to mow the lawn next Saturday or help his dad rake the leaves come fall. It was having no choice at all, except lying dead here on the cinders beside the railroad track, letting the birds pluck your eyes like berries and the ants stroll across your tongue. It was no choices, no decisions, no future at all. It was like being grounded for all eternity. "Bye-bye," said Congdon. "You pull it, I'll blow your fucking melon to bits," came a voice from behind Dale. Congdon and Archie jumped as if someone had startled them in a dark room. C.J. glanced to his left, but didn't lower the rifle. Still not breathing, Dale found that he could move his head a little bit to the right to see who was there. Cordy Cook had come out of the woods and was standing with one foot still in weeds and the other on the cinders of the rail bed. The double-barreled shotgun was raised, stock firmly against her small shoulder, and both barrels were aimed at C.J. Congdon. "Cook, you little cunt!" began Archie Creck in his high, broken voice. "Shut up," said C.J. The bigger boy's voice was calm enough. "What do you think you're doing, Cordy?" "I'm aiming my daddy's 12-gauge at your zitty face, moron." Cordy's voice was as thin and scratchy as ever, skinny chalk on old slate, but it was absolutely steady. "Put the gun down, stupid," said C.J. "This doesn't have nothing to do with you." "You put yours down," said Cordy. "Lay it on down and walk away your own self." C.J. glanced at her again, as if judging how long it would take to swing the barrel in her direction. At that second, grateful to Cordy as he was for the intervention, Dale fervently hoped C.J. would aim it at her. Anything was better than having that muzzle aimed at your own face. "What's it to you if I shoot this little fuck?" C.J. asked in a conversational tone. The muzzle was still 10 inches in front of Dale. "Put it on down, Congdon." Cordy's voice sounded much as it did in class to Dale on those rare occasions when she spoke, soft, out of it, vaguely bored. "Lay it on down and back away. You can come get it again when I'm gone. I ain't gonna touch it." "I'm gonna shoot him and then shoot you, you little cunt," snapped C.J. He was angry now. The pustules and rivulets of acne on his skinny face grew livid, then red again. "It's a single-shot Remington, Congdon," said Cordy. Dale glanced at her again. Her finger was curled around both triggers of the ancient shotgun. The thing looked huge and heavy, the barrels tinged with what might have been rust, the wood stock splintered with age. But Dale had no doubt but that it was loaded. He wondered idly if the spread pattern of the buckshot would hit him when it took C.J.'s head off. "Then I'll shoot you first," snarled C.J. But he didn't swing the barrel in her direction. Dale saw the muscles tensing in the punk's bare upper arms, and he realized that Congdon was as frozen with fear as he was. "Get her, Archie," commanded C.J. Creck hesitated, his head swiveling as he used his good eye to take in the situation, and then he nodded, reached into his droopy jeans to pull out a knife, clicked the 5-inch blade open, and began to shuffle across the rails toward Cordy. "He comes across the second rail, you're dog food," she said to Congdon. "Stop!" shouted C.J. It was a general command, almost a scream, but Archie was the one who stopped. He looked to his leader for further directions. "Back off, goddamn you to hell, you stupid fuck," C.J. said to his best friend. Archie backed off to the far side of the first rail. Dale realized that he was breathing again. Time was moving again. Slower than usual, but definitely moving, and he wondered what he should do. He'd watched about 1,000,000 cowboy shows where Sugarfoot or Bronco Lane or somebody had a gun on them, sort of like this, and they wrestled it away from the bad guy. It'd be easy enough to do. The barrel was still 10 inches from Dale's face, and all Congdon's attention was on Cordy now. All he had to do was grab it and twist. Dale realized that he could more easily walk on air than make a move at this moment. "Come on," said Cordy in her tired monotone. "Make up your stupid mind, Congdon. My finger's getting tired." The muscles on C.J.'s cheeks spasmed. Dale could see sweat dripping from the bully's nose and chin. "You know I'll get your ass, don't you, Cordy? You know I'll lay for you and do something real bad, don't you? Ain't no getting away with this, you know." Cordy seemed to shrug, although the barrels didn't waver. "You do anything to me that doesn't kill me, C.J., you know I'll come after you with Daddy's 12-gauge. I sicked the dogs on Mr. Allio last year. I ain't gonna mind killing you." Dale knew about the episode with the music teacher and the dogs. Everyone in town knew about it. Cordy had been suspended for 10 weeks. When she came back to school, Mr. Alio had left for Chicago. "Fuck you," said C.J., and he laid the rifle down slowly, setting it on the wooden ties with great care. He backed away. "And you, Stuart, fuck-face Stuart, don't think I'll forget you." C.J. backed away from the rifle and nodded toward Archie. Knife still brandished, Archie joined him, and the two walked backward down the rail bed, turned when they got to the weeds, and moved quickly into the trees. Dale stood there a second, staring at the rifle at his feet, as if it would suddenly float into the air and threaten him again. When it didn't, he felt the earth lurch back into its usual gravity field. He almost fell, found his balance, staggered a few feet, and sat on the hot rail. His knees were shaking. Cordy waited until C.J. and Archie had disappeared completely in the small woods, and then she shifted so that the shotgun was pointed toward Dale. Not at him exactly, but in his general direction. Dale didn't notice. He was too busy staring at Cordy with a perception made acute by great quantities of adrenaline. She was short and pudgy. Her dress was the same shapeless, dirty gray thing she'd worn to school so often. She wore filthy sneakers with her right big toe poking through. Her nails and elbows were dirty. Her hair hung down in limp, oily strands, and her face was flat, doughy, and moon-shaped, with her tiny eyes, thin lips, and blob of a nose pushed together in the center as if designed for a much thinner face. At that second, she was the most beautiful thing Dale had ever seen. "What the hell were you doing following me, Stuart?" Dale found that his voice was still shaky, but he tried to answer. "I wasn't—" "Don't give me that cow flop," she said, and the shotgun twitched a bit more in his direction. "I seen you with your little spy-glasses there, peeking at my house. Then you come sneaking along behind me like I couldn't see and hear you plain as day. Answer me." Dale was too wrung out to try a lie. "I was following you because some of us are trying to find Tubby." "What do you want with Tubby?" When Cordy squinted, it was as if she had no eyes at all. Dale realized that his pulse was no longer filling most of his hearing. "We don't want anything with him. We just want to find him, see if he's okay." Cordy broke the breech of the shotgun and cradled it in her pudgy right arm. "And you think I done something with him?" Dale shook his head. I just wanted to see what was going on out at your place." "Why do you give a damn about Tubby?" "I don't," thought Dale. He said, "I just think something's going on. Dr. Roon and Mrs. Dubbett and those guys aren't telling the truth." Cordy spat and hit the rail. "You said we. Who else is messing around with you trying to find Tubby?" Dale glanced at the shotgun. He was more certain now than ever that Cordy Cook was as crazy as a loon. "Just some friends." Snorted Cordy. "Must be O'Rourke and Grumbacher and Harlan and those other pansies you hang around with." Dale blinked. He'd had no idea that Cordy had ever noticed who he hung around with. The girl walked toward him, lifted the Remington, broke the breech, extracted a .22 cartridge, tossed it into the woods, and laid the weapon in the weeds. "Come on," she said. "Let's get going before those two pissants get each other's courage going." Dale got to his feet and hurried to keep up with her as she strode toward town. 50 yards down the tracks, she went down into the trees and headed for the fields beyond. "If you're hunting for Tubby," she said, not looking at Dale, "how come you're out at my house, where's the one place he ain't?" Dale shrugged. "Do you know where he is?" Cordy glanced at him with disgust. "If I knew where he was, you think I'd be hunting for him like I am?" Dale took a breath. Do you have any idea what happened to him? Yeah. Dale waited 20 strides, but she said nothing else. What? He prompted. Somebody or something at that goddamn school killed him. Dale felt his breath lurch from him again. For all the bike patrol's interest in finding Tubby, none of them had thought the boy was dead. Run away, probably. Kidnapped, maybe. Dale had never really thought of his classmate being dead. With the memory of the muzzle still fresh in his mind and viscera, the word had taken on new meaning. He said nothing. They reached Catton Road, near where another lane ran south to become Broad Avenue. "You better be gettin'," said Cordy. "Don't you nor none of your Boy Scout buddies get in my way in findin' my brother, hear?" Dale nodded. He glanced at the shotgun. "You going into town with that?" Cordy treated that question with the silent disgust she obviously thought it deserved. "What are you going to do with it?" Dale asked. "Find Van Syke or one of them other shits, get 'em to tell me where Tubby is." Dale swallowed. "They'll throw you in jail." Cordy shrugged, pulled a few strands of stringy hair out of her eyes, turned, and headed toward town. Dale stood there staring. The little figure in the gray sack dress was almost in the shade of the elms at the head of Broad Avenue when he suddenly yelled, "Hey, thanks!" Cordy Cook did not stop or look back. Chapter 12. After seeing Jim Harlan, Duane sat in the shade on the courtyard square for several minutes, drinking coffee from his thermos and thinking. He didn't know Jim well enough to know if he was telling the truth about not remembering what had happened on Saturday night. If he wasn't telling the truth, why the lie? Duane sipped coffee and considered possibilities. A. Something had scared Harlan so badly that he wouldn't or couldn't talk about it. B. Someone had told him not to talk and backed it up with sufficient threat to make Harlan obey. C. Harlan was protecting someone. Duane finished his coffee, screwed the lid on the thermos, and decided that the last possibility was the least likely. The first choice seemed the most likely, although there was nothing but a feeling Duane had to suggest that Jim Harlan had been lying. Any head injury serious enough to leave someone unconscious for more than 24 hours certainly could leave that person without memory of the injury. Duane decided that it would be safest to assume that Jim did not remember what happened. Perhaps later. He crossed the square to the library and hesitated before going in. What did he expect to find here that would help O'Rourke and Company find out anything about Tubby, Van Syke, Harlan's injury, Duane's own close call, or anything else? Why the library? Why look at the history of Old Central when it was obviously some individual bit of insanity, or probably just Van Syke's perversity, that was behind these seemingly random events? Duane knew why he was going to the library. He'd grown up searching out things there, answering the many private mysteries that arose in the mind of a kid too smart for his own good. The library was a no-questions-asked, private source of information. There had to be many intellectual puzzles that could not be solved by a visit or many visits to a good library, but Duane McBride hadn't found one yet. Besides, he realized, this whole tempest in a teacup mystery had begun because of his and the other kids' bad feelings about Old Central. It was something that had bothered Duane and the others long before Tubby Cook disappeared. This research was overdue. Duane sighed, set his thermos behind a bush alongside the library steps and went inside. It took more hours than Duane had expected, but eventually he found most of what he wanted. Oak Hill Library had only one microfiche machine, and few things actually on microfiche. For the history of Elm Haven, and of Old Central in particular, he had to go back into the stacks for the locally published and bound books kept there by the Creve Coeur County Historical Society. Duane knew that the Historical Society actually had been one man, Dr. Paul Priestman, former professor at Bradley University and a local historian who had died less than a year earlier. But the ladies who had collected money to publish Dr. Priestman's books, the last volume posthumously, Duane discovered, kept the society alive, even if only in name. Old Central had a prominent part in the history of Elm Haven, and in Creve Coeur County, Duane discovered, and it took half of his notebook to record the pertinent parts. Every time Duane visited this library, he wished that it had one of the new Xerox copying machines that businesses were beginning to use. It would make the job of copying information from reference books one couldn't check out ever so much easier. Duane looked at the pages of old photographs Dr. Priestman had set in to illustrate the construction of Old Central. Just Central School in 1876, and then more pages, the photos sepia-tinted and frozen in the formality of early, slow photography, showing the opening ceremonies in the late summer of 1876, the Old Settlers' Picnic held on the school grounds in August of that year, the first class to enter Central, 29 students who must have been lost in that huge building, and ceremonies at Elm Haven's train depot as the bell arrived earlier that summer. The large print caption under the last photo read, "Mr. and Mrs. Ashley and Mayor Wilson greet Borgia Bell for new school," and the subcaption went on, "Historic bell to be crowning achievement for Elm Haven's citadel of learning and pride of county." Duane paused. The belfry on Old Central had been boarded and sealed for as long as he could remember. He had never heard any mention of a bell, much less of something called a Borgia bell. Duane leaned close to the page. In the old photograph, the bell was still in its crate on the flat car, the bell itself partially in shadow, but obviously huge. It stood almost twice as tall as the two men on the flat car who stood shaking hands in the center of the picture. The better-dressed man with mustaches and a well-dressed woman hovering near his side, probably Mr. Ashley. The shorter, bearded and bowler-hatted man, perhaps Mayor Wilson. The base of the bell looked to be 8 or 9 feet wide. Although the ancient photo was of too poor a quality to give much detail, a carriage on the far side of the tracks seemed to be hitched to 2 phantom horses, because the time exposure was too slow to capture their movements. Duane used his glasses as a magnifying glass to make out metal scroll work or some sort of inscriptions running in a band around the bell about 2/3 of the way up. He sat back and tried to imagine how much a bell, 10 or 12 feet tall and 8 feet wide, might weigh. He couldn't do the math, but the mere thought of it hanging on rotted timbers above his and the other kids' heads over the past years made the flesh on his neck go cold. Surely it couldn't still be there. For the next few hours Duane pored through the Historical Society books and spent a dusty hour in the archives, a long, narrow room off the room where Mrs. Fraser and the other library employees ate their lunch, going through the tall books holding old copies of the Oak Hill Sentinel Times Call, the local paper that Duane's old man invariably referred to as the Sentimental Times Crawl. Newspaper articles from the summer of 1876 were the most informative, going on in their overwrought, hyperbolic Victorian style about the Borgia bell and its place in history. Evidently, Mr. and Mrs. Ashley had discovered the artifact in a warehouse on the outskirts of Rome during their honeymoon cum grand tour of the continent, verified its authenticity via local and imported historians, and then purchased the thing for $600 to be the pièce de résistance for the school the Ashley family had been so instrumental in building. Duane scribbled quickly, filling one notebook and going into his spare. The story of the Borgia bell's shipment from Rome to Elm Haven took up at least 5 newspaper articles and several pages of Dr. Priestman's book. The bell seemed, at least in the lurid prose of the Victorian correspondence, to bring bad luck to everyone and everything associated with it. After the Ashleys purchased the bell and set sail for the States, the warehouse the thing had been stored in burned to the ground, killing 3 local people who apparently had been living in the old structure. Most of the unnamed and uncatalogued artifacts in the warehouse were destroyed, but the Borgia bell had been found, sooty but intact. The freighter carrying the bell to New York, a British ship, the HMS Erebus, almost foundered during an off-season storm near the Canary Islands. The damaged freighter was towed to harbor and its cargo transferred, but not before 5 crewmen drowned, another was killed during a sudden shifting of cargo in the hold, and the captain was disgraced. No disasters seemed to accompany the bell's month-long storage in New York, but some confusion in labeling almost left the thing lost there. Some of the Ashley family's New York lawyers tracked down the missing piece of history, had a major reception for the bell at New York's Natural History Museum, where attendees included Mark Twain, P.T. Barnum, and the original John D. Rockefeller, and then loaded it aboard a freight train bound for Peoria. There, the spell of bad luck seemed to reassert itself. The train derailed near Johnstown, Pennsylvania, and its replacement was involved in a trestle collapse just outside of Richmond, Indiana. The press accounts were unclear, but apparently no one was killed in either accident. The bell finally arrived in Elm Haven on July 14, 1876, and was ensconced in its reinforced belfry several weeks later. That summer's Old Settlers' Fair used the bell as its centerpiece, and there were numerous dedications, including one which involved bringing in Peoria and Chicago-based historians and grandees on specially laid-on railroad cars. Evidently the thing was in the belfry in time for the beginning of school on the 3rd of September that year, for a news tintype of the opening day of Crèvecoeur County Schools showed an old central in a town strangely devoid of trees, under the caption, "Historic Bell Rings Local School Children to New Era of Learning." Duane sat back in the archives room, mopped sweat from his face with the tail of his flannel shirt, closed the stiff-boarded newspaper volume, and wished that the excuse he had given Mrs. Fraser for his work in here had been true, that he had been planning to do a paper on Old Central and its bell. But no one seemed to remember that the bell was there. After another hour and a half's research, Duane had come up with only 3 other references to the bell, and none of them referred to it any longer as the Borgia bell. Dr. Priestman's book reprinted early captions calling the thing the Borgia bell, but nowhere did the local historian himself refer to it as such. The closest reference Duane could find was a paragraph mentioning, quote, "the massive bell, reported to date from the 15th century, and quite possibly being that old, which Mr. Charles Catton Ashley and his wife purchased for the county during their tour of Europe in the winter of 1875, unquote. It was only after reading through 4 volumes of the Historical Society's books that Duane realized that there was a volume missing. The 1875-1885 volume was intact, but it was mostly photographs and highlights. Dr. Priestman had written a more detailed and scholarly account of the other years of the decade under the general heading Monographs, Documentation, and Primary Sources, with the dates indicated in brackets. 1876 simply was not there. Duane went downstairs to talk to Mrs. Fraser. "Excuse me, ma'am, but could you tell me where the Historical Society keeps its other papers these days?" The librarian smiled and lowered her glasses on their beaded chain. "Yes, dear, you must know that Dr. Priestman passed away." Duane nodded and looked attentive. "Well, since neither Mrs. Cadbury nor Mrs. Esterhazy are ladies who were responsible for the fundraisers to support the society, since neither of them wished or were able to continue Dr. Priestman's research, they donated his papers and other volumes." Duane nodded again. "To Bradley?" It made sense that the old scholar's papers would go to the university from which he had graduated and at which he had spent so many years teaching. Mrs. Fraser looked surprised. "Why, no, dear. The papers went to the family who had really supported Dr. Priestman's research for all those years. I believe it had been arranged previously." "The family," began Duane. "The Ashley Montague family," said Mrs. Fraser. "Certainly, being from Elm Haven, or living near there, certainly you've heard of the Ashley Montagues." Duane nodded, thanked her, made sure all of the books were reshelved properly and that his notebooks were in his pockets, went outside to retrieve his thermos, and was shocked at how late it had grown. Evening shadows stretched from the trees and lay across the courthouse grounds and the main street. A few cars moved down the highway, their tires hissing on the cooling concrete and making galloping sounds on the tar-patched joints in the pavement, but the downtown itself was emptying out toward evening. Duane considered going back to the hospital to talk to Jim again, but it was around dinner time, and he guessed that Harlan's mother would be there. Besides, it was still a 2 to 3 hour walk home the long way, and the old man might worry if Duane were out after dark. Whistling, thinking about the Borgia bell hanging dark as a forgotten secret in the boarded-up belfry of Old Central, Duane headed for the railroad tracks and home. Mike gave up. He'd tried hard on Monday afternoon and again all day Tuesday to find Carl Van Syke in order to follow him around, but the man wasn't to be found. Mike tried hanging around Old Central, saw Dr. Roon show up shortly after 8:30 on Tuesday morning, and watched until a bunch of workmen with a cherry-picker, but no Van Syke, showed up an hour later to start putting boards over the second and third floor windows. Mike continued to hang around the door of the school until Roon chased him away in mid-morning. Mike checked the places one might usually see Van Syke. Carl's Tavern downtown had 3 or 4 of the usual drunks hanging around, including Duane McBride's dad, Mike was sorry to see, but no Van Syke. Mike used the phone in the A&P to call the Black Tree Tavern, but the bartender said that he hadn't seen Van Syke in weeks, and who was this calling? Mike hung up fast. He walked up to Depot Street, checked out J.P. Congdon's house, because he knew Van Syke and the fat justice of the peace hung out together a lot, but the black Chevy wasn't there, and the house looked empty. Mike considered hiking out the tracks to hang around the old tallow plant, but he felt sure that Van Syke wouldn't be there. For a while he just lay in the tall grass out by the ball diamond, chewing on a stalk of grass and watching the little bit of traffic that went out First Avenue past the water tower. Mostly farmers' dusty pickups and big old cars. No rendering truck with Van Syke at the wheel. Mike sighed and rolled over on his back, squinting at the sky. He knew he should hike out to Calvary Cemetery and check out the shed there, but he couldn't. It was that simple. The memory of the shed, the soldier, and the figure in the yard last night lay across Mike's chest like a heavy weight. He rolled over and watched Kevin Grumbacher's dad's chrome-silver dairy truck coming in from Jubilee College Road. It wasn't noon yet, and Mr. Grumbacher was almost done with his day's work collecting milk from all the county's dairy farms. Mike knew that the truck would head off for the Cahill Dairy 12 miles east, right at the head of the Spoon River Valley, and then Mr. G would be finished for the day, except to come home, rinse the truck and fill it with fuel again from the gas pump he had on the west side of their house. By rolling on his left side, Mike could see the Grumbachers' new house under the elms next to Dale's big old Victorian house. Mr. G had bought Mrs. Carmichael's old abandoned place on Depot Street about 5 years ago, just before Dale's family had moved to Elm Haven, and the Grumbachers had razed the old house and put up the only new ranch house-style home in the old section of town. Mr. Grumbacher himself had used a bulldozer to raise the level of the soil so the low home sat higher than the windows on the east side of Dale's house. Mike always felt funny the few times he'd been in Kev's home. It was air-conditioned, the only air-conditioned place Mike had ever been except for Ewald's movie theater over in Oak Hill, and it smelled funny. Stale, but not really stale. It was as if the cool scent of the concrete and pine 2x4s and fresh carpet still filled the house, even after 4 years of the people living there. Of course, it never really looked to Mike that people actually lived there. The Grumbachers' living room had plastic runners on the floor and a crinkly plastic on the expensive couch and chairs. The kitchen was bright and spotless. It held the first dishwashing machine and eating counter Mike had ever seen in a home, and the dining room looked like Mrs. G polished the long cherry table every morning. The few times Mike and the other kids were allowed to play in Kevin's house, they went straight to the basement, or what Kev called the rec room for some reason. There was a ping-pong table there and a TV. Kev said they had 2 more television sets upstairs and an elaborate electric train layout filling half the back room. Mike would have loved to play with the trains, but Kev wasn't allowed to touch the controls unless his dad was there, and Mr. G slept most afternoons. There was also a long galvanized steel water trough in the back room, the metal as bright and clean as everything else in the house, which Kevin said his dad had put in so the 2 of them could play with motorized boats the 2 made in their spare time. But Mike, Dale, and the other kids were only allowed to watch the boats, not touch them, or handle the neat radio-controlled devices. The gang didn't spend much time in Kev's house. Mike got to his feet and started walking toward Dale's back fence. He knew he was thinking of dumb things, trying not to think about the soldier. Dale and Kevin were lying on the grassy incline between the Grumbachers' and Stewart's driveways, waiting for Lawrence to fly a balsa wood glider. Then both of the older boys would fire away with gravel from Dale's driveway, trying to knock the plane out of the sky. Lawrence had to launch and duck fast before the missiles flew. Mike, grabbed some gravel, and flopped down on his back next to the two. The trick seemed to be to hit the thing without raising your head from the grass. Lawrence launched and ducked. Rocks flew. The glider looped once, flew toward the big oak tree that sent branches over Dale's bedroom upstairs, and then landed in the driveway untouched. All three grabbed more ammunition, while Lawrence retrieved the plane and straightened the wing and tail. "Getting rocks in your side yard," Mike said to Dale. "Going to be tough when you mow." "I promised Mom we'd pick them up when we're through," said Dale, cocking his arm in anticipation. Lawrence launched a high one. They all missed on the first ground-to-air attack, each boy unselfconsciously making gun or missile sounds as he threw. Mike hit it with his second throw, smashing the right wing and sending the glider into a spin into the grass. All three of the others made jet-out-of-control and crashing and burning sounds. Lawrence slid out the broken wing and ran to a stack of replacement parts by the old stump. "I can't find Van Syke," Mike said, feeling as if he were in confession. Kev was piling launch-sized stones next to himself in the grass. His parents would never let him throw rocks in his yard. "That's okay," he said. "I found Rune this morning, but he isn't doing anything except supervising the windows getting boarded up." Mike looked. Old Central looked different, with all 3 levels boarded up, 4 levels if you counted the basement windows, and Mike could just make out that they had removed the screens, boarded those windows, and set the screens back. The school looked weird, blind in a strange way. Now, only the tiny dormer windows set in the steep roof had glass panes, and few kids Mike knew could throw that high to hit them. The belfry had always been boarded up. "Maybe this following people around isn't such a great idea," Mike said. Lawrence was putting masking tape around parts of the next plane. "Armoring it," he said. "I know it wasn't a good idea for me this morning," said Dale. The other 2 boys quit playing with their ammunition while Dale explained most of what had happened out on the tracks this morning. "Jeez," whistled Kevin. "Criminetly." "What did Cordy do next?" asked Mike, trying to imagine having a rifle pointed at him. C.J. Congdon had picked on Mike a couple of times in the lower grades, but Mike had always fought back so hard, so fast, and so fiercely that the town's 2 punks tended to leave him alone. Mike glanced at the school. "Did she come in and shoot Dr. Rune?" "If she did, we haven't heard it," said Dale. "Maybe she used a silencer," said Mike. Kev made a face. "Idiot. Shotguns can't have silencers." "I was kidding, Grumpbacker." "Groombacher," Kevin corrected with automatic sullenness. He didn't like it when people fooled with his name. Everyone in town said Grumbacker. "Whatever," said Mike with a sudden grin. He gently tossed a rock at Dale's knee. "So what happened next?" "Nothing," said Dale. Something in his voice suggested that he was sorry he'd told the others. "I'm keeping a watch out for C.J." "You didn't tell your mom?" "Uh-uh. How am I supposed to explain why I had Dad's binoculars to spy on Cordy Cook's house, huh?" Mike made a face and nodded. Being a peeping Tom was one thing. Doing it at Cordy Cook's house was worse than weird. "If he comes after you," he said to Dale, "I'll help. Congdon's mean, but stupid. Archie Creck's even stupider. Get on Archie's blind side in a fight, and it's no contest." Dale nodded, but looked gloomy. Mike knew that his friend wasn't very good in fights. It was one of the reasons Mike liked him. Dale muttered something. "What?" said Mike. Lawrence was saying something at the same time from the end of the driveway. "I said I didn't even go back for my bike," Dale said a second time. Mike recognized the tone of voice as the one he used for his most serious sins during confession. "Where is it?" "I hid it behind the old depot." Mike nodded. To retrieve the bike, Dale would have to go back through Congdon's neighborhood. "I'll get it," he said. Dale looked at him with what looked like a mixture of relief, embarrassment, and anger. The anger, Mike figured, was at feeling so relieved. "Why? Why should you get it? It's my bike." Mike shrugged, discovered that he was still carrying some of the grass from the field, and chewed on the bottom part of it. "Doesn't make any difference to me, but I'm going up that way to church later, and it makes sense that I get it." "Think! Congdon isn't looking for me. Besides, if I'd had a rifle aimed at my face once today, I wouldn't go looking for another chance. I'll get it after lunch when I'm up there running an errand for Father C." Mike thought. Another lie. Do I confess this one? He didn't think so. This time Dale's expression showed so much pure relief that he had to look down as if he were counting his pile of stones to hide it. "Okay," he said faintly, and even more faintly. "Thanks." Lawrence was standing 20 feet away, armored plane poised. "Are you jerks ready, or are you going to keep talking all day?" "Ready," said Dale. "Launch!" cried Kevin. "Duck!" yelled Mike. The missiles flew. The old man wasn't home when Duane got there just before sunset, so he walked back out through the fields to Wittgenstein's grave. Witt had always carried his after-dinner and gift bones out to this flat, grassy area in the east pasture, burying them in the soft soil at the top of the hill above the creek. So that's where Duane had buried Witt. Beyond the pasture and cornfields to the west, the sun hung on the horizon in the thick-aired, full-bellied Illinois sunset that Duane could not imagine living without. The air around him was blue-gray with the end of day, and sound traveled with a slow ease of thought. Duane could hear the soft shuffle and wheeze of the cows coming in from the far reaches of pasture, even though they were still out of sight over the hill to the north. Smoke hung thick in the air from where old Mr. Johnson had been burning weeds along his fence more than a mile to the south, and the evening tasted of dust and tiredness and the sweet incense of that smoke. Duane sat next to Witt's small grave while the sun set and the evening allowed itself to go gently into night. Venus appeared first, blazing above the eastern horizon like one of the UFOs that Duane used to sit in this field at night and watch for, with Witt lying patiently at his side. Then the other stars moved into the sky, each quite visible this far from any scattered light. The air began to cool off slowly, reluctantly, the humidity still causing Duane's shirt to cling to his ample torso, but eventually the day's heat dissipated, and the heaped soil under Duane's hand cooled to the touch. He patted the grave a final time and ambled slowly back to the house, aware again of how different it was to walk alone through the high grass, rather than keeping one's pace slow to accommodate an aging and half-blind collie. The Borgia bell. He'd wanted to talk to the old man about it, but his father wouldn't be in any mood to talk if he'd been at Carl's or the Black Tree all afternoon. Duane made dinner for himself, frying pork chops in the large skillet, cutting up potatoes and onions with a practiced hand while tuning his radio, and listened for a while to WHO from Des Moines. The news on the hour was the usual stuff. Nationalist China was still complaining in the UN about Red China's shelling of Quemoy the previous week, but no one in the UN seemed to want another Korea. Broadway shows were still shut down by an actors' equity strike. Senator John Kennedy's people were saying that the once and future candidate was going to give a major foreign policy speech in Washington the next week, but Ike seemed to be stealing the limelight from all potential candidates by planning a major trip to the Far East. The U.S. was demanding that Gary Powers be returned by the Russians, while Argentina was demanding that Israel return the kidnapped Adolf Eichmann. The sports included an announcement of a ban on homemade scaffolds at the Indianapolis 500, of the kind that had collapsed during this year's Memorial Day race, killing a couple of people and injuring almost 100 more. There was talk of the upcoming rematch between Floyd Patterson and Ingemar Johansson. Dwayne turned the volume up and listened as he ate alone at the long table. He liked boxing. He'd like to write a story about it someday. Something about Negroes, maybe. Negroes finding equality through fighting in the ring. Dwayne had listened to the old man and Uncle Art talk about Jackie Johnson years ago, and the memory had stuck in his mind like the plot of a favorite novel. It could be a good novel, Dwayne thought, if I knew how to write it, and knew enough about boxing and Negroes and Jackie Johnson and life and everything to write it. The Borgia bell. Dwayne finished his dinner, washed the dishes and coffee cup along with the old man's breakfast dishes, put them back in the cupboard, and walked through the house. It was dark except for the kitchen light, and the old place seemed creakier and eerier than usual. The upstairs, with the old man's bedroom deserted, Dwayne's old room unused, seemed a heavy presence above him. The Borgia bell, hanging up there in Old Central above us all these years? Dwayne shook his head and turned on a light in the dining room. The learning machines sat there in all their dusty glory. Other inventions littered the work tables and floor. The only one that was plugged in or working was the phone answering device the old man had built a couple of winters ago out of pique at missing calls, a simple combination of telephone parts and a small reel-to-reel tape recorder. The device, plugged into the phone socket, gave a recorded message and invited the caller to leave a message. Almost everybody who called, except Uncle Art, hung up in anger or confusion at having a machine answer the phone, but sometimes the old man could tell who was calling by recorded curses or mutters. Besides, Dwayne's father liked the irritation it caused, even to the phone company. Ma Bell people had been out to the farm twice, threatening to shut off the McBride's service if Mr. McBride didn't quit breaking the law by tampering with the phone company's equipment and hookups, not to mention violating federal regulations by tape recording people's conversations without their permission. The old man had pointed out that these were his conversations, that the people were calling him, that FCC regulations demanded that the person know they were being taped, which he said right on his tape. And, when it came right down to it, Ma Bell was a motherfucking capitalist monopoly, and it could go stick its threats and equipments up its corporate ass. But the threats had kept the old man from ever trying to market his answering devices, what he called his telephonic Jeeves. Dwayne was just happy they still had a phone. Dwayne had refined the old man's device in recent months so that a light blinked when there were recorded messages. He'd actually wanted to fix it up so that different colored lights would glow at the recognition of different voices on the tape. Green for Uncle Art, blue for Dale or one of the other kids, flashing red for the phone company guy, and so forth. But while the problem of voice recognition hadn't been too hard to solve, Dwayne had hooked up a rebuilt tone generation to an ID circuit based on old tape recordings of callers, then made a simple schematic for a feedback loop to the battery of Who's Calling lights. The parts had been too expensive, so he'd quit at having a light blink once for each call on the tape. The light was off. No messages. There seldom were. Duane went to the screen door and looked out toward the pole light near the barn. The light threw the driveway turnaround and outbuildings into arc lamp glare, but made the fields beyond seem even darker. The crickets and tree frogs were very loud tonight. Duane stood at the door a minute, thinking about how he could get Uncle Art to drive him to Bradley University the next day. Before going back into the dining room to call, however, he did something he'd never done before. He put the hook latch on the screen door and made sure that the rarely used front door was locked. It would mean that he'd have to stay up until the old man got home to let him in, but that was okay. They never locked their doors, not even during those rare times when Duane and the old man joined Uncle Art for a weekend in Peoria or Chicago. It just wasn't something they thought of doing. But Duane didn't want the doors unlocked tonight. He tapped the tiny hook set into the light wood, realized that he could open it himself from the outside with one serious tug or a kick at the screens, smiled at his own foolishness, and went back to call Uncle Art. Mike's small bedroom was above what had been the parlor, but was now Memo's room. The upstairs had no direct heat, merely broad metal grills that allowed the warm air to rise into the upper rooms. The grill was right beside Mike's bed, and he could see the faint glow on his own ceiling of the small kerosene lantern they let burn all night in Memo's room as a nightlight. Mike's mother checked on Memo several times each night, and the dim light made it easier. Mike knew that if he got down on his knees and peered through the grill, he could see the dull bundle of bedclothes that were Memo. He wouldn't do that. It would be too much like spying. But sometimes Mike was sure that he heard Memo's thoughts and dreams coming up through the grill. They weren't words or images, but rose to him like half-heard sighs, alternate draughts of warm love or the cold breezes of anxiety. Mike often lay awake in his low-ceiling room and wondered if Memo died at night when he was here, would he sense her soul rising past him through the grill, pausing to enfold him in its warmth, the way her body used to each night when he was little and she stopped by to tuck him in and check on him, the flame of her small kerosene lamp flickering and making a soft hissing in its glass chimney? Mike lay there and watched the faint leaf shadows stirring on the steeply pitched ceiling. He had no desire for sleep. All afternoon he had been yawning and gritty-eyed from the previous night's lost sleep, but now that darkness and deep night were here, he was afraid to close his eyes. He lay there and tried to stay awake, imagining conversations with Father C., dreaming of the days when his mother still smiled at him and hugged him, when her voice was less sharp to everyone, and her tongue dripped Irish sarcasm, but not so much bitterness. And finally, just dreaming of Michelle Staffney, imagining her red hair, as soft and pretty as his sister Kathleen's, but framing intelligent eyes and an expressive mouth, rather than his sister's slow gaze and slack features. Mike was on the verge of drifting off to sleep when he felt a cold breeze brush past him. He snapped awake. The room was hot, even with the small window open. All the day's heat had risen into the upstairs, and there was no cross-ventilation to dispel it. But the breeze that had wafted past Mike had been as cold as the draughts that blew through the small room on January nights, and it had carried a cold meat and frozen blood smell, which Mike associated with the refrigerated lockers where they kept the sides of beef down at the A&P. Mike rolled out of bed and onto his knees by the grill. The lamplight down there was flickering wildly, as if a windstorm were blowing in the small room. The cold enveloped Mike as surely as if chill hands were seizing his wrists and ankles and throat. He expected to see his mother rush into the room, robe clutched shut and hair awry, checking to see what was wrong. But the house lay still and silent, except for the sawing of his father's snores in the back room where his parents slept. The cold faltered, seemed to withdraw through the grate, and then rose with the force of a January wind through open windows. The kerosene lamp flickered a final time and went out. Mike seemed to hear a moan from the corner of blackness where Memo lay. Mike jumped to his feet, grabbed a Louisville Slugger from the corner, and flew down the steep staircase, his bare feet making almost no noise on the wooden steps. Memo's door was always left open a crack. Now it was closed tightly. Half expecting the door to be bolted on the inside, an impossibility if Memo were alone, Mike crouched a few seconds outside the room, fingers flat on the door like a fireman, feeling for the heat of flames behind the wood. Although it was the cold he half sensed through his fingertips, and then he swung the door wide and went in quickly, baseball bat off his shoulder and ready to be swung. There was enough light to see that the room seemed empty, except for the dark bundle that was Memo, and the usual clutter of her framed photographs on every surface, the medicine bottles, the hospital tray table they had bought, the additional useless clutter of her rocking chair, Grandpa's favorite chair sitting in the corner, the old Philco radio that still worked, all the usual stuff. But even as he stood there on the balls of his feet, baseball bat poised, Mike felt certain that he and Memo were not alone. The cold air blew and rippled soundlessly around him, a whirlpool of chill, foul-smelling air. Mike had once cleaned out a freezer full of chicken and ground beef at Mrs. Moon's after the electricity had been off for 10 days. This smelled like that, only colder and more repellent. Mike lifted the bat even as the wind blew in his face, whirled around him. Cold fingernails rasped at his stomach and back where the pajamas did not cover. A sensation like cold lips brushed the back of his neck. There came a foul breath on his cheeks, as if some invisible face were inches from his, exhaling the rot of the grave into his face. Mike cursed and swung the bat at darkness. The wind whipped around him. He could almost hear its black roar, like someone hissing in his ears. The loose papers in the room were not disturbed. There was no external sound except for the faintest rustle of corn in the fields across the street. Mike choked back a second curse, but swung the bat again with both hands, standing in the middle of the room in a stance part batters, part prize-fighters. The dark wind seemed to retreat to the far corner. Mike took a step toward it, glanced over his shoulder, and saw Memo's face, pale in the heap of black bedclothes, and stepped back instead, so that whatever it was couldn't get around him to her. He crouched in front of Memo, feeling her dry breath on his back now, knowing that she was still alive at least, trying to keep the coldness from her with the heat of his own body. There was a final rustle and curling of breeze, almost like a soft laugh, and the cold rushed out of the open window like black water pouring out a drain. Suddenly the lamp flickered on, its hissing flame and dancing shadows of gold light startling Mike onto his feet and causing his heart to leap somewhere near his throat. He stood there with the bat hefted, still waiting. The cold was gone. The open window admitted only warm June breezes and the sudden resumption of cricket sounds, leaf stirrings. Mike turned and crouched next to Memo. Her eyes were wide open, and the irises looked all black and moist in the light. Mike leaned forward, was reassured by her rapid exhalations, and touched her cheek with his free hand. "Are you all right, Memo?" Sometimes she seemed to understand and blinked her answers, one blink for yes, two for no. More often these days there was no response. One blink. Yes. Mike felt his heart resume its wild pounding. It had been a long time since Memo'd talked to him, even in this crude code. He felt his mouth go completely dry. He uncleaved his tongue from the roof of his mouth and forced the words. "Did you feel that?" One blink. "Was something here?" One blink. "Was it real?" One blink. Mike took a deep breath. It was like talking to a mummy, except for the blinks, and even those seemed illusory in the half-light. He would have given anything he had or would ever earn in his lifetime if Memo could have talked to him at that second, even if just for a minute. He cleared a throat suddenly filled with emotion. "Was it something bad?" One blink. "Was it like a ghost?" Two blinks. No. Mike looked into her stare. Between answers she did not blink at all. It was like interviewing a corpse. Mike shook his head to get rid of the traitorous thought. Was it death?" One blink. Yes. When she had answered him, her eyes closed. Mike leaned forward to make sure she was still breathing, and then touched her cheek with his palm again. "It's all right, Memo," he whispered next to her ear. "I'm here. It won't come back tonight. Go to sleep." He crouched next to her until her choppy, ragged breathing seemed to slow and regulate somewhat. Then he got Grandpa's chair and dragged it close to the bed. Even though the rocker would have been infinitely easier to move, he wanted Grandpa's chair. And then he sat in it, the baseball bat still on his shoulder, the chair and him between Memo and the window. Earlier that evening, a block and a half west of Mike's house, Lawrence and Dale made ready for bed. They had watched Sea Hunt with Lloyd Bridges at 9:30, their one exception to the 9 p.m. bedtime rule, and then gone upstairs. Dale first to enter the darkened room and feel around for the light cord. Even though it was 10 o'clock, a faint glow of the near solstice twilight still came through the windows. Lying in twin beds, separated by only 18 inches, Dale and his little brother lay whispering for a few moments. "How come you aren't scared of the dark?" Lawrence asked quietly. He was lying with his panda bear in the crook of his arm. The bear, whom Lawrence insisted on calling Teddy, despite Dale's insistence that it was a panda and not a teddy bear, had been won at the monkey race attraction at Chicago's Riverview Park years before, and looked the worse for wear. One eye loose, the left ear almost chewed through, the fur balding around the middle where it had been rubbed off by 6 years of hugs, and the black string of the mouth unraveling to give Teddy a lopsided, smirking appearance. "Scared of the dark?" said Dale. "It's not dark in here. The night light's on." "You know what I mean." Dale knew what his brother meant, and he knew how hard it was for Lawrence to admit his fear. During the day, the 8-year-old was afraid of nothing. At night, he usually asked for Dale to hold his hand so he could get to sleep. "I don't know," said Dale. "I'm older." "You're not afraid of the dark when you're older." Lawrence lay in silence for a minute. Downstairs, their mother's footsteps were barely audible, going from the kitchen through the dining room. The footsteps stopped as they reached the carpet of the living room. Their dad was not home from his sales trip yet. "But you used to be scared," said Lawrence, not quite making it a question. "Not as chicken as you, scaredy cat," was the first reply that came to Dale. but it wasn't the time for teasing. "Yeah," he whispered, "a little bit. Sometimes." "Of the dark?" "Yeah." "Of coming in to find the light cord?" "When I was little, in the apartment in Chicago, our room, didn't have a light cord. It had a switch on the wall." Lawrence raised Teddy to his cheek. "I wished we lived there now." "Naw," whispered Dale, putting his hands behind his head and watching the leaf shadows move on the ceiling. "This house is a million times neater. And Elm Haven's a lot more fun than Chicago. We had to go to Garfield Park when we wanted to play, and some grown-up had to go with us." "I sort of remember," whispered Lawrence, who was only 4 when they moved. The insistency came back into his voice. "But you were afraid of the dark?" "Yeah." Dale actually couldn't remember being afraid of the dark in their apartment, but he didn't want Lawrence to feel like a total sissy. "And of the closet?" "We had a real closet then," said Dale. He glanced over at the corner closet made of yellow painted pine. "But you were afraid of it?" "I don't know. I don't remember. Why, are you afraid of this one?" Lawrence didn't answer at once. He seemed to hunker deeper in the bedclothes. "Something makes noises in it," he whispered after a while. "This old house has mice, stupid. You know Mom and Dad are always setting traps." It was Dale's job to dump the traps, and he hated it. Frequently at night he could hear the scurrying in the walls, even up here on the 2nd floor. "It's not mice." There was no doubt in Lawrence's voice, although he sounded sleepy. "How do you know?" Despite himself, Dale felt a chill at what his brother had just said. "How do you know it's not mice?" "What you think it is, some sort of monster?" "Not mice," whispered Lawrence on the verge of sleep. "Same thing that's under the bed sometimes." "There's nothing under the bed," snapped Dale, tired of the conversation, "except dust balls." Instead of continuing the conversation, Lawrence extended his hand across the short space between the beds. "Please?" His voice was dreamy, slurred with sleep. Lawrence's sleeve was halfway up his forearm because his favorite Roy Rogers pajamas were too small for him, but he refused to wear anything else. Sometimes Dale refused to hold his brother's hand. After all, they were both way too old for that. But this night it was all right. Dale realized that he needed the reassurance himself. "Good night," he whispered, expecting no answer. "Pleasant dreams." "Glad you're not afraid of stuff," Lawrence whispered back. His voice was from another place, filtered by the veil of sleep. Dale lay with his left hand holding Lawrence's, feeling how small his brother's fingers still seemed. When he closed his eyes, he saw the muzzle of C.J. Congdon's .22 pointed at his face, and he lurched awake, his heart pounding. Dale knew that there were still darknesses he was afraid of, only these were real fears, real threats. During the coming weeks, he'd have to be extra careful to stay away from C.J. and Archie. At that moment, Dale realized that the game they'd been playing, hunting for Tubby Cook and following Roone and the others around, was finished. At least as far as he was concerned, it was over. It was silly, and it was going to get someone hurt. There weren't any mysteries in Elm Haven. No Nancy Drew or Joe Hardy adventures with secret passages and clever clues. Just a bunch of assholes like C.J. and his old man who could really hurt you if you got in their way. Jim Harlan had probably already broken his arm and stuff because of their stupid sneaking around. Dale had gotten the feeling that afternoon that Mike and Kevin were tired of the whole thing, too. Much later, Lawrence sighed and rolled over in his sleep, still clutching Teddy, but releasing Dale's hand. Dale rolled over on his right side, beginning to drift off. Beyond the screens on the 2 windows, leaves rustled on the big oak, and crickets played their mindless tunes in the grass. The last of the evening glow was long gone from the window, but a few fireflies sent signals against the blackness of branches. As Dale dozed off, he thought he could hear his mother ironing in the kitchen downstairs. For a while there was no sound in the room except for the regular breathing of the 2 boys. Outside, an owl or a dove made swallowing sounds. Then closer, in the closet in the corner, something scrabbled and clawed, paused, and then scratched a final time before falling into silence. Chapter 13. Dwayne McBride had convinced his Uncle Art that Wednesday would be a good day to drive into the university library. Art had spent most of his money over the years on books, but still liked to visit a decent library now and then, so the 2 left shortly after 8 that morning. What Uncle Art hadn't spent on books he'd put into his car, a year-old Cadillac, and Dwayne could only marvel at the battleship-sized grandeur of the thing. It had every option known to Detroit technology, including an automatic headlight dimmer with a ray gun-shaped sensor rising from the dash, like something Dwayne's old man would have designed. Uncle Art drove with 3 fingers on the bottom of the wheel, his heavy body comfortable in the cushions. Dwayne liked his uncle. Art had one of those florid, rounded faces that combined with the kind of mouth which always seemed to be on the verge of a smile, so as to give people the idea that he was amused by something just said or about to be said. Usually with Uncle Art that was true. Art McBride was an ironist. Where Dwayne's father had fallen into bitterness and disappointment in his failure to get ahead, Uncle Art had cultivated an ironic resignation, which he leavened with humor. Dwayne's old man tended to see conspiracies and cabals in the government, in the telephone company, in the Veterans Administration, in the more prominent families in Elm Haven, while Uncle Art felt that most individuals and all bureaucracies were too cretinous to manage a conspiracy. Each brother had failed in his own way. Dwayne's father had watched his businesses fail due to poor planning, terrible timing, and management techniques which never included efficiency amongst all the manic energy he poured into them. Add to that, the old man invariably would insult whatever individual or organization was indispensable to the success of the venture. Uncle Art, on the other hand, had gone into business only a few times, had made and spent his profits on his 3 wives, all deceased, and had decided that business simply wasn't for him. Art worked at the Caterpillar plant near Peoria when he needed money. Although he had degrees in engineering and business administration, he preferred the assembly line. Dwayne had decided that a tendency toward ironic resignation and the ability to handle responsibility didn't necessarily go together too well. "What bit of esoterica are you seeking in the Bradley Library?" asked Uncle Art. Dwayne pushed his glasses up on his nose with his middle finger. "Oh, just some stuff I wanted to know and couldn't find in Oak Hill." "Did you try the Elm Haven Library?" "Finest depository of knowledge since the Library of Alexandria." Dwayne smiled. The one-room library on Broad Avenue was an old joke between them. It held about 400 books. Uncle Art's library ran to over 3,000 volumes. Dwayne would have searched there for information on the Borgia Bell, but he knew the library well enough to know that Art had very little on the Borgia era. "Did I say depository of knowledge?" continued Uncle Art. "I should have said suppository. Good thing for you, Keed, that I'm currently laid off." "Yes," said Dwayne. Uncle Art spent a good part of the year laid off, as demand for assembly line workers waxed and waned. Art didn't seem to mind. Seriously, what are you hunting for?" Uncle Art turned off the air conditioning and touched a button to lower the window. Warm, humid air rushed in. Art ran a hand through his short hair. He had lustrous white hair, wavy and full. Duane remembered from the few times Uncle Art allowed it to get long. Usually he wore it in a crew cut, as he did now. Duane remembered when he was little, when Art was returning from one of his year-long trips after the death of his third wife, and the 4-year-old had confused his then bearded uncle with Santa Claus. Duane sighed. "I'm hunting for some stuff on the Borgias." Uncle Art blinked interest. "Borgias? As in Lucrezia, Rodrigo, Cesar, that bunch?" "Yeah," said Duane, sitting up taller in the cushions. "You know much about them? Or did you ever hear about some bell they had?" Don't know much about the Borgias, just the usual stuff about poisoning, incest, what bad popes they made. I'm more interested in the Medicis. Now there's a family worth reading about." Duane nodded. They'd been heading southeast down the hard road, now merely thought of as the state highway, from Elm Haven, and were now descending into the valley of the Spoon River. The cliffs were about a mile apart, the hillsides so thick with trees that they overhung the road here, then opened out into rich bottomland with soil so black from frequent floods that the corn grew a foot higher here than in the fields around Elm Haven. The only structures in sight were a few corn cribs and the metal highway bridge crossing the river itself. On the bridge, a narrow catwalk ran out to a corrugated steel, silo-shaped tower no more than 4 feet in diameter, which dropped to its own concrete pilings 30 feet below. Duane knew that it held only a cramped spiral stairway down to a highway department storage area down at the river's level. "Remember when you and Dad used to threaten to leave me in there if I didn't quit asking questions during the ride to Peoria?" said Duane, gesturing toward the corrugated metal tower. "You guys used to say it was a prison tower for blabby kids. You said you'd pick me up on the way home." Uncle Art nodded and lit a cigarette from the car lighter. His blue eyes squinted toward where mirages rippled on the narrow road ahead. "Still applies, kiddo. One more question and you're going to spend more time in a prison tower than Thomas More." "Thomas who?" said Duane. He was feeding Uncle Art the straight line. They were both big Thomas More fans. "Now there's a man," began Uncle Art, and launched into one of his monologues. They reached Highway 150 and turned east toward the tiny town of Kickapoo and then Peoria. Duane settled back into Cadillac's deep cushions and thought about the Borgia bell. Dale, Mike, Kevin, and Lawrence had left town just after breakfast that morning, headed east for the wooded hills behind Calvary Cemetery. They drove their bikes through the cemetery itself, Mike glancing toward the padlocked door of the storage shed, but saying nothing to the other kids, and left them by the back fence. They crossed the pasture into the thick woods, and a quarter of a mile later came to the strip-mined quarry they called Billy Goat Mountains. Here they climbed and shouted and threw dirt clods for an hour, before stripping off their clothes and swimming in the one shallow pool there. Jerry Daysinger, Bob McCown, Bill and Barry Fussner, Chuck Sperling, Digger Taylor, and a couple more guys arrived about 10 o'clock, just as Dale and the others were getting back into their clothes. The Fussner twins started shouting, and the rest of the invaders began throwing dirt clods. Mike, Dale, and the others had been careful to circle around to the east side of the quarry before swimming, and both sides exchanged insults and clods across the water before the newcomers broke into 2 groups and began running around the weed-choked edges of the cliffs. "They're trying to flank us," said Mike, zipping up his jeans. Kevin threw a dirt clod that fell 10 yards short of the north cliff. Daysinger screamed something nasty and kept running along the edge, occasionally stopping to pull a rock out of the ground and throw it their way. Dale hurried Lawrence into his sneakers. He threw a clod, not a rock, and had the pleasure of watching Chuck Sperling have to duck. Dirt clods and rocks were raining around them now, splashing in the shallow pool and kicking holes in the dunes of dirt behind them. The invaders had reached the far side of the quarry and were closing in from the north and south. But the woods started 20 feet beyond the quarry and went on for miles. "Remember," said Mike, "if they get you, they've got to actually hold you down before you're captured. You break away, you can keep going." "Yeah," said Kevin, glancing toward the woods. "Let's go, huh?" Mike grabbed the other boy's T-shirt. "But if they do get you, you don't tell them where the camps are or what the call signs are, right?" Kevin made a disgusted face. Jim Harlan had ratted them out once. They still couldn't use what had been Camp 5 because of that, but none of the others had ever talked, even though it had meant a fist fight once between Dale and Digger Taylor. The attackers were close enough now to believe that their pincers movement might work. Clods whisked through the air and crashed into underbrush. Lawrence took aim, reared back, and fired a clod that hit Jerry Daysinger hard enough, even at 30 paces, to cause the older boy to sit down hard and let loose with a string of curses. "Camp 3, shouted Mike, telling them where to try to meet up in 30 minutes after they lost the attackers. "Go!" They went, Dale trying to keep Lawrence with him as they crashed through the underbrush into the dense woods. Kevin and Mike turning south toward Gypsy Lane and the ravine where Corpse Creek ran under the slate cliffs, Dale and his brother running hard toward the creek that ran north of the cemetery and the hidden pond that lay along the southern edge of their Uncle Henry's and Aunt Lena's property. Behind them, the Fussner twins, McCown, and the others shouted and bayed like foxhounds on a hunt. But the forest had a lot of new growth here, saplings and shrubs and weeds and thickets and batches of poison ivy, and everyone was too busy running and hunting or running and eluding to take time to throw clods. Running hard, occasionally tugging at Lawrence as they took a sharp turn off some old trail or up a hill, Dale tried to keep ahead of the pursuers while keeping a map in his mind, figuring out how to double back to Camp 3 without running right into the band behind them. The hills echoed to the shouts of capture and aggression. The library at Bradley University wasn't the best. The school specialized in education, engineering, and business, after all, but Duane knew his way around it and soon found some information on the subject. He moved from card catalog to stacks to catalog to microfilm and back to stacks, while Uncle Art sat in one of the easy chairs in the main lounge and caught up on 2 months' reading of various journals and papers. There really wasn't that much prime stuff on the Borgias, and less about any Bell. Duane had to skim through all the surface stuff before getting his first clue. It was a minor note in a long passage about the coronation of popes. It was a shock to the Italians and a surprise to even his Spanish kinsman when His Excellency Don Alonso y Borja, Archbishop of Valencia, Cardinal of Quattro Coronati, was elected pope at the age of 77 in the conclave of 1455. Few disputed that the cardinal's primary qualifications were his advanced age and obvious illness. The conclave had need for a caretaker pope, and no one doubted that Borgia, as the Italians had civilized his rough Spanish name, would be just that. As Pope Calixtus III, Borgia seemed to find renewed energy in his position and proceeded to consolidate papal powers and to launch a new crusade, the last, as it turned out, against the Turks holding Constantinople. To celebrate his papacy and the ascendancy of the House of Borgia, Calixtus commissioned a great bell to be cast from metal mined in the fabled hills of Aragon. The bell was eventually cast. Legend has it that the iron was culled from the famous Coronati star stone, possibly a meteorite, but certainly a source of the highest quality material for Valencia and Toledo metalsmiths for some generations past. It was displayed in Valencia in 1457 and was sent to Rome in a stately procession, which tarried for further exhibition in every major city in the kingdoms of Aragon and Castile. Tarried for too long, as it turned out. Calixtus's triumphant bell arrived in Rome on August 7, 1458. The 80-year-old Pope did not appreciate it. He had died in his shuttered rooms late the night before. Duane searched the index and skimmed the rest of this particular book, but there was no further mention of Calixtus's bell. He made a quick trip to the card catalog and returned with notes to find books that mentioned Pope Calixtus's nephew, Rodrigo. There was ample information on Rodrigo. Duane scribbled quickly, glad that he'd brought along several of his small notebooks. The 27-year-old Cardinal Rodrigo Borgia had been the prime mover in the ensuing conclave of 1458. Not even remotely a candidate for Pope himself, the younger Borgia had cleverly brokered the election of the next pontiff by engineering support for Bishop Aeneas Silvius Piccolomini, who emerged from the conclave as Pope Pius II. Pius did not forget the young cardinal's help in his time of need, and the former Piccolomini made sure that the next few years were fruitful for young Rodrigo Borgia. But no mention of a bell. Duane speed-read 2 books and skimmed a third before he found the next clue. It was a history written by Piccolomini himself. Pope Pius II appeared to have been a born chronicler, more historian than theologian. His notes of the conclave of 1458, notes forbidden by rules and tradition, showed in great detail how he had urged Rodrigo Borgia to support him, and how important that support had been. Then, in a passage covering Palm Sunday of 1462, 4 years later, Pius described a magnificent procession given in honor of the arrival of the head of St. Andrew in Rome. Duane smiled at that. A celebration for the arrival of a head. The passage was chatty enough. All the cardinals who lived along the route had decorated their houses magnificently, but all were outstripped in expense and effort and ingenuity by Rodrigo, the vice-chancellor. His huge, towering house, which he had built on the site of the old mint, was covered with rich and wonderful tapestries, and besides this he had raised a lofty canopy, from which were suspended many and various marvels. Above the canopy, framed by elaborate and decorative woodwork, hung the great bell, commissioned by the vice-chancellor's brother, our predecessor. Despite its newness, the bell was said to have been the talisman and source of power for the House of Borgia. The procession stopped before the vice-chancellor's fortress, a place of sweet songs and sounds, or a great palace gleaming with gold, such as they say Nero's palace was. Rodrigo had decorated not only his own house for our celebration, but also those nearby, so that the square all about them seemed a kind of park full of the most riotous celebration. We offered to bless Rodrigo's home and grounds and bell, but the vice-chancellor attested that the bell had been consecrated in its own way 2 years before, when the palace had been built. Bemused, we moved on with our priceless relic through the reverent and celebrating streets. Duane shook his head, pushed his glasses higher, and smiled. The thought that this bell was sitting, forgotten, in the boarded-up belfry of Old Central was beyond belief. He checked his notes, wandered the stacks, pulled several more books from the shelves, and returned to his study carrel. There was more. Camp 3 was on a hillside, a quarter of a mile northeast of the cemetery. The woods were thick there, branches coming to within 4 feet of the ground in many places, and the shrubbery made walking hard going, except on the few trails cattle and hunters had cut through the thickets. Camp 3 looked like just another solid thicket of shrubs from every angle, a ring of bushes with multiple trunks the thickness of a boy's wrist, a tangle of branches overhead, almost joining with the canopy of leaves from the trees. But if one got on one's knees at just the right spot and crawled through the maze of brambles and stems at just the right angle, the entrance to a truly wonderful place appeared. Dale and Lawrence arrived first, panting and looking over their shoulders, hearing the shouts from McCown and the others only 100 yards behind them. They made sure no one was in sight, dropped to all fours on the grassy hillside, and crawled into Camp 3. The interior was as solid and secure as some domed hut, 8 feet across in an almost perfect circle, the wall of shrubs allowing a few peepholes, but providing complete invisibility from searching eyes outside. Some quirk of the slope settling, perhaps due to the stockade-like ring of shrubs itself, had provided an almost level floor of soil here, where the rest of the hillside was rather steep. A low, soft grass grew within this ring, providing a surface as smooth as a putting green. Dale once had lain in Camp 3 during a solid summer rainstorm, and had remained as dry as if he were home in his own room. One snowy winter, he and Lawrence and Mike had post-holed their way through the woods and found Camp 3 after some effort. The shrubs and woods here looked quite different without their foliage, and had crawled in to find the interior almost free of snow, the surrounding stockade of wooden stems as concealing as ever. Now he and his brother lay there gasping as silently as possible, listening to the excited shouts of McCown and the others as they crashed their way through the woods. "They went this way," came Chuck Sperling's voice. He was on the old trail that ran within 20 feet of Camp 3. Suddenly there was a rustling and snapping right outside. Dale and Lawrence raised the sticks they'd been carrying like spears, and Mike O'Rourke slid through the low tunnel opening. Mike's face was flushed, his blue eyes were bright, and he'd been scratched by a branch so that a thin line of blood marked his left temple. He was grinning widely. "Where'd they—" began Lawrence. Mike covered the smaller boy's mouth with his palm and shook his head. "Right outside," he whispered. All 3 boys threw themselves flat on the grass, their faces next to the stems of the shrubs. "Damn it," came Digger Taylor's voice from less than 5 feet uphill. "I saw O'Rourke come this way." "Barry!" It was Chuck Sperling's voice, screaming from just outside the thicket. "You see him down there?" "Uh-uh," came the fat Fussner twins' shout. "Nobody came down the trail this way." "Shit," said Digger. "I saw him. And those Stewart dipshits were running this way, too." In Camp 3, Lawrence made a fist and started to stand. Dale pulled his brother down, even though one could stand in the circle and still not be seen. Dale motioned for silence, but had to grin at how red Lawrence's face was getting. That deep flush was a sure sign that his brother was ready to put his head down and charge somebody. Dale had seen it often enough. "Maybe they went back up the hill towards the cemetery, or doubled back to the strip-mined place." It was Jerry Daysinger's voice, not 15 feet from the camp. "Hunt around here first," commanded Sperling in that snotty tone he used in Little League because his dad was the coach. Mike, Dale, and Lawrence held their sticks like rifles as they listened to the crashing and thrashing along the hillside as the other kids literally beat the bushes, hunting behind fallen logs and smashing through shrubs. Somebody actually bashed a stick against the south side of Camp 3, but it was like hitting a solid wall. Unless one knew the zigs and zags on the east side, crawling through the final hole, smaller than a sewer pipe, you'd never find your way in. Or so the 3 boys in Camp 3 fervently hoped. Shouts came from far up the trail. "They got Kev," Lawrence whispered. Dale nodded and hushed his brother again. The sound of boots and sneakers receded up the trail. There were more shouts. Mike sat up and brushed grass and thistles off his striped polo shirt. "You think Kev will give us away?" asked Dale. Mike grinned. "Not Camp 3. He might show 'em Camp 5 or the cave, but not Camp 3. "They already know where Camp 5 is from last summer," said Lawrence, finally whispering now that he no longer had to. "And we're not using the cave." Mike just grinned. They sprawled there for another half-hour, tired from the couple of hours of running through the hills and the post-adrenaline letdown from the chase. They compared close calls, commiserated over Kevin's demise. He'd be a prisoner if he didn't join them to help in the chase, and dug stuff out of their pockets to eat. None had brought a pack of real rations, but Mike had stuffed an apple in the pocket of his jeans. Dale had an almond Hershey bar that had melted and been sat on repeatedly, and Lawrence had a Pez dispenser with some of the candies left. They ate their lunch with gusto, and then lay staring at the tiny fragments of sunlight and sky visible through the almost solid roof of branches. They were discussing leaving to set up a clod ambush near the quarry when Mike suddenly said, "Shh!" He pointed uphill. Dale lay on his stomach and put his face against the stalks of the shrubs, trying to find one of the few angles that would give him a view of the trail. There were boots out there. A man's boots, brown and large. For a second Dale thought that the guy was wearing muddy bandages, and then he realized that those were the leggings that Duane had said soldiers used to wear. What had Duane called those things? Puttees. There was some guy standing 6 feet from Camp 3, wearing clunky boots and puttees. Dale could just see a hint of brown wool pant leg blousing out above the bandage-like wrappings. "What?" whispered Lawrence, straining to see. Dale turned and put his hand over his brother's mouth. Lawrence struggled free and punched him, but stayed silent for a change. When Dale looked back, the boots were gone. Mike tapped him on the shoulder and jerked his head toward the east wall of the circle. Footsteps crunched leaves and twigs right outside the secret entrance. Duane was finding out more about the Borgias than he really wanted to know. He was skimming and speed-reading in the way he often did when trying to cram an inordinate amount of information into his brain in the shortest possible time. It was a strange sensation. Duane compared it to the effect when one of his home-built crystal radio sets was poorly tuned, pulling in several stations at once. This kind of speed learning tired Duane out and made him a bit dizzy, but he had little choice. Uncle Art wasn't going to spend all day here in the library. The first thing Duane learned was that almost everything he knew about the Borgias from common knowledge was wrong or badly distorted. He paused a minute, chewing on the stem of his glasses and looking at nothing, recognizing that this initial fact of the unreliability of general knowledge had been consistent with most of the serious learning he'd done on his own over the past few years. Nothing was as simple as stupid people assumed it to be. Duane wondered if this was a basic law of the universe. If so, it made him tired to think of all the years ahead of him trying to unlearn before he could begin learning. He looked around at the basement stacks, thousands of books upon thousands of books, and felt dispirited that he would never read even all these books, never encounter all the conflicting opinions, facts, and viewpoints just in this basement, much less everything in the libraries of Princeton, Yale, Harvard, and all the other schools he wanted to visit and absorb. Duane shook himself out of it, pushed his glasses into place, and reviewed the notes he'd taken. First, Lucrezia Borgia seemed to be more a victim of bad press than the guilty party in all the legends he'd been aware of. No poison ring wiping out lovers and dinner guests, no banquets with bodies stacked like cordwood by the time dessert was served. No, Lucrezia came across as the victim of spiteful historians. Duane looked at some of the volumes stacked on his study table. Guicciardini's History of Italy, Machiavelli's The Prince and His Discourses, and extracts from the History of Florence and the Affairs of Italy, Piccolomini Pius's chatty commentaries, Gregorovius's volume on Lucrezia, Burchard's Liber Notarum with its notes on the day-to-day trivia of the papal court during the period, but nothing more about the bell. Then, on a hunch, Duane checked original sources on Benvenuto Cellini, one of the old man's favorite historical personages, even though Duane knew that the feisty artist had been born in 1500, 8 years after Rodrigo Borgia became Pope Alexander VI. At one point, Cellini wrote about his imprisonment in Castel Sant'Angelo, the huge hulking mass of stone Hadrian had built as a family tomb 1400 years earlier. Pope Alexander, Rodrigo Borgia, had ordered the immense sepulchre fortified and modified as a place of residence. Rooms and shafts in stone which had known only corpses, darkness, and decay for well over 1,000 years had become the home and fortress of the Borgia Pope. Cellini had written about it. I was imprisoned in a gloomy dungeon below the level of a garden which swam with water and was full of spiders and venomous worms. They flung me a wretched mattress of coarse hemp, gave me no supper, and locked 4 doors upon me. For 1 hour and a half each day I got a little glimmering of light which penetrated that unhappy cavern through a very narrow aperture. The rest of the day and night I abode in darkness, and this was one of the less terrible of cells. From my fellow unfortunates I learned of the doomed souls who spent their last days in the foulest of pits, those deeper dungeons set at the bottom of the air shaft to the infamous bell of the evil Borgia Pope. The word was spread throughout Rome and the provinces that this bell had been cast of unholy metal, consecrated with foul deeds, and hung even now as a manifest sign of the pact between the former pope and the devil himself. Each of us in our cells, crouching in rancid water and eating our foul scraps, knew that the tolling of that bell would announce the end of the world. There were, I confess, times that I would have welcomed that knell. Duane scribbled notes, curiouser and curiouser. There was no later mention of the bell in Cellini's autobiography or notes, but an earlier passage about the artist Pinturicchio, evidently a contemporary of the Borgia Pope rather than Cellini himself, seemed relevant. On the command and behest of his Pope. Duane checked to make sure that this was Alexander, also known as Rodrigo Borgia. It was. On the command and behest of his Pope, this deaf and undersized little artist. Duane skimmed to make sure Cellini was talking about Pinturicchio, Borgia's artist. He was. Mean in person and appearance as he was, set about painting the murals which filled the Torre Borgia with such bizarre effect, culminating in the Room of the 7 Mysteries in the dismal Borgia apartments. Duane called time out from Cellini's passage to cross-check the Torre Borgia. A guide to Vatican structures said that it was the massive tower Pope Alexander VI had ordered added on to the Vatican Palace. A previous addition by Pope Sixtus had been a dark and draughty warehouse called the Sistine Chapel. Pope Innocent had opted for a lovely summer house in the far reaches of the Vatican gardens. Borgia built a tower. A note in an 1886 architectural tome mentioned that the Borgia Torre had been designed with a massive belfry at the apex of the columnar fortress, but no one other than the Pope and his illegitimate children were allowed to ascend that high in the tower through the maze of locked doors and passages. Duane returned to Cellini's notes. Pinturicchio, upon his pontiff's command, descended into the dead city beneath the city for his inspiration and models for the Borgia apartment murals. There lay not the Christian catacombs with their sanctified bones, but the random excavations of heathen Rome in all its decayed glory. It was said that Pinturicchio led apprentices and curious colleagues on these subterranean expeditions. Imagine, then, the torchlight through these tunnels filled with the rubble of the Caesars, entry into chambers, corridors, entire dwellings, entire streets of the Roman dead, lying like forgotten arteries beneath the weed-choked lanes of our living but lessened city. Imagine the exclamations when Pinturicchio, after braving the giant rats and hordes of bats which fed on offal and darkness there, raised his torch to illuminate the pagan decorations set there by men dead 15 centuries and more. This little man, an ungodly artist, brought these designs and heathen images to the apartments of the Borgia Pope in his tower. Within the most private of the corrupt Pope's secret chambers, these pagan images prevailed, covering walls, arches, ceilings, and even the massive iron bell, which was said to be the Borgia talisman, high in the Torre. To this day, the lost paintings are called by the ignorant grotesques, because they were found and copied from the unholy subterranean caverns or grottae in the darkness beneath Rome. Uncle Art leaned over Duane's shoulder and said, "Ready to go yet?" The boy jumped, reset his glasses on his nose, and managed a smile. "Just about." While Uncle Art wandered restlessly in the nearby stacks, Duane flipped through the final volumes. He found only one more mention of the bell, and again it related to the art of the wizened muralist named Pinturicchio. But in the chamber which led from the room of the 7 mysteries to the locked staircase ascending to the bell tower where only the Borgias might tread, the painter had reproduced the essence of those buried and forgotten murals, which he had studied by the light of torches while water dripped from broken stone. Here, in what later would be called the Room of the Saints, because of the 7 great murals there, Pinturicchio had fulfilled his commission by filling every space between the paintings, every arch, nook, and column, with hundreds, some experts say thousands, of images of bulls. The mystery is not that bulls should appear in his work or this hidden place. The bull was the emblem of the Borgia family. The benevolent ox had long been the metaphor for the papal procession. But these bulls, as repeated almost endlessly in the dark hallways and grottos and entrance to the forbidden stairway above the room of the 7 mysteries, were neither of these emblems. These were not the noble Borgia symbol, nor the peaceful ox. Reproduced countless times in these apartments was the stylized but unmistakable figure of the sacrificial bull of Osiris, the Egyptian god who ruled over the kingdom of the dead. Duane closed the book and took off his glasses. "Ready yet?" asked Uncle Art. Duane nodded. "Let's try that McDonald's drive-in place on War Memorial Drive," said his uncle. "Their hamburgers have gone up to $1.25, but they're pretty good." Duane nodded, still thinking, and followed Uncle Art out of the basement and into the light. The footsteps outside of Camp 3 had stopped. Not receded, not gone away, merely stopped. Mike, Dale, and Lawrence crouched by the low entrance and waited, barely breathing in their effort not to make noise. The sounds of the woods were quite distinct, a squirrel scolding someone or something far up the hill toward Dale's Uncle Henry's property, an occasional shout from Chuck Sperling's gang, farther away now, probably south of the quarry, the screech of crows in the treetops up the other hill toward Calvary Cemetery. But no sound from where the unseen soldier waited just outside the ring of bushes. Dale slithered back to his previous vantage point, but there was nothing in view. Suddenly there came a flurry of noise outside, footsteps pounding on the trail. Leaves rustled, and the bushes on the east side of Camp 3 shook as someone began forcing his way through the convoluted opening. Dale jumped back to one side of the gap and raised his stick. Mike did the same on the other side of the opening. Lawrence crouched with his club ready. Branches bent upward, leaves shook, and Kevin Grumbacher crawled into the grassy circle. Dale and Mike looked at each other, lowered their sticks, and let out a breath. Kevin grinned at them. "What were you going to do, brain me?" "We thought you were them," said Lawrence, lowering his stick with an expression of regret. Lawrence liked scuffles. Dale blinked and then realized that the others hadn't seen the man's boots with the puttees. Mike and Lawrence probably thought that the noise out there had been Sperling's bunch. "You alone?" asked Mike, crouching to check in the tunnel of branches. "Sure I'm alone. I wouldn't come back here unless I was alone." Lawrence scowled at the older boy. "You didn't tell him about the camp, did you?" Kevin gave Dale's brother a disgusted look and spoke to Mike. "They said I could be on their side if I told where the hiding places were. I wouldn't, so that dipstick Fussner tied my arms behind my back with some clothesline, and they dragged me around with them like I was a slave or something." Kev held out his arms to show the red welts on his wrists and upper arms. "How'd you get away?" asked Dale. Kevin grinned again, his large teeth, bristly crew-cut and bobbing Adam's apple, giving an amusing picture of self-satisfaction. "When they started chasing you guys this way, Fussner couldn't keep up while dragging me along. The dope tied me to a tree and ran up the trail to see which way they'd gone. I still had my fingers free, so I just backed up to the tree and untied the rope." "Stay here," whispered Mike, and slipped through the opening without touching a branch. The other three sat in silence for several minutes, Kev rubbing his wrists, Lawrence eating some milk duds he'd brought along. Dale waited for a shout, a scuffle, some signs of the guy he'd seen through the bushes. Mike slipped back in. "They're gone from around here. I heard their voices way out by County 6. It sounds like Sperling and Digger are going home." "Yeah," said Kevin, "they were getting bored. Said they had better things to do at home. Daysinger wanted them to stay. The Fussners wanted to stick with Sperling." Mike nodded. "Daysinger and McCown will hang around. Wait for us to come out so they can ambush us." He used his stick to draw a map on a patch of bare soil near the entrance. "If I know Jerry, he'll head back to the quarry where there are lots of clods, so he can see us if we head back that way from Dale's uncle's pasture or the woods and Gypsy Lane down here. He and Bob will probably hide out in the high ground, here." He had scribbled in the paths, the quarry ponds, and now drew a mound on the west side of the gravel pits. "There's that sort of low place on the top of the biggest hill, remember?" "We camped there a couple summers ago," said Dale. Lawrence shook his head. "I don't remember that." Dale poked him. "You were too little to go with us on an overnight." He looked back at Mike. "Go on." Mike poked lines in the dirt showing a path from Camp 3 over the hill, across the woods and pasture behind the cemetery, and up the back of the gravel pit mountain, where he figured Daysinger and McCown would be waiting. They'll be looking these 3 directions, he said, drawing arrows south, east, and west. But if we use those pine trees on the south slope for cover, we'll be able to climb right up on 'em without them seeing us. Kevin frowned at the map. The last 50 feet or so will be in the open. That hilltop's just dirt up there. Right, said Mike, still grinning. We have to be extra quiet. But remember, the gaps in their little fort up there look the other way. As long as we don't make noise, we'll be up above them and behind them before they know we're anywhere near. Dale felt his excitement growing. And we can pick up clods as we climb. There'll be plenty of ammunition. Kevin was still frowning. If they catch us in the open, we're dead. I mean, they've been throwing rocks. If it comes to that, said Mike, we can throw rocks, too. He looked at them. Who's for it? I am. Lawrence's vote was almost a shout. His face was bright with anticipation. Yeah, said Dale, still studying the map and thinking about how Mike had come up with his complicated plan with almost no hesitation. Every foot of the route he'd drawn between Camp 3 and the dirt hill used maximum concealment. Dale had hiked these woods for years, but he wouldn't have thought to use the low ditch across the field behind the cemetery for cover. Yeah, he said again, let's do it. Kevin shrugged. As long as they don't take me prisoner again. Mike grinned at them, made a fist, and ducked down through the opening. The others followed as quietly as they could. You seem preoccupied, kiddo, Uncle Art said on the way home. They were just descending into the Spoon River Valley. The sky was cloudless, and the June heat seemed to have intensified after they had spent so many hours in the air-conditioned, dehumidified library. Uncle Art had the windows down with the air rushing in, even though the caddy's air conditioner was rumbling at the same time. He glanced over at Duane. Anything I could help with? Duane hesitated. It didn't seem right telling Uncle Art somehow. But why not? All he was doing was trying to find some background information on Old Central. They hummed over the Spoon River Bridge. Duane glanced at the dark water below, winding away to the north under overhanging branches, and then looked back at his uncle. Why not? Duane told him about the newspaper articles, about the Borgia Bell, about the Cellini stuff he'd found in the library. When he was finished, he felt oddly tired and embarrassed, almost as if he'd exposed something shameful about himself. But he felt relieved at the same time. Uncle Art whistled and said nothing for a moment, tapping his fingers on the steering wheel. His blue eyes seemed to be focused on something other than the hard road. They reached the dirt road running north to County 6, and Uncle Art turned right, slowing so the Cadillac didn't throw stones against the undercarriage or bump too fiercely on the ruts. "Do you think that Bell could still be there?" he asked at last. "Still be in the school?" Duane adjusted his glasses. "I don't know. I've never heard of it. Have you?" Uncle Art shook his head. "Not in the years I've lived around here. Of course, that's just been since just after the war. It was your mama's people who had roots here. All the same, I would have heard something if such a bell were general knowledge." They reached the junction of County 6 and Jubilee College Road, and Uncle Art paused. His home was 3 miles east on the gravel Jubilee College Road, but he had to bring Duane home. Ahead and to their left, the Black Tree Tavern was just visible under the elms and oaks. A few pickups were there already, although it was just early afternoon. Duane looked away before he could tell if the old man's truck was among them. "I'll tell you what, kiddo," said Uncle Art. "I'll ask around about the bell in town. Check with some of the other old farts I know. And I'll look in my library to see if there's anything on the legend of the damned thing, okay?" Duane brightened up. "You think you might have something on it?" Uncle Art shrugged. "Thing sounds like it's more myth than metal. I've always had an interest in the supernatural stuff. I like to debunk it." So I'll check my reference books, Crowley, stuff like that. Fair enough?" "Great," said Duane. It was like a weight off his shoulders. He glanced before they descended the first hill. The old man's truck wasn't at the black tree. It might be a good day after all. Past the cemetery, and Duane caught a glimpse of a stack of bikes near the fence at the rear. It might be Dale and those guys, and if he got out now, he might find them in the woods. Duane shook his head. He'd taken enough time out of his chores. The old man was home and sober and working in their vegetable garden that took up 3/4 of an acre. His face was sunburned and his hands looked blistered, but he was in a good mood, and Uncle Art stayed for a beer while Duane sipped an RC Cola and listened to the banter. Uncle Art didn't mention the bell. After his uncle left, Duane rolled up the sleeves of his flannel shirt and went out to weed and hoe and work the rows with the old man. They worked in companionable silence for an hour or two, and then went in to wash up for supper, the old man wandering in to tinker with one of his new machines, while Duane cooked the hamburger and rice and boiled the coffee. They talked about politics during supper, the old man describing his work for Adlai Stevenson in the previous elections. "I don't know about Kennedy," he said. "He's sure to get the nomination, but I've never trusted millionaires. It'd be good if a Catholic got elected, though. Break down some of the discrimination in the country." He told Duane about Alfred E. Smith's unsuccessful 1928 campaign. Duane had read about it, but he listened and nodded, happy just to be listening to the old man when he was sober and not angry at somebody. "So the chances of a Catholic getting elected are pretty slim," the old man concluded. He sat a moment, nodding as if concluding that there were no weaknesses in his analysis, and stood to clear the table, rinsing the dishes under the tap and setting them aside for washing. Duane glanced outside. It was after 5, still early, but the shade of the poplar behind the house was moving across the window. He asked the question he'd been dreading all afternoon, trying to keep his voice light and casual. "You going out tonight?" The old man paused in the act of filling the sink. The steam had fogged his glasses. He took them off and wiped them on a shirt-tail as if contemplating the question. "Guess not," he said at last. "I've got some things to do in the workroom, and I thought we might finish that game of chess we've let gather dust." Duane nodded. "I'd better get to my chores," he said, finishing his coffee and setting the cup on the counter. He was out in the barn, feed bucket in his hand, before he allowed himself to smile. The surprise attack was a complete success. Although the last 30 feet or so had been pretty hairy, crawling up the dirt slope on their bellies, with absolutely no cover if McCown or Daysinger looked over their ramparts, Mike and Kev and Lawrence and Dale had made it, despite a muffled case of nervous giggles on Lawrence's part, and when they came over the top, they caught Jerry and Bob staring the other way with the ammo dump of dirt clods piled 6 feet behind them. Mike threw first and caught Bob McCown in the back, just above the belt line. Then the 6 boys were in close combat, pelting each other with clods, trying to shield their faces while throwing, then grappling and wrestling around the lip of the cone-shaped hill. Kevin and Daysinger and Dale had tumbled over first, sliding down 30 feet of crumbling slope. Kevin got up first and ran for the ramparts and the ammo, but McCown pelted him with clods until Mike tackled the shorter boy from behind, and it was their turn to roll down the slope in a cloud of dust. For 15 minutes or so it was king of the hill, with the holders of the high ground being wrestled down the hill and then scrambling to reclaim it, usually in a hail of clods. After being deposed, Daysinger and McCown retreated to the edge of the quarry pond, throwing from long distance. But the king of the hill fever caused internecine warfare to break out among Mike's troop, and pretty soon it was every man for himself. Dale took a clod hit in the solar plexus that had him sitting and gasping for 3 minutes, the action whirling obliviously around him. Then Mike hit a half-buried rock during a tumble down the slope and cut his brow. The cut wasn't deep, but the amount of blood was impressive. Daysinger poked his head over the summit just long enough to catch a clod in the mouth at short range. He retreated, cursing loudly, to the bottom of the hill, and walked around with both hands over his mouth for a minute or two until he was sure he hadn't lost any teeth. Then he brushed dirt off his cut lower lip and charged again, his chin mottled with mud and blood. Kevin was right behind his former leader when Mike wound up to throw a clod, and Kev got a fist right in the forehead. Action paused for a moment as the other boys on the summit watched curiously, but Grumbacher used the event to comic effect as he crossed his eyes, staggered in ever smaller circles until his legs buckled and slid backwards down the slope, legs as stiff as a corpse's. The other kids laughed and applauded by pelting him with clods. It was Lawrence who refined the game to its essence. For one blazing ascendant minute he was the only one on the summit, as the wrestling clumps of older boys all found themselves deposed. Lawrence stood on the mounded rampart, held his arms high over his head, and shouted, "I'm king!" There was a moment of respectful silence, followed by 3 salvos of clods. At least 6 or 7 hit home. Lawrence had turned his face away at the last second, but his grimy clothes actually puffed dust as he was hit, the impact stitching across his back and legs like machine-gun rounds, knocking the 8-year-old's baseball cap flying. "Hey!" shouted Dale, waving the others to a ceasefire. Lawrence was frozen in the posture he'd been hit in, and Dale knew that if he started crying, he was really hurt. Lawrence pirouetted slowly, gracefully, dust still rising on him and around him from the impact of clods, and then he fell forward. Actually, he didn't fall forward. He threw himself into the air with the dying swan grace of a cowboy stuntman, completed a full loop in the air before hitting the slope, and then jackknifed upward again in another dying tumble. His limbs were flung wide, boneless, limp with death. The other kids stepped back as the flying, tumbling body bounced by them, rolled out onto the flat by the edge of the pond, and came to a stop with one arm draped over the water. "Wow," said Kevin. The others shouted their approval. Lawrence got up, brushed dust from his clothes and crew cut, and gave a low bow. From that point on, and for the next couple of hours, as afternoon softened into evening in the woods, the boys died. They took turns standing on the summit while the others threw clods. After being hit, the dying commenced. Kevin was undeniably comic, if stiffly so. He was like a geriatric actor who had to lie down after being shot. Usually he held his cap in place as he slid down. Daysinger and McCown were the best screamers, tumbling to their doom with a maximum of groans, shouts, and grunts. Mike was oddly graceful as he fell, and held the pose the longest at the bottom. Even a second flurry of clods couldn't make him stir until he wanted to. Dale won approval by performing the first face-first death dive, losing skin off his nose as he plowed a path with his head down the steep slope. But it was Lawrence who retained the crown. His final coup de grace consisted of staggering backwards out of sight for half a minute. The other 5 began grumbling, wondering where the brat was, until suddenly he came over the summit, not running, but leaping at full speed. Dale actually gasped, feeling his heart leap into his throat as his little brother jumped straight out into space 30 feet above him. His first thought was, "Jesus, he's going to die." His immediate second thought was, "Mom's going to kill me." Lawrence didn't die, not quite. The leap was wild and strong and far enough to carry him into the quarry pond. He missed the hard-packed ledge by 3 inches, and the resulting splash threw water on McCown and Kevin. This end of the pond was the shallowest, barely 5 feet at this point, and Dale had images of his kid brother drowning with his pointy little head stuck in mud at the bottom. Dale tugged off his t-shirt with some thought of leaping in to save him, part of his mind already gagging at the thought of giving mouth-to-mouth resuscitation to the little creep, when Lawrence bobbed to the surface, showing his overbite in a wide grin. This time the applause was real. Everyone had to try what Kev called the death leap. When Dale executed it, he did so after 3 false starts, and only because there was no turning back with the others watching from below. The pond was so far away. Even with a 6th grader's long legs, it took a hell of a fast run up the back slope and across the summit, and just the right push off the rampart to have a chance of clearing the hard bank below. Dale would never have tried it. None of the other older kids would have, if they hadn't seen it was possible. Dale found a grudging admiration for his kid brother growing in the back of his mind, even as he surprised himself by actually leaping on the 4th try. For a few seconds Dale Stewart was flying, seeming to hover 25 feet above his friends' heads. Still, even with the summit of their little mountain, the pond an impossible distance away across muddy flats baked brick-hard by the sun. Then gravity remembered him, and he was falling, arms and legs flailing as if he were trying to pedal air, sure that he would make it, then absolutely positive that he would not make it, and then he had made it, by inches, and the green and tepid water of the quarry pond was around him and over him and filling his nose. He used bent legs to push himself off the weedy bottom, and then he was in air and light again, screaming from sheer exhilaration while the other kids shouted and applauded. Kevin was the last to go, keeping the others waiting for 10 minutes while he hemmed and hawed and tested the wind, tied his laces over and over, and built up the ramp a bit before finally shooting off the summit like a cannonball, his jump the farthest of them all, hitting the water 4 feet from the bank with his legs together and his fingers clamped over his nostrils. Kev had been the only one with sense enough to take off his jeans and t-shirt, wearing only his jockey shorts and tennis shoes for the plunge. He bobbed to the surface, grinning. The others applauded and shouted and tossed his jeans and shirt and socks into the pond. Kevin emerged, grumbling in German, and barely watched as Lawrence made his 6th leap, doing a full somersault this time before hitting the water. Already wet, the kids hiked around the quarry on squishy tennis shoes and went swimming in earnest, diving into the deeper side of the pond from the 8-foot cliffs there. This wasn't their usual swimming area. The presence of too many water moccasins and parental concerns about the bottomless quarry usually made them wait for someone to drive them to Hartley's Pond up Oak Hill Road, so the early evening dip was just that much more delicious. Afterwards they dried out on the bank for an hour or so, Dale actually dozing off and waking with a start, and then they shuffled teams to play hide-and-seek in the woods again. Mike smiled at the pack of kids with their clothes dried into strange wrinkles. "Who's with me?" It turned out Lawrence and McCown were with him. Dale and Jerry and Kev gave them a 5-minute head start, timed by counting to 300 Boy Scout before heading into the woods to find them. Dale knew by silent assent that Mike or Lawrence wouldn't use one of their secret camps. They chased each other through the trees and pastures for another hour and a half or so, changing teams as the mood suited them, pausing to drink from the water bottle McCown had brought along and refilled from the pond, although the greenish color didn't appeal to Kevin, and ending by just hiking together, wandering back on the south side of the quarry on the first half-mile of Gypsy Lane. Their bikes were where they'd left them by the back fence. The sun was a bulbous red orb hanging just above Old Man Johnson's cornfields to the west. The air was thick with evening haze, pollen, dust, and humidity, but somehow the sky looked endless and translucent as the blue prepared to deepen toward twilight. "Last one past the black trees a homo," said Jerry Daysinger, and got a head start, pedaling on the hard-packed rut of the gravel road as it dipped into the shaded dimness at the bottom of the hill. The others shouted and tried to catch up, roaring down the hill and through the darkness there at high speed, feeling the cooler air above the creek as it whipped through their crew cuts, then standing and pedaling hard to get up the slope. If a car had come over the rise by the Black Tree Tavern, the boys would have had to steer into the deeper gravel outside the ruts, making skinned knees and torn clothing a near certainty. They didn't care. They drove hard, their shouts dying as they saved their breath for the final 20 yards, all of them panting and gasping as they reached the flat near the tavern driveway. Mike won. He glanced back and grinned before he put his head down and continued the race toward Jubilee College Road, several hundred yards ahead. They relaxed as they turned west toward Elm Haven, the 6 riding abreast in 2 groups of 3, Lawrence being the first to take his hands off the handlebars and lean back with arms folded, still pedaling. Then all 6 of them rode with arms folded, gliding along between the rising walls of corn. Dale didn't even glance sideways as he passed the place where the fence had been repaired after Dwayne McBride's near accident. Wheel tracks still tore up the ditch there, and the corn was smashed for yards beyond the fence. But Dale didn't look. He was looking west, toward where the sun now crowned the low line of trees that was Elm Haven. Dale was tired, achy from about a dozen bruises and strained muscles, scratched on his arms and legs, itchy from his now stiff jeans, dehydrated to the point of cracked lips and a headache, and starved because he hadn't eaten any real food since breakfast 13 hours earlier. He felt wonderful. The whole sense of bad dreams and encroaching darkness he'd felt since school had let out had seemed to lift today. The terror of C.J. and the rifle had faded. Dale was glad that he and Mike and the others had silently decided to drop all this Tubby and Old Central business. Summer felt the way it should. The 6 kids grabbed the handlebars as they came off the gravel onto the cooling but still soft asphalt at the head of First Avenue. Dale could see the trees in front of Mike's house at the intersection way down the road, could glimpse the back of his own house across the wide fields and ball field of City Park. McCown and Daysinger waved and pedaled ahead, eager to get to wherever they were going. Dale and Kev and Mike and Lawrence coasted the last 50 yards to the relative darkness under the first of Elm Haven's tall old trees. Dale felt happy as they waved goodbye to Mike and pedaled easily down Depot Street for home. This was the way summer should be. This was the way it was going to be. Dale had never been so wrong.